So they sound magnificent. They're on what looks like pretty standard exhaust, but they certainly don't sound like standard exhausts. So we'll have a look at the Pro Kart field on the unmodified class, which is the GX engined class, as Lee Mitchell continues to air away into the lead of this race. And with Chris Williams, Tony Whitehead, Chris French, it's Christian Bellaby who is 5th overall, but first in the Pro Kart class in 5th place. Nick Williams on the M plate, he's in 6th. And then we've got Ewan Rayner and Ben White in 3rd and 4th. So that's the leader there of the restricted, the controlled engine, GX engined Pro Kart class, the number 66 there, Christian Bellaby. And he's pulled out a bit of a gap here. I talked about driving smoothly. They are flinging these karts around him a little bit more than I expected to see. But that might be down to a little bit of tyre temp at these early stages. We're only on lap 3 now. Lap 3 completed now for our leaders. Still no change in the mods. In the modified class, Lee Mitchell, Chris Williams, Tony Whitehead and Chris French. And then no change in the GXUK Pro Kart class. So multi-class racing here for you at Ellough Park with the GX160, the Mod 160s and the GXUK Pro Kart class there being led by that all-white kart. Lack of a sticker kit, saving just under a kilogram of weight there for Christian Bellaby. I'm pretty sure that's at the forefront of his mind as to why. Now there's the M plate there, and he's being pressured by Ewan Rayner. So Ewan Rayner there, just getting onto the rear bumper there. This is the battle for 2nd place in the GX Pro Karts, and it looks like Rayner might be, or is he? No, not quite. That's the first turn there through Degner.
Yeah, always difficult when there's two classes to work out exactly who's fighting who and why.
Yeah, it's that, thankfully for us. And that's I'm not quite sure what happened there, but he came out of Shoemaker, and I'm talking about the M-plate driver Nick Williams. He came on the blue kart there, came out of Shoemaker, and for some reason the kart just speared off onto the off track. That has allowed Ewan Rayner through into what is a very, very comfortable 2nd place. Now the question is he going to be able to catch our leading GX Pro Kart? This is the battle between the Ben White number 22 and the Alex Mays 95 here as they cross the line. 5 laps completed for these two, and they are in what is 4th and 5th places now. Chester Trelawn, 6th in the GX Pro Kart. Richard Melton Baxter not far away from him. And as we just pick up this battle here between Ben White and Alex Mays, Ben White seems to have realised he's on camera and has just pulled away and thought, no, I'm not going to be overtaken.
I refuse to be overtaken, in fact.
He absolutely is. I think it's Alex Mays who's trying all he can to stay in touch, actually. It did look, when we first came upon this battle, it did look as though the 95 on the black kart there, both drive the white helmet as well, the 95, did look like he was maybe in a position to challenge. See how much of the road they need to use as well, Nick. They're keeping the momentum up to keep those. It's easy. They're relatively underpowered, the Honda GX engine. They're not a high revving engine, so it's easy to lose those revs, and you can see why they need to let the kart breathe to keep the revs up.
Yeah, the thing you're dealing with, of course, with the Pro Kart that you, on the whole, aren't dealing with other karts is weight. They've got a huge amount of momentum. They've got 2 big old, generator engines slung out the back. So they have a very, very different weight distribution to other racing karts. Possibly with the exception of the big bangers we're going to see a bit later in the Mod 160 and in the F300s. But it is, it's a completely different driving style. It's a bit of a defensive run there.
Yeah, they are heavy, Nick, aren't they? And it's very easy, as we saw. The Macy Cup winner, Nick Williams, he slid very wide. Now, where did that come from?
The inside Alex Mays out through Ben White. Fantastic move up the inside into the first corner. Just to make it stick at ears, and then you get the short shoot running up Schumacher. He's going to get under retaken again. White comes back, says, no, thank you very much. It was very good. You're giving in a bit of a highlights reel, but I'm not going to let you be ahead of me.
Well, we were talking about momentum there, and the momentum from Ben White was lost at the T73 left-hander, which is just before that sweeping entry onto the start-finish straight, which isn't really straight very much at all. Here we go again then. They're getting towards the part of the track where he perhaps is a position to challenge there through Barney's. And we'll go through the Warnes hairpin. We'll tell you the story of the Warnes hairpin across the course of the day.
A weirdly sickness story for you, isn't it?
It's close to my heart, that story, yes. Yeah, bizarrely.
It's the second half of the story you told me many years ago.
It is, yeah. And I didn't realise, I've been here many times, and I didn't realise the Warnes hairpin has actually got a proper connection to me, yeah.
And to Karting North East.
And to Karting in the North East, yeah, certainly at Warne Law.
So Ben White now has decided he can deal with Alex Mays. He's putting a slight gap on as they sweep round through the exit of... That's Clinton's, isn't it? No, it's not. It is. No, it's not. No, I've got to look at the car. That's coming into Clinton. Sorry. That was a Rossi there. We've got a track map which I didn't use yesterday. But didn't quite orientate it the way I would orientate it.
Yes, I know. And I wish I'd realised when I did our track map, which is up on the in front of us on the booth. It's kind of we're reading that upside down to how we're looking at it out of the box,
so,
which I may need to revise.
The reason I'm having my brain thing because yesterday I was pressing the buttons and Joe was doing the talking. So as you always get a peek behind the curtain.
The other way around,
you always get a peek behind the curtain of Karting Live TV, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh dear. So you're down to this will be the penultimate lap. 18 seconds. Oh, I think it will. I don't know how. Well, actually, it might not be actually because the mod ones.
Well, the mods have just gone through now.
So there's 2 more laps.
So it'll be last lap board for them. So 2 more laps for our GX Pro Karts, GXUK Pro Karts, and this is a great battle, isn't it? It hasn't died off at all.
Come back in up the inside. Very much.
Side by side at Warnes, he's made it happen, but no, he has not, because the 22 there, Ben White, just hung on the outside there.
Those damn corners, those left-handers off and right. The right-hander was great, the left-hander not so good.
Great switchbacks, make for great racing, don't they? You're on the outside for one. Here he comes again, down towards Shoemakers, but defensive driving from the 22 there. Hangs onto it through that very long right-hander. This is the home hairpin, the left-hander coming up now through the little kink into the braking area. Has to keep it tidy. They've got back markers in front of them. Back marker waves them out of the way. There you go. Go through on the inside. Through Rossi. This is the left-hander sweeping into Clinton's. And this is all looking for a way by there, but there's just no room, is there? Into Barney's, out of Barney's, towards the Warne hairpin. They're side by side, are they? Not quite. And time running out for these two as we get them towards the last lap board.
I'm not. Yeah, it is the last lap, isn't it?
Yeah, fourth and fifth. This is the fight for.
So fourth, fifth in modified, or fourth overall?
No, fourth and fifth in modified. It's actually seventh and eighth overall.
Right.
We've got 4 mods who are about to take the checkered flag, Nick.
Oh, right. Well, who is the leader?
There he is.
Oh, right, missed him.
Yeah, that's the number 3, Chris Williams. We will get the checkered flag for the mods. Yeah, they seem to have disappeared. Lee Mitchell second then. And it was Chris Williams with a great drive there to get ahead of Lee Mitchell, who was our early leader. Tony Whitehead finishes in third place in the Mod 160s. But the winner of the GXUK, just ahead of these two, who are still squabbling it out, aren't they?
As you should. There's
absolutely.
Over 100 metres to go.
All the way to the flag here. It's going to be Ben White, though, who hangs on to that position. Is it?
Yes, Justin.
Right, yeah. Christian Bellaby took the win in GXUK Pro Kart. Ewan Rayner was second. Nick Williams third. And then it was indeed Ben White, Alex Mays, Richard Melton Baxter, Chester Trelawn, Rob McGowan, Michaela Pottas, James Knight, George Pottas. And then we lost Chris French from the Mod 160s, Kiri Chiakli and Leon Chiakli didn't take the start, it seemed.
Yeah.
Right. That's a great way to kick things off. Some
Not
great racing
bad
there.
at all, yeah.
Great racing there. We've got the 115 UK out next. That's the TKM engine class for the 115cc's, 115cc TKM engine. These are an air-cooled single cylinder, 2-stroke, old school stuff. We've got people already joining us on the on the street.
Yeah, actually, if those who watch the stream, actually, what we should probably do at this point is say hello. Because I'm afraid we had a bit of a problem with YouTube.
Oh, did we?
YouTube didn't start when it was supposed to start. So we actually started about 8 minutes later than we thought we did. So we were talking to ourselves for 8 minutes in a happy vacuum.
Well, we've done that before.
So
do you want me to come in again?
You both come and say hello to everybody with us. We'll say hello to you all, but we are now live.
Right.
But it was a weird... It wasn't us. It was a YouTube glitch.
Right.
But
Hello.
we're running now.
Hello.
Actually, and if you watched us on Facebook, you'd have seen those 8 minutes.
Hello to everybody. Welcome to Karting Live TV. We are here at the 6th and final round of the Access Karting Series from Ellough Park, which is just on the east coast of Suffolk, southern east coast of Suffolk, just inland from Lowestoft. It is a bright and chilly day. I'll go so far as to say it's damn cold, actually.
It's damn cold.
Yeah, don't be taken in by those beautiful blue skies. It is, you can see by the attire that everybody is wearing off track. So here we go with the 115s. Sam Taylor, Jodine Mason on the front row of the grid with Ben Jessup, Jordan Coulson on row 2. We've got Luke Ogden, the champion there, carrying the number 1 plate. He's looking like he wants to take back-to-back championships. It's all very much open though, and that man Charlie Mason alongside is in contention. Jordan Kendall and James Cannon are next up with Ash Robinson and Adam Jenkins, Oscar Stevenson and Chris Rance, Gordon Smith, another driver in contention, with James King alongside Lee Gadsby, Adam Kelly, Dominic Houghton and Jonathan Bott round off the field. Here we go, Nick. The championship is up for grabs, only a 19-point spread between Luke Ogden and all the way down to, where's he gone? Gordon Smith on the O plate. Charlie Machen's in there as well. And we've got one of the protagonists who hasn't been able to come out today. So this 115 UK class of TKM karting up for grabs. The championship is very much there for the taking for any of these 3 drivers.
Now, I'm not sure the atmospherics are the same as we were yesterday, but the amount of smoke we were getting last night was unbelievable.
It really was.
The combination of whatever was in the air and what's ever coming out of the exhaust pipe meant it was literally, genuinely a fog of glorious tutor. Now it's just back to the normal, a bit smoky. Now, are they going to try and run round again? I think they are pushing. Yeah, they decided to have a second warm-up lap.
Yeah, as ever, pretty standard industry practice actually to give the TKMs another warm-up lap, get those engines nicely up to temperature. Gives the drivers an opportunity to get the tyres up to temperature as well. Like I say, it's a very cold day, so that's a bit of a task, and we'll see the karts not exactly in a balanced fashion handling wise in the early maybe 2 getting towards lap 3 before we see the tyres where the drivers prefer. So it's a little bit tricky under braking, it's a little bit tricky on turning in the initial stages of any of these races today. And we'll see.
They've got a nice, slow, long... I'm surprised they actually slowed down so early, to be honest. I'm surprised they slowed down so early because at this point they are going to risk oiling up. Just say hello to Zenico Racing, following Bella Froud. First time out. Well, good on Bella. Shout out to Fab Races, Billy Friday, and Leo_R_Racing. Can't wait to join juniors. Lol. I'm not sure what the lol part of it is, but I don't know.
Laugh out loud.
Well, no, it means, but I'm not quite sure why they can't wait to juniors to laugh out loud. Don't know.
I just can't wait.
Juniors.
Leo can't wait.
You can't wait. Just can't wait.
I can't wait to
hurry
see
love
Leo
out.
out. Yeah. Here we go then.
No, here we go.
Yeah, we both said here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. A pall of 2-stroke smoke. Let's just breathe that in, shall we? It's not so much Castrol R these days, that's how old we are.
Yeah.
Here we go then, out of the T73 left-hander there, and it's a sweeping entry onto the start-finish straight here at Ellough. And we have got a lovely pace.
Believe it or not, you're smoking that yesterday. There we go. Oh, nudging the midfield there, and 57 got punted off the track slightly. That's James Cannon. He's looked behind him, very offended, then carried on going. Battle of the white helmets there, 4 white helmets in the first 5. He's come around Schumacher with the first 5 white helmets in the first 6, actually.
You saw Sam Taylor there on the 88. He was the first driver to turn into Schumacher's, and you saw how slidey that kart was. Just didn't turn in, 4-wheel drift. But he's hanging on to that lead. There's a massive 7-kart battle in the midfield there as the 4 karts at the front begin to string out already. in these early stages. Drivers, again, just feeling their way around, I think.
Yeah, Jessup picked up second place with 3, and I think it's more of a case where they're just trying to settle down. And we've seen this yesterday, that we'd have these stretches out and people would come together. And well, they're doing the old pairing by the looks of it, Joe. With the first two, Taylor and Jessup, out and away. With a little bit of a gap now to the rest of the field. Not sure what order that is. We'll find out immediately. Changes there. It's Jody Nashin from Jordan Kendall around the bottom corner. First time.
Ben Jessup into the lead, Nick. Into the lead into turn 1 for the second time. And Jessup there on the blue and yellow kart. He took that in a textbook way.
We're getting bandwidth issues.
Jessup then out of the home hairpin. Oh, it's actually out of Barney's. Got my track map mixed up there. Already back towards us then. 2 laps completed, and Jessup it is. That's pulled out a huge gap. We're not used to seeing a gap like that in TKM racing. It's a 1 second gap already to Sam Taylor. Ash Robinson's gone up to 3rd. Jodine Mason just drops to 4th. Luke Ogden up to 5th now. The championship leader is coming. There's nobody in contention ahead of him, so he's ahead of all the championship contenders, Nick. This is good news for Luke Ogden.
Great driving. But the battle there, as we can see, intense between Robinson and Machin. Jodine in the 62-7 of Ash Robinson. Sweep round that top corner once again. Oh, where the hell is that top corner? That is Barney's. Okay. I'm moving my head to 90 degrees to try and work out where I am on the track.
Do you want me to turn that round? Because the writing will then be upside down.
No, it's fine. I'll get used to it. It's just at the moment I'm having a bit of a struggle.
Oh, because Nick wasn't with us yesterday afternoon. He was doing other things.
I was pressing buttons.
Yes, pressing buttons. So he wasn't talking about the track in relation to where we are on track and where our cameras are giving us. This is beginning to get a little bit intense for Ash Robinson, who is in second place there. The white helmet, the white nose of the number 2. The number 7.
Yeah,
and then behind him, Luke Ogden. He's the championship leader, Nick, and he's about to gather more points towards a back-to-back championship.
Can I just say how much I like the black numbers on the white background?
They are great.
That is, because
sometimes I can't even see them though.
It's the wonder of the old eyes we are having here, and up the inside, nice move by Ogden. But can he hold on? He's losing momentum. They come onto the start-finish straight. They sweep round across the hatchings.
Little bit of wheel banging. Yeah, Luke Ogden there making it very difficult for Ash Robinson. Ash Robinson coming back at Shoemakers. Can he? No, not quite. Yeah, getting very aggressive, these two, aren't they? This is very typical TKM karting, though, in fairness. I think the smaller footprint of these karts with the shorter wheelbase and the narrower track leads for great racing, and we saw a bit of wheel banging there, which no harm, no foul.
Not overly sure. They're not going to get caught up, actually, by the Taylor and Gadsby pair behind them. Taylor is with kind of the bluey-black kart. There's a whole train of karts now running behind them. They are beginning to condense up a bit. Obviously, we've got a leader, Ben Jeff, who's away. These two having a row. That's the 88 and the 40 who've swapped. So Gadsby's got past Taylor in the last lap. He's now picked up 4th place.
He's just done that, coming out of the one hairpin, actually. Yeah. And now that he's got by, it's Lee Gadsby who's pulling away from that number 88, Sam Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just under half the race. I suppose with the extra lap, it's pretty much half of the race left, Joe. So he's got time to bridge, but of course he's now in no man's land as far as slipstream is concerned. And I think there's a couple of places where we can get a reasonable amount of slipstream here. So it's probably useful to be following. There's the 75. That's Machin now. He's also having a go at Taylor, who's a bit of a sitting duck and loses that position. So Machin also goes up to 5th place, and they come herring down, literally, to the Wones hairpin. And it's all going on there. There's a 73, and that's Jordan Kendall wants to get a bit of a bite. And then Jordan Coulson, the 31, is also having a bit of a go. And the bright blue overalls of the 88 of Taylor, he's going to go over in 6th. So, back of the field is where it's happening. The top one, I'm watching now in the track, and the top 7 or 8 are now all approximately a distance apart from the leader, who's away by 3 seconds.
Perhaps we need to remind everybody that we have a mixed grid process here in Access Karting, so we are seeing the number 88 there of Sam Taylor doing a great job, who he may be contending with quicker drivers behind him, quicker, more experienced drivers. And Sam at the moment in 6th place, doing a great job there, just being the cork in the bottle, isn't he?
Yes.
Of a number of karts there. Jody Machin is the first in the queue to try and get by.
Yeah, it's a really interesting field here, because what we have got, so we've got Jessup from Ogden, 3 seconds, now a second back to Robinson, now a second back to Gadsby, basically a second to Machin, and then we have this bunch led by Taylor, where you've got 6 or 7 karts absolutely scrapping over those lower top 10 positions. Really giving us some top CKM action as they come down to that kind of bottom reverse corner, the inside of corner 1 at Holmes, which we're assuming is named after Denny Holm, but you can't tell because sometimes there's not a lot of crossover between 1967 world champions and modern karting.
I know. I know. I'm just wondering if there was a local story to that. Somebody of the same name as Denny Holm.
It's probably some guy who's a local grain merchant.
Yeah, somebody, could be anything.
Our very good friend John Hindhaugh, of course. If you find his name in the northeast, it's because it used to be a pigeon food manufacturer, didn't it? Hindhaugh's
Really?
Flour and pigeon food. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
if you go to Beamish, which is the museum of old timies, they've got a whole stack of Hindhaugh's flour and pigeon food.
Is that right?
In one of the
I was only in Beamish in the summer.
nice.
Look at that, scrapping there, the number 88. I'm saying scrapping. He's scrapping with himself, is Sam Taylor.
We've all been
Absolutely fighting the grip. He's fighting that rear end from coming round. Here he goes then, into Rossi, over the brow, that sort of oddly cambered right-hander at Clinton's, and then into Barney's, keeping up the momentum. Here comes the 62, though, Jodine Machin. Jodine trying to find a way by on the green and white stripes there of her livery, and just can't find a way by Sam Taylor. Sam doing a cracking job there.
Yeah.
He's absolutely feeling that kart around this track.
Yeah, no one's getting 6th place off him easily. The top 5 unchanged from before. The 4th and 5th have got quite close together, according to my timing. Can we move forward to 4th and 5th? Because they're now right together as they come up the straight, Ash. You just go across there. That's right. So these two now battling for 4th and 5th. That's a 75 of... actually, he's got it. Machin's already got past Gadsby. So whilst we were looking at the others, it's changed to 4th and 5th. And 4th now is that Machin car. Just about right there. Got the T on the end of the half volume sentence there.
Well, the 73 kart, that is not far behind this lot, currently in 9th place, and in that train of karts just behind this battle here.
Last lap board.
As the last lap board comes out.
So I think it's going to be too much of an ask for Machin on camera to get up to Ash Robinson, the 7. But we are, as we do often see, and you often talk about, Joe, different karts are fast at different parts of the track, and certainly that 75 has come alive over these last 2 or 3 minutes. And there's our leader, Ben Jessup. Giving a bit of love because he's been out in the front for, well, I think the entirety of the 8 minutes, hasn't he? Or certainly after half of the first lap.
Yeah, took the lead at the first turn, didn't he, on lap 2, going into lap 2, and then it looks like the number 3, third in the championship last year. I'm pretty sure he's not in contention, but he's certainly in contention to take the final here because that looked very dominant, didn't he?
Good win for Jessup.
Luke Ogden 2nd, then Ash Robinson 3rd, Charlie Machin 4th, Lee Gadsby 5th, Sam Taylor heading that train of karts there and hanging on to that, with Jodine Machin taking back that 7th place from Jordan Coulson. Jordan Kendall was 9th, and 10th was Gordon Smith, and a big thank you to Jordan Kendall, who wants to wish his mum Monica a happy birthday yesterday. So mum was 70 yesterday, and dad Ron, who was 73 today. And well done, Jordan. A top 10 finish for you, and a big thank you. We're expecting birthday cake later on.
We are. We all want birthday
but we're
cake.
we came in with a red cross parcel this morning.
Yes,
I enjoyed my time out,
parcel.
and I made my time out chocolate biscuit, actually.
Oh, look at that! What a lovely flag shot we've got.
So, moving swiftly on, we've got the GXUK seniors out next. This is one of my favourite forms of karting. The racing that we see in GXUK engine karts is absolutely phenomenal. There they are, getting ready to go out for their first heat. We had a couple of heats, saw them yesterday afternoon, didn't we, to get through. Got a huge grid of GXUK seniors. And Brad Philpott was taken out of the results yesterday after a technical discrepancy. Not quite sure of the details of that, but we'll leave it there. So we're going to see Brad Philpott spend the rest of today making his way back through the field. I think he's kind of settled with his destiny of being in the B final.
He is not condemned. He is
he's a condemned man.
Condemned. He is he realised he's going to be in the in the B final.
Yeah,
which is
pressure's off really.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So he's going to be not what he wanted, obviously, but. Anyway, so the GXs are out, and I reordered my job, which is to put up the grid, isn't it, really?
That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, you may have to be quite quick, because I'm late with it. Sorry about that.
Oliver Smith and Ash.
Well.
That's not the one. What is
the
that?
one?
It is the one, but it's not. It hasn't clicked in. Yes, that's because the timing hasn't picked them up, Nick.
Okay. Fine.
Ash Candola, I can tell you, is sharing the front row with Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith on the number 44 is our.
There you go, quickly.
Man.
Go, fast.
Ash Candola then.
Do we do it? Lewis Jones, Alex Horn, Simon Dean, Oscar Peretti, Tyler Nicholson, Sam Hopper, Alex Van Gee, Matthew Glazebrook, Damien Williams, Tim Cansees, Harvey Steele, Adam Holloway, Tom Angier, and Anthony Cassels, Ronnie Townsend, Matthew Roberts, Ben Webster, Jane Burgess, Carl Walker, Luke Tomlinson, Russell Worley, Ewan Wilson, Aaron Pearson, Stanley Wilson, Adam Obanowski, William Brightman, Tom Hayward Scott, Lennox Ferguson Walker, Tyler Davis, and Hugo Eriksson.
32 cards, that, Nick. 32 carts, that's how...
Well, you took so long to the second person that you were never going to get through the whole lot.
Well, I was doing other things as well when you finally sorted that out. So I had to lift me head. And it wasn't quick enough for Nick.
There we go.
Let's see. This is the best form of karting. They don't have to be the quickest karts.
I'd like to point out that somebody sitting, literally a metre from me, is trying to get all the bits given to him for one of these karts.
Pretty much got all the bits. I just haven't got the time to race it. This is the form of racing I would do. Here we go then. Look at that. 2 train of Honda engine karts going towards Degner 1, which is the first turn here at Ellough Park. And we crowd into that first turn. Everybody out of the first turn and heading towards Shoemakers for the first time, though.
Yeah, so it's the 44 kart I can see who's in second place. But I think that's actually the O-play, isn't it? Isn't that a situation where, no, he's not anymore anyway.
Oh, there's the number 44 spearing off Oliver Smith.
When one of these classes, the 44 was actually the O-play, wasn't he, on the timing?
I'm not sure it's this class, though, because Oliver Smith is showing up as the 44.
Okay, fine.
It's the 28, though, Lewis Jones, who we saw out yesterday, and we saw how quick Lewis's pace was. A little bit of tapping of helmets going on. I'm not quite sure what. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he was fiddling with there. There's nothing much to fiddle with on these carts.
Oh, he's pulled out. He's got an engine problem.
He's got an engine problem.
So he's obviously not run properly. That's bad luck for Ash Candola in the 45 there.
Across the line for the first time then, and it is Lewis Jones who will show in the lead of this race. Alex Horn second, Oscar Prietti is in third, then Matthew Glazebrook, Simon Dean, Tim Cansees, Sam Hooper, Oliver Smith, Ronnie Townsend, Luke Tomlinson. Ronnie Townsend, remember, that 9th place cart up 8 places for the former junior champion. And Luke Tomlinson up to 10th from 20th on the grid. Tremendous first lap from him.
Yeah, great. There's great movements in the middle of the field. Obviously, this is a mixed grid as well. There's some people who really are absolutely on it with both the preparation and the racing of these karts, but then you get to the front and everyone can do it. It gets very hard to make up positions. This is a battle here for second, third and fourth. Horn, Piretti and Glazebrook. Second, third and fourth.
No, I think that's third actually, Nick. There's the
No,
leader.
second,
they're second. Yeah, they've moved up. Yeah, where's Alex Horn gone? Where is Alex Horn? Alex Horn's dropped to fourth. He completely went missing off my radar. So, yeah, Nick, that's a shocker. Nick gets the order right. Oscar Prietti.
Can we go home now?
It's downhill from here. Just look at the way they slide the cart through Shoemakers there. You've got to be committed, haven't you?
It's a conservation momentum formula, even more than other karting, because effectively you have no power. So you have to keep the thing rolling. It's a very, very different technique. You can't V the corners. Corners have to be taken as smoothly as possible. It's all about minimum reduction of speed rather than maximum of input of speed.
Minimum of steering as well. You just feel the engine revs die the moment you turn the steering. Here we go.
Red, that's Horn trying to get back again in the red machine.
Yes, is that a red speed set of overall? So he's on a red speed chassis. It's an OTK chassis, of course. But chassis allowed in this class 2018 or 2018 1050 size chassis. We've got a
change
move for second. Matthew Glazebrook.
Yeah, and of course, as we said, the chassis will be updated. Well, not updated. You'll be allowed newer chassis from next season, which I believe is going
up to 22,
yeah.
I believe. So
it's quite good. There must be a lot of people who are doing, proper Rotax racing. Who've got a lot of chassis in their garage which were worth nothing and now worth a couple $100.
I know exactly where there is a lot of 2022 chassis.
Do you know where the chassis are buried? Do you?
Yes, I do. A lot of them are you wouldn't.
Not
good for scrap. Yeah, I need a word with a few people. Here we go then.
Joe's on his chassis.
That's not a bad idea.
Actually, I think. Hang on, we're stopping the broadcast. We're going to form a business.
Yes, we are.
We're going to sell some chassis.
Here we go then. Out in the front of this field is Lewis Jones, who I think is about to extend his lead when they click across that. Yes, he has. Going out to 3.7 seconds. Another fastest lap of the race from the leader, Lewis Jones, 51.27. But this is the battle for second that we're watching at the moment. Matthew Glazebrook with Oscar Prietti is right there on him. Just keeping a watching brief, it looks like, is Alex Horn in that all red speed. And Alex Horn, and that little mistake there from Prietti. And Alex Horn right back onto his rear bumper, but then it disappears through. By the time they get to Barney's, well, that looks pretty even, doesn't it? But nobody looking like they're in a sort of a position to challenge. They're following in each other's wheel tracks at the moment, just keeping that momentum going.
Yeah, GX class, a massive success. I actually learned something earlier today whilst we were talking about some other subjects, that there are two different types of engines, two different tunes of engines in the field based on the weight category you're in. So they effectively get over the issue about lightweight and heavyweight people by the heavier weight class has slightly more power. So it does give it's a really open formula, because obviously some people, but this is going to be driven. This is not driven by people who want to get to Formula One. This is driven by people who want to do karting. And
they're
on the whole,
sport,
they have very different physical shapes to your whippet-like 17-year-old who's trying to do senior max. So the fact that you can be a larger guy and compete with the smaller guys who are naturally smaller because that's how life's treated them. And it's done that by having two weight categories in the same growth, but they are balanced by power.
I think still weight being a factor. I think I'm still a bit heavy at 95 kilograms, Nick.
Can I ask all the people on the chat to write in with congratulations to Joe, because for the first time since COVID, the first number on the scales for him is a 14. The first time he's out. If you look,
I've got my eye on GXUK.
I know.
I'm telling you.
If you follow Joe on Facebook, you'll see there's a lot of pictures come up recently, because a few years ago there was a history, 10 pictures at some of your motorsport career, and it came back and there was a lot of pictures of Joe when he was running his British Touring Car team, and there's a lot less of Joe when he's running his British Touring Car team. It's very hard. It's always like it's your smaller, younger brother.
Yes, it was. It was a long time ago.
But he's on the way down again. And he's shaming me a bit. Okay, battling now between third and fourth.
GXUK, here we come. That's the idea.
Well,
I haven't got the time though. Need a weekend free.
There's a race at Warden-Law.
There is a race at Warden-Law. I've got my eye on it. Here we go then. The number 24 is Oscar Prietti, and he has got Alex Horn right with him. Now the driver just ahead of him, Matthew Glazebrook, who was being challenged there. This has kind of stagnated, Nick, with just on 2 minutes to go. We've got the leader, Lewis Jones, who's checked out, 3.7 seconds. He's still putting in the fastest laps, but Glazebrook not that far off. 50.96 was the lap time. Matthew Glazebrook, 50.99. That's their quickest ones.
Rhubarb Racing is disagreeing with. He's saying it's 2020 chassis.
Is it really? Right, okay.
Same position.
Right, okay. That's we were told, I'm pretty sure.
James is coming up in a minute.
22. Yeah, James Purchase is going to join us very shortly, actually, and we'll clarify that. Because that might have been a decision that's been changed since we were told 22. But moving it up by 2 years kind of makes a bit of sense.
Says, congratulations, Joe. My weight starts at 14.2, but I'm also 6'2".
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm only 5'10", so you're who's that? Iker.
Iker Sky, yeah.
Iker Sky, brilliant. Yeah. Iker, you sound fitter than me. At 6'2" at 14.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a high 14 now. I've got to say it.
It's 14.
It's still 14.
It's 14.
Though. Yeah.
Yeah, I can say that. Mine's 15. I can't stubbornly get under 15.
You're an inch taller than me.
I'm 2 inches taller.
Yeah.
I'm 2 inches bigger
I thought
than
it was an inch.
No, I'm 6 foot. I'm 6.5 an inch actually. I think I've shrunk now. I was 6'5" an inch. But old age withers us all, doesn't it, in so many ways. So Lewis Jones has made this an absolute masterclass, 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Who's going to beat him today? Because he was like this yesterday. He picked his way through, got in the front.
And the person who's most likely to beat him is going to be the B final.
Yes.
I mean, you need to find out if there's bump ups. There is one more thing to throw into the mix for everybody, and that is we expect there's a high chance of rain for the finals.
Yes, the rain is coming about 3 o'clock.
Or 4 o'clock, depending where you look.
Yes, mine's usually accurate, and it says 3.
Annoyingly so sometimes.
So it's going to cloud over, the bright skies are going to disappear after lunch, and we are going to get light rain, which is going to affect these karts.
No wet
insofar as they are not allowed grooved wet tyres, so they're on slicks. So we're going to have some slow motion GXUKs.
Still, lucky it's minutes and not laps.
That's when the heavier drivers will be thankful of their weight.
Yes. Look at my mechanical grip.
There will be mechanical grip out there. So we have got the last lap board being readied for Lewis Jones. As these three here, that's second, third and fourth. I love the lovely synergy from Alex Horn as well. I have the Red Speed overalls to go with his Red Speed chassis. That's great.
Very, very red.
Very professional. Yes.
Ton618 says my weight starts with an 8.
Oh, you're just showing off now.
Mine wouldn't even start with 8, it was kilograms.
Yeah, that's true.
He is showing off, basically.
Showing off.
Like a baby bird.
He might be 10.
We shift to our leader, Ash, and he should be coming underneath you soon. It's number 28.
It's Lewis Jones, who we're trying to pick up there, to follow up. There he is on that beautifully liveried kart. It's kind of like orange and blue and a little bit of black in there. As Lewis will come back into our view. Here he is, just coming in front of Lester Forbes, our cameraman down there, into what's effectively the last corner here, using all the track and more, and that is a very, very dominant. When he's extended the gap to 4 seconds, he slowed off there, so that gap's going to come down. But a 50.99 to finish off the race. Matthew Glazebrook finishes 4.2 seconds behind in second. Oscar Prietti is in third. Alex Horn followed him round in fourth, and then the rest of the field coming through now. Fifth place, Luke Tomlinson, as the checkered flag flies. We've got Luke Tomlinson in fifth, Matthew Roberts in sixth, Simon Dean, Tim Kansas, Sam Hooper, Alex Van Gien into the top 10, Kyle Walker 11th, Tom Angier 12th, Ronnie Townsend dropping to 13th, I see there. And then we had Adam Holloway, Lennox, Ferguson, Walker, James Burgess, Stanley Wilson. 18th was Ben Webster, William Brightman, Hugo Eriksson, Ewan Wilson, and Tyler Nicholson. The rest of the finishers there on the timer board, all the way down to 32nd place there. So, as ever, the GXUK senior class, very, very well subscribed. It's a great form of racing, this, because of the lack of power. You have to be very, very smooth, and so you have to be absolutely on it. And any slight mistake, and if you follow this kind of racing, if you want to follow this kind of racing more, I should say, check out Alex Van Gien. He came 10th there, did Alex. He's got a great YouTube channel that follows his exploits throughout this series with Access. Brad Philpott as well is another YouTuber who you might want to check out as well. But you really get a sense of the racing that goes on in that GXUK class, and it's just fantastic. The onboards that Alex puts on his YouTube channel are just phenomenal. And it's not necessarily that Alex is fighting for a win. Some of the best races he's had, and I've got to say, I concur with that. Some of the best races I've ever had were for 20th down the grid. You know, it's absolutely awesome racing, pure racing. Right, what's next?
It's another round of the GX. The Pro Karts, they didn't get out last night, so they're getting 2 early ones out. 2
early ones, yeah, getting straight on with it. Have we got anybody on the YouTube, Nick, that we...
There's a lot of conversation about weight, to be honest.
we have kicked that off.
Do you want to read the grid?
Yeah, Ton618, my weight starts at 8. She's a girl. She's a woman.
Could be.
Yes. No, it is.
Oh, okay. So it's Chris Williams on pole. He won't say anything, so I'll do it. Next is Chris French. Then it's Lee Mitchell, Tony Whitehead, Richard Melton Baxter, Mick Williams to the M plate, which he got in February. It's Alex Mays, Christian Bellaby, Chester Trelawney, Ewan Rayner, Kitty Chialki, Ben White, James Knight, Michaela Pothas, Rob McKieran, George Pothas, Leon Chialki, and James Purchase.
Now, James Purchase didn't turn out last time.
Did he not?
No. And he did say he'd pop up here. So he might not be out this time. So the Mod 160s are at the front there. That's a Mod 160. You're allowed to do quite a lot of tuning modifications. You've got billeted conrods, you've got different cranks, you've got all sorts of different ported heads, you've got different valves, valve springs, camshafts. It's a 4-stroke Honda engine, of course, and in comparison to the, I want to say restricted class, the controlled class of GX Pro Karts, GXUK Pro Karts, which have sealed engines, which you see around the country in various other Pro Kart championships, like the Endurance Championship, the British Endurance Pro Kart Championship, for instance. Sealed engines that are controlled, not allowed any extra tuning on them. The number 4, he's come on the scene, just puts his cart down. Is that Gordon? So waiting patiently for the release of these Pro Karts. So the 160s. Now, if we get any kind of interference with the race program today because of incidents and what have you, we're going to try and put out some of the interviews that we collated in the paddock show yesterday. However, that might be tricky because there's a great one with Tony Whitehead and Lee Mitchell that explains in great detail about the modifications on these cars. However, it's a 6-minute interview.
Can I ask you, Joe, when I sent you out with Ash to go and do the paddock show, what did I say to you?
Yeah, but your request was impossible.
I don't think it was.
It was.
I
And
said,
I'll explain technically why.
Can we make them 2 minutes? I mean, you throw them into insert periods.
I'll tell you what the interview would have been in 2 minutes.
Go on then.
Hello, you are Nick Damon in this case. This is your kart.
Yes.
Tell us about your season.
Yeah, you need to be very into it.
Gone.
You need more concise interview.
I wanted to know about these karts.
I know, it's fine. And
I wanted to know about
fine.
these Mod 160s.
Everyone can watch it. I'll put it live on YouTube at the end of the day.
Everybody wants to hear about them.
And you can see it at the end of one day. And here they all go.
Yes. So here we go. Nick has read out the grid. We'll get rid of that timing bar in a moment from that huge grid of GX1. Oh, look how cold it is.
Is it a bit chilly?
We've all done it. We've all come out of the collecting area and done a 360 or a 180.
They got about that. Those things really start themselves. We've got clutches.
Yeah, that's
we
true.
haven't got embarrassing to try and restart the blooming thing.
That's true. I did the whole street race where the chief steward said, if anybody spins coming out, that's it, your race is over. What did Bradley do? His brand new set of whatever it was, Vegas or Bridgestones or whatever.
Did you spin?
I spun, and I thought, I can't compete. But I got off it, and it was in the days when I could lift the back end and push start it myself.
Some time ago then.
And I did. It was a long time ago. It was 1991 actually.
Blimey.
Hull Street Race. What an event that was. Story for another time, I think. Here's the number 4 coming back into place. That's Tony Whitehead, who we were talking to yesterday, giving us the technical explanation as to what you can modify. We are missing one of our Mod 160s. Now then, who is that we are missing? So Tony Whitehead's out there, Chris Williams is out there, Lee Mitchell's out there. It's the 28, isn't it? The 28 is missing. He had a few problems getting started last time. And with 3 Mod 160s, the rest of the GX Pro Karts being led around by Richard Melton Baxton, Alex Mays, Nick Williams, Chester Trelawney. Again, mixed grids here, so we are going to see, well, we'll certainly see the 3 Mod 160s pull away and leave the more controlled engined Pro Karts to their own race.
So much more power have they got?
Well, they're revved to nearly 9,000 revs.
Okay, quite a bit then.
So, I'm not sure about, I think Tony said it's hard to judge on actual horsepower outage, but it's the way they rev, really. And they're already through Shoemakers, and as ever, the
Whitehead's
3...
taken Williams, isn't he?
Yeah, the Mod 160s have pulled away as we thought they would. Tony Whitehead ahead of Chris Williams, Lee Mitchell
leading
off into the lead. It's the kart in 4th place there. That's the first of the GX Pro Karts. Let's stick with that one, Lester. The 27, here we go. He is leading. Richard Melton Baxter. Here we go then. To complete the first lap, the three Mod 160s, Lee Mitchell, Tony Whitehead and Chris Williams, with Richard Melton Baxter. He's the first of the Pro Karts, the GX Pro Karts that is. Nick Williams on the M plate, the Macy Cup winner, right there with him though. And it looks like he's going to have a look very, very soon, Nick.
Yeah, for the class lead. Down the bottom at Holmes, and then coming back up towards our camera position for they sweep left through O'Rossi. And you turn into this kind of sort of right with two apexes with Clintons, and you go underneath
It's a funny one, isn't it?
our camera at Barney's, and you come into Wone's hairpin. He glances over his right shoulder, but that blue and white machine is still there, no further, no nearer or no further than it was a lap ago.
Who was it that was telling me yesterday, when you go over that brow, as we've got a challenge for the lead of the Pro Karts, the GX Pro Karts that is, it's the Macy Cup winner, Nick Williams, down the inside and off into the lead, and who's this coming in third? Christian Bellaby is right on the rear bumper now of Richard Melton Baxter. And this is a great battle. Just want to talk, well, I'll wait until we get to the part of the track and then I'll say what I was going to say, what I was told yesterday. As we come out of the home hairpin, head towards the very, very fast Rossi, and then this section here, or there, is where they go over the brow, and you get butterflies as you go over the brow because it's such a gradient.
Yeah, brief glimpse there of Whitehead and Williams. They're still very close in the Mod 160 class. And sweep again. So, as always, with two classes, you try and cover both ends, and when they're quite close, it can be quite difficult. This is now the meat of the standard class. With the 63 Ewan Rayner attacking Richard Melton Baxter, who's kind of going backwards in fairness to Richard. Down in, I think, third and fourth in that class. Right on his tail, isn't it? The Rayner machine.
Yeah, it's the 27, Richard Melton Baxter, who started towards the front of the grid, is obviously dropping back towards the clutches of the more experienced, faster drivers. Over the brow there at Clinton's there. That's where you get the butterflies, I'm told. And here's a move, or is it? No, he did have a look, didn't he?
A thinky move that didn't happen. I think that might do it, and I decided against it.
Yeah, just didn't have the momentum into the braking area for the Warren's hairpin. Here they go though. He pull alongside here. Can he hang on? No, he slots back in.
Oh, he's very much he's looking not only for an open door, he's looking for an open door, an invitation, and possibly a tray of cakes to eat when he gets there before he's going to go past.
Ewan's going to have to be very, very cagey here because Alex Mays is right on his bumper as well. And if he makes a hash of the overtake, he's good. Yeah. Oh, look at this defensive driving, Nick.
Well, it's loud. It is loud here, you know. You're not America.
Yeah, that's right. Defensive driving, then, what we're seeing here from Richard Melton Baxter, who's third in the GX Pro Karts.
Back up with our leaders. That's the leader of Williams, and Bellaby behind him in the 66.
Yeah, even though Bellaby's there in his wheel tracks, not
that
really.
Gap they've got now, third and fourth, absolutely nailed together. Again, looking slightly to the right. Will he go this time around? Now looking to the left, and then not doing anything. I understand why, because if you make a move and you lose momentum, you're not going to get past. Now he's thought about it. Is it enough? He's like just about like front wheel to rear axle. That's not quite enough.
Oh, down the inside, no. That's all about the brakes, isn't it?
I thought at that point, I thought that Williams had lost momentum, but I think he actually slightly stymied the progress of Bellaby, and that almost let the 95 now of Alex Mays, who's come right through into the higher position.
It's a great drive from Richard Melton Baxter here on that black and sort of, what's that, turquoise livery cart at the front of this train that we're watching. He's doing a great job. He's just, he's staying on his line. He's positioning his car to the middle of the track towards the braking area, just going down to the first turn there.
That's the leaders right together. The leaders of the unmodified part. Just the Pro Kart leaders back together again. Whitehead and Williams.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much in control there for Nick Williams. He's controlling the pace there. He's controlling the pace. He's driving it flat out. I'm not saying he's like sort of, easing,
stopping, retuning the radio.
And can I just say to the number 66, your front number plate is no good for our TV whatsoever.
Oh no!
Orange numbers on a red background doesn't work.
No, that's
for my eyes.
That's more of a colour blindness test than anything else.
Thankfully, a white plate on a
White numbers
on the side is better. I can identify it. And I need to identify it because you're challenging for the lead of GX Pro Karts, Mr. Bellaby.
You told me it was all in hand.
It looked like it is, but then they always try and prove me I'm an idiot, which isn't a high benchmark, to be honest. Isn't exactly a chore. I thought they had this in control to Nick Williams, but now, and you know what it is, Nick? The 2-minute bell is metaphorically sounded, and this is where Christian Bellaby.
Not just Junior Rotax, it's all of them.
It's all of them. No. It's everybody. You know, the 2-minute bell is right. Now I need to make my move. Now I need to make this move. They get towards the final turn here. And then it's all about that momentum all the way down the start-finish straight, through the curve there, and then into the braking area for Degner. I think Nick Williams has responded as well. They've maybe been playing a bit of a high-speed game of chess, maybe. Just not having enough to get alongside.
Yeah, the two of them absolutely battling. Behind them, the top three, by the way, is very spread out in the Mod 160s. Mitchell from Williams and Whitehead, they're all 3 seconds apart, so they've nailed that one down. Oh, up the inside, the 66 looks hard, but Bellaby not going to get past Williams there. I mean, I don't know whether he's trying to just get in his peripheral vision. Well, it's a hard thing to do in a kart, isn't it?
It's a flat-out section, that. It's not. There's no speed difference, so everyone's flat out. So it's not where you make the ground. It's this part here where he needs to be very smooth, come out, maximise the exit speed. But likewise, Nick Williams is maximising his exit speed, and as you can see there. Now then, just ahead of them, just out of shot there, we've got back markers that are going to come into play with 40 seconds or so on the clock.
Going to have a couple more laps because of the speed of the Mod 160.
We are going to need to encounter this back marker though. That's what I mean.
And he's seen what's going on and let it run through him perfectly.
Right, George Potlas there, very.
Oh no, but I say that a half mile an hour loss of momentum gives a chance for Bellaby, and he's going to try going the long way round. It might even work. He's coming through, and no. Williams says, I've got just the line, 4 corners on, but they're now side by side, coming to Wones, but not quite close enough. And absolutely good point there. Even that marker got out of the way. It was just enough of disturbance to give them that half mile, 1 mile an hour overlap, and nearly forced Bellaby into the lead of the standard class.
That just really highlighted how important momentum is, and equally, perhaps more, loss of momentum being the key. And he lost that fraction of a mile an hour, didn't he? And it wasn't down to George Potlas. George Potlas heads up driving from him. He got out of the way. He didn't want to be part of it. And he did a great job as that being overtaken and being lapped as a back marker. This has left the lead of the GX Pro Karts, though, up to these two drivers here. Flat out section, side by side. Time running out for Bellaby to get by. And he knows that. Through Barney's. It's just the switch back, the side by side, but down the inside has gone the end plate. And into T73 for the final time then, as the Mod 160s have completed their race and took the last lap board.
No,
they're on their last lap is what I meant, Nick. I got excited with this battle here for the GX Pro Karts. They will continue now towards the checkered flag, and Bellaby time running out here.
Yeah, he's tried left, he's tried right, he's tried throwing up the inside. I think the basic fact is they're too evenly matched. And track position should be king, and I'm not quite sure in a heat how much Bellaby wants to force the issue. Yeah, he's prepared to go side by side, but I think if you've got a miracle lunge, you're going to save for the final, aren't you? You're not going to go telegraph in advance.
Yeah, he's still trying to get by though.
The inside will work for the end plate, though.
This is a very tricky part of any racetrack here at Ellough Park. And it's a way to end the lap there as the checkered flag flies from the Mod 160s. This is the GX Pro Karts, though, taking a very narrow line through the sweep of that curve onto the start-finish straight for Nick Williams, who did indeed hang on to the GX Pro Kart win. GXUK Pro Karts, then Nick Williams, Christian Bellaby, Richard Melton Baxter. Great drive from the number 27 to hang on to that third place. We then had Alex Mays, Ewan Rayner, Ben White, Chester Trelawney, Michaela Pottas, Rob McGowan, George Pottas and James Knights. The Mod 160s went to Lee Mitchell with a very fine drive there. He had a gap of 3.3 seconds to Chris Williams, who had a gap of 9.3 seconds to Tony Whitehead. So the Mod 160s, Nick, they might sound great, but they're very spread out there when it comes to, and that's quite uncharacteristic for karting, isn't it? But that's the nature of the
small field.
Yeah,
a non-standard kart, a kart you're allowed to work on, you're going to get a bigger spread, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So next we have the 100 UK. No, we don't.
ignore me what I just said.
We have the 100 UK seniors.
We do have 100 UK, so ignore what I was going to press, but still don't ignore what I'm going to show you, which is the grid. And there it comes.
So this is the 100cc TKM engine class. Brendan Williams and Cody Pennington share row 1. Thomas Purchase with Dave Cameron on row 2. Then we've got Paul Strither alongside Sergio Taggio, Andrew Hicks and Scott Williams, Callum Bergman and Chris Prescott, Michael Cornell and James Phillips, Oliver Misters and Leonardo Taggio are next, Simon Diver and Ross Goodwin, Jordan Kendall and Dexter Bergman, Hayden Taylor and Ben Miles, Matthew Lawrence and Owen Potter, Marcus Gray, Dominic Pine, Bradley Dyson and Lee Hackett, Samantha Topless and Sebastian Muzica, Pete Townsend, not that one, is alongside Liam Page, and Tom Scott and James Mullen round off what is a beautifully looking 32 kart field. And we had dinner at the same Indian restaurant as Leonardo and Sergio Taggio, didn't we?
Unfortunately.
Yes, unlicensed, which we didn't
Which
know
didn't
about.
appear to bother Laura more than anyone else. She was what it really wanted to be.
That's right. They have been released. We are going to have a poll of two-stroke smoke here. Now, these are slightly smaller, I think. Please confirm that for me, will you? Slightly smaller wheelbase, slightly smaller track, narrower track than the 115 UKs. Please tell me if I'm wrong. I may have found my information from a dodgy source. But there are 100cc UK engines, 100cc TKM engines, I should say. So this is when TKM first appeared with this formula of engine, which was mid-90s? Yeah, mid-90s, maybe even early 90s, 92, 93. This was the engine. So a 100cc, single cylinder, air-cooled motor, simple carburetor, simple exhaust, relatively speaking, but an absolute world of pain if you get it wrong.
Yes, and a lot of oil and a nipped-up piston.
Yes,
and a misery as you spear off. Wondering what
some people enjoy that part of the sport,
spearing off and
just sanding down the side of your piston where at the high spot. We've all done that. Not sure if these modern iterations.
I really used to hate replacing the roller bearings when they weren't captive. Remember
horrible.
that?
Yes,
it had
horrible.
every single roller in.
Absolutely vile.
And you didn't want to put thick grease, that would slow them down. So you had to put like a bit of grease, and then once you finally built it, to flush the grease back out
to your
again.
finger.
I know. Yeah. Or one would roll off on the floor.
And just gone.
Detritus.
Yes.
And you go, and then you always, and in the end you go, I'll use one from the old one.
I used to do it in laboratory conditions with a hazmat suit and everything.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, just to ensure there's no contamination.
I didn't mind pistons. Pistons were easy.
Right then, the number 7, Brendan Williams, will be the man to beat here. He's starting at the front of the grid. Cody Pennington alongside.
Also, I'm going to tell you about during this race. I'm going to tell you about a really interesting YouTube page. The video I saw this week, which made me think, I can't believe I wasted so much time back in the 1990s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to go away with the 100 UK Senior, the massive grid. And don't forget the 10-year celebration, which Axis Karting are putting on in July at Buckmore Park. We're going to have to beat their record for 100 UK, which currently stands at 72, I believe, entries. Another festival of 100 UK racing at Buckmore in July next year.
Yeah, that's really... Wishing my life were here. Really looking forward to something in July of 2026.
Again, all right, I can tell you something. Okay, so this is what I saw. You know how we used to try and run... We've got a two-stroke. You've got a petrol fuel oil mixture, yeah? And the idea was the more petrol, less oil, the better. Yeah, so you've got a nice,
leaner.
Yeah, so 20-to-1 was better than 16-to-1. Some guy did a test back-to-back of vast number of different things, and it made no difference. The difference in power was like 0.1 of a horsepower from something that's going to nip up immediately, so it'll run really well.
It felt like there was a difference on that long straight at Felton when I leaned it off.
Well, I just tuned it up. It has nothing to do with the oil mixture, just you got it on tune.
Well, I leaned it off. I leaned it off with my mixture.
He ran 16-to-1 to 30-to-1.
Oh, you mean the oil mix?
Yeah. And only managed to find like.
So it did make a difference when you leaned it off on the mixture screw, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, cool.
Right.
But what I'm saying is because you had more oil in the fuel, it wasn't going to nip up.
Ah, right.
Because we used to run it like I think we used to run 20-to-1.
Well, you'd still, yeah. So
because you could have run 16-to-1.
The oil is combustible as well.
Yeah, but you could have run 16-to-1 and had the same amount of power, which we didn't realise at the time, and well, I'd say that's how it worked on a Rotax motorcycle engine anyway, which was very, very simple. But so they go. So much time trying to remember.
It was all part of the scene, though. It's still all part of this scene as well. If you step into the paddock. Right then, James Ogden leading the championship. In fact, I think James Ogden might have clinched the championship already. So we've already crowned our champion in the 100 UK senior class as we get towards the first
foggy
heat of the day for this class. Yep, as ever. Look at that! Look at that smoke there. Yeah, against the light here of the low sun, the low autumn sun here.
Here we go.
It is the number 7 though off into the lead as we thought.
Williams has taken the lead quite easily. He's leading as grid order from Pennington in second place. He goes a little bit wide, offering a chance for third place man Dave Cameron. And Mr. Purchase is just about to join us. They sweep through.
Getting wide, the number 11 there, Cody Pennington on cold tyres, no doubt there, through Rossi for the first time, and the cold tyres catching him out. He's lost 2 places now. He's down to 4th. And that's allowed Paul Strether through, David Cameron through as well. Here they come then for the first time, Nick.
I'm just looking at numbers who weren't the first. I think the 11's made a number of moves for. I could have misread a kart number, of course. Wouldn't be the first or the last time. But there was some big movement. Yeah, the 11, Cody Payne, of course, he's come right through now. He's in 4th. Cornell 5th, Cameron 6th. And they sweep round. Bright red 26 on camera at the moment. And that is your second place, Paul Strether.
It was Scott Williams who came through as well. Where did he appear from? Dave Cameron's down in 6th. So Scott Williams on the number 40 there, the yellow and blue kart.
Second and third battling away.
Yeah, right on the tail of Paul Strether. Strether challenged at Barney's and loses out to second place. He's going to fight back though, is he? Settles in behind the number 40 who was absolutely hustling that kart through the Warnes hairpin on towards the end of the lap again. Then our leader, Brendan Williams, starting at the front. We knew Brendan was going to be a hard act to follow, didn't we? The number 7. But there's Scott Williams trying to follow fastest lap.
Trying to follow
fastest lap.
Catch him up, yeah. And they are again spreading out a little at the front. Now in 4th place, it's the blue kart of Michael Cornell, and they come round and back on the inside with his Holmes. And now the first 2 are getting much closer together. So Williams not getting away. So Williams is not getting away from Williams. So Brendan's not going to get away from Scott. So the 7 is Brendan, you can see. Same livery, same family. Brothers fighting away for the victory in this heat. And in fairness, you've got to say that Brendan's looking a bit racier at the moment than Scott. Scott doesn't fight it.
No, Scott is the driver on the number 40, Nick, who's just gone down the inside at the Warnes hairpin.
And pulling away.
And pulled away immediately. Now then, the number 7, Brendan,
I think
who pulled away very readily in the early laps, is now falling back to the clutches of Strether and now Michael Cornell.
He just had a bit of a hiccup on the engine or something, because he suddenly was a gap and he'd been caught by everyone. Now he's settled back down again, and in many ways, that was close.
Tricky. Car just being pulled off the side of the track there, stopped Scott Williams in his tracks.
Yeah, Scott lost a bit of momentum there. Now the top 4 are much closer, but I think that Scott's going to ease away, and it's really whether Brendan was just giving himself some breathing space to Scott, or whether he's actually got a slight performance. No, I think he's got a slight performance deficit, because the inside comes to 28. Perhaps he's done his fixture screw there.
I don't know, we were talking about that, but that's an interesting one, because he has dropped off his pace massively now, made that look very easy for Paul Strether to get by, and now we've got the blue card of Michael Cornell, who's lining up to pass him now down the inside at Shoemaker's, not quite pulling that off there. Yes. The number 7 looks like he is struggling for pace now.
A little bit. I'm just wondering, I don't think it's top speed's the issue. I think it might be pickup. He's been taken twice now at the hairpin, so it's when you come out from a slow speed as you go round Barney's, and the kart then got a better drive. In fairness, 85 a little further back, but it's whether he can now get up and down the long side, because the last 2 have done it, and when you pop out, did lose some space. I think in the middle bit, it's like a minor thing for the 7 at the moment.
It is, and I'm not quite sure what it could possibly be. He just disappeared at the start. Now, whether it's tyres, his tyres came on quicker, and there's the move. He's lost 3rd place. Michael Cornell been lining that up for a couple of laps now. And then we are just clicked by half distance, and by half distance, that blue kart there of Michael Cornell now into 3rd. Now then, can Cornell catch Paul Strether? That's the Streether on the red cart there, the number 26, then the blue cart of Cornell, and then that yellow and blue cart of Brendan Williams dropping back ever further. Is he going to drop back towards the attentions of James Phillips and Cody Pennington? I think that's the answer, isn't it?
The 23 and the 11 all black, and that's James Phillips and Pennington, you mentioned, just going round the corner now. Back up with the battle for second place.
Cornell's caught him, Nick.
Yeah, straight through, second place.
Yeah, caught him very, very quickly as well. So Streether is going to be overtaken towards Shoemakers. Great momentum from that number 85, Michael Cornell, and he's on a bit of a charge. I think the pace that we're seeing from that blue cart, Nick, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually catches Scott Williams. So Scott's last lap time there, 48.15. Yep. Was actually quicker than the 48.28 from Michael Cornell, but now that he's got clear air in front of him, and that was just textbook, wasn't it?
Yeah, just comes up the inside, had a bit of momentum. Not overly fought by Street, to be honest, but I love what I like is he's basically just bought a blue set of side pods, and then he's bought himself a blue set of overalls to match.
I like it.
It's classic club racing.
Yeah, want. I like it. Yes, he's even got his overalls belt flapping in the wind.
Jacques Villeneuve then didn't have a belt.
That's right.
It was very remarkable back in 1996 when he turned up, and now none of them have belts, do they?
That's right, they don't. No, I prefer the belt. Keep the belly in. That's another story. Right, so the gap to the leader was 2 seconds. So Cornell not losing too much, or not leaving Paul Streether behind that much. Streether he's dropped out of contention for a challenge maybe at Cornell. We'll get towards the later stages of the lap here. We're about to go through the left-hander, which is T73. That's the name of the corner, that is. And here we go then. Scott Williams across the line. 8 laps completed. The gap has gone out to 2.2, so that's a 48.05 from Scott Williams, a 48.28 from Michael Cornell, so he's not catching him at all, Nick.
No,
so
Cornell's got the pace, but to hold off Streether, but not the pace to pick up Williams. And we are now running down the last 2 or 3 laps. What's going on behind them? Let's drop back that battle in the 7 and the 23. The slightly hobbled 7, we believe, are Brendan Williams and James Phillips in the 23. They go up and out and through Clinton's now and over the hump.
He's a tall driver, the number 7, isn't he? You can see the way his knees are bent in the cart there. He's trying to kind of reduce the airflow by sitting himself really low in the cart. It's not causing him any sort of problem of pace because he's got good pace.
But we think gets out.
I would love to know. Yeah, there's the move. There's the move.
It worked actually.
It didn't. James Phillips looking down the inside. He showed his cards now. But look at the way that momentum lost there in that challenge there, and that's what you were talking about earlier, isn't it?
They've got more power on these carts, of course.
Yeah, to pull them out of that, but still relatively, you've got to be relatively smooth to get the best. Look at that! Look at all the track they use out of the home hairpin there, back on turns straight away.
One of the reasons, of course, why momentum is so important in karting is because, with the exception of a couple of classes, they're all single speed. They're all a fixed drive. You know, if you lost momentum normally, you just drop it down a gear and pick it back up again. You can't do that. You've got no gear to drop it down. You have to work through the power band, the torque range you have. Lapping going on. 64 moves out of the way quite nicely. And we are
on the last lap now.
So the last lap board.
So Scott Williams across the line to take the last lap board. Michael Cornell second, Paul Streether. And then this battle here between Brendan Williams and James Phillips. There's the leader there. Let's watch Scott Williams bring this kart home. He had to get by I think it's his brother, isn't it, Scott? Is it his brother, Scott? Scott Williams and Brendan Williams, brothers? Yeah. Had to make way for his brother, did Brendan, and then Brendan's dropped back. But here is the number 40. The yellow, white and blue kart there just coming towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, the Williams Catering guys, of course, one of the sponsors of the series, but
yes,
great performance by them, and they pick up the heat win through Scott Williams. Steps over the line, and he's going to win it quite comfortably by just over 2 seconds with Michael Cornell, and then it's Paul Streether, and then we go the rest of the field.
Look at how he finished, Nick. He finished with his fastest, not just his fastest lap, but the fastest lap of the race, 47.98. He was pushing all the way. In fact, he's the only driver into the 47s.
Okay, so Brendan Williams is 4th, then James Phillips, Andrew Hicks, Dominic Pine, Cody Payton, Matthew Lawrence, Oliver Misters, Jordan Kendall, Lee Hackett, Owen Potter, Simon Driver and Sebastian Miskika. They are your top 15 the other 16 races where you can see, because they're written down the right-hand side of your screen. And I'm going to hand my headset to a person way more important than I am.
Yes, so we're being joined here in the comms box by series organiser, or one of the series organisers of the Access Karting Series, James Purchase. Coming up next, we've got the GXUK Junior class, again Honda engined. I've had my speculation as to whether the 100 UK chassis are smaller than the 115s. Thank you to Gaz Bury. The regs state that they are, barely anything in it. But a good morning to James Purchase. He's got things underway. James, you finished your chores this morning, and I'm happy to be able to have a chat to you and clarify a few things. Congratulations on another tremendous season. Access Karting, I've got to say, one of the success stories of UK karting, whether you like it or not, mate. You've done a great job here, because your grid size are something the British Championship would absolutely love to see, but they're not.
Well, we try to keep under the radar, but unfortunately we keep generating the grids to get us there.
Well, that's because the racing's great. I mean, and the classes are affordable classes. This is entry level motorsport, mate. Entry level karting.
Absolutely. It's been a bit of a journey since last year. Obviously, we were here last year with sort of 70, 80 less entries than we've got this year, and it's just all steadily grown. Obviously, as the word gets out and people invite their friends, they realise.
I'd like to think the live stream helped.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you
A lot
something.
of people say they've seen it.
And I'll tell you something. I have sang the praises of the GXUK classes, the junior and the senior, because that was one of my favourite classes. And all the karting we do and all the motorsport we do all over the world, quite literally, I've been looking forward to this event for months, since we last did it in May when we came out to Landau with you. The racing in that GX category is pure. And of course, the TKM engine classes, that's, for me, that's where we all started, in that single barrel, air-cooled engine.
Yeah. I think if you look back to the 90s when TKM started, which is obviously where UK takes all of its chassis and routes, it was the entry point at that time. And as we've moved along, obviously karting, I think, it's reasonable to say karting is becoming more and more expensive. The team structures have come in and changed the format in a lot of ways, and this sort of harps back to Lad and Dad, but we've had to put a slightly different twist on it, and then the Honda stuff has grown out of that, and we are starting to see, I wouldn't say we envisaged, but we assumed there would be some progress from these classes in the Hondas then into the TKMs or the Pro Karts or whatever else, and we are seeing that now. So there's going to be, I keep getting contacted about, is there going to be space for the memberships for next year?
Right.
And we've got quite a waiting list of people who seem to be ready to press the button on the 1st of November when we open to renew, and the 1st of December when we open for new people.
And there's the grid, by the way, for the GXUK Juniors. Hopefully you spot the driver you're supporting out there. This is the first time we've seen the GXUK Juniors out to date. This is, you talk about a way to go karting. It's got a club racing feel, but on a national level. Yeah. And it's a move forward from just racing at your local club.
I think so.
And you want to go travelling the country. There's always stories to be had, not just on the track, but off the track as well when you get involved in a national series. And I think this is what the attraction is to what you've done.
Yeah, I think a lot of people can get. You can see it both ways. There's a cost to travel, and then there's cost to equipment, isn't there? And yes. I think we've taken out the cost to equipment to allow the travel. It gives a bit more variety for the racing, but we should watch the start, shouldn't we?
Yeah, here we go then. Niall Green, Lucas Brown, that's your front row as we head towards Degner for the first time. It looks very chaotic, I've got to tell you. When you're in there, though, it's not as chaotic as it looks from the outside. You've only got to concentrate on who's in front of you and who's behind you, and already we've got this pack racing mentality there. It's the number 24, Niall Green, from the front row, who will head down towards the Hulme hairpin. And just look at this train of kart. This is very, very much in the nature of GXUK racing, as we get a train of karts already forming. We've got an incident down at Hulme's. 4 karts involved with that, but right now we've got a cracking race at the front of you, James. This is what we've become used to this class of racing being as tight as this.
Yeah, and it's amazing when you see a group work together and use the toe and push each other along, how they can break away from the field, and then the second they start fighting, they get sucked straight back into it. So it is quite an interesting class there, where I think because they haven't got tons and tons of power,
you've got to be intelligent.
Yes, you
have to be
know
intelligent.
when to fight and when not to fight.
Yeah,
I think. So.
And this is where you can form the experience of racecraft. And if you're watching there, wondering on how to get involved in karting, this is perfect, because they may not be the fastest karts out there in the UK, but this is where everybody's going the same speed. Everybody's got the same amount of performance, so you have to learn racecraft, and you have to be very intelligent there. You can't just fling your kart down the inside going into a braking area, because if you get it wrong by just an inch, then you're going to end up from first to fourth. And this is what we're seeing here with this 3-kart battle breaking away, but not too far away in fourth place is Riley Potts, as we have the Dragon plate holder Sam Blarney moving up into second already by the time they get back to us. The leader, though,
I will correct you. It's Sam Blamey, just because I announced him incorrectly for the first 2 award ceremonies. So, I did get corrected. Yes,
right.
Blamey. Yes,
right.
I got corrected.
We'll remember that.
But yeah, he's had some fantastic performances this year, and he's only come out of cadets this year. So he's moved up. He was actually I think he was in the cadet class when we were here last year.
So what's the difference then with the Junior GX engine to the Honda Cadet engine that we see at British Championship?
So the 160 and the 200 are no different. They're just on different karts with different weights. The 160, we don't seal them, they're just measured to the same as the MSUK spec that you'll see at any club up and down the country, because again, since the 200s came out at national level, the 160 sort of plummeted in value, so that's why we kept our cadets at 160s, and why we've allowed for 160s to be used in the junior and senior classes if you can be light enough. So Sam will be one of the 120 kilo drivers on a 160,
right,
and then the other drivers around him will be at 140 on 200s.
I see. Right. So we've got a mix of 160, 200s there, but your balance of performance is weird.
We had the weight a little bit wrong last year. I think we were 5 kilos heavier for the 160s, and that meant that there were only tracks they could really compete at were the tracks where you were like in long radius corners. So if you were at Landau and you were on where you've got long arcing corners, because the kart was lighter, they could hold it at a higher speed for longer and get away with being on a 160, whereas the 200s just had the grunt everywhere. So we've lowered the 160 by the 5 kilos, and it seems to have brought it into play where it seems a lot more of an even race. You know, there'll be tracks where one is slightly preferable to the other, but we've got a maximum lead limit of 15 kilos for a junior. So they can't just decide, right, I'm going to put 25 kilos of lead on at this race, 10 at that race, and I'll work out which engine's better. So a lot of drivers are sort of boxed into which engine they have to run just to make sure. Because I think the same with restrictors in like 115. I think if you had the opportunity to use all the restrictors because you're not over the weight limit, you can just bounce around. So we've taken that away a little bit by making sure there's a theoretical maximum and minimum for the driver on a weight. So.
We had a change of lead on that lap there. Sam Blamey into the lead. We also had a challenge for third. Jack Griggs trying to get by Ollie Dobson. I think Ollie's hung on to it though on the 36. But the D plate holder, the winner at Landau back in May. The D standing for the Welsh Dragon. The Welsh Dragon plate, he won that round at Landau in May. And that's why he's running that D plate. So we know how quick Sam is. Riley Potts though on the 69, he's not letting him get that far away. I mean, he's pretty much glued to his bumper, and with 3.5 minutes remaining, I'm beginning to wonder whether or not it's just a waiting game. Perhaps we're seeing from Riley Potts, is he kind of just weighing up the possibilities of where the weaknesses, if any, of Sam Blamey are, and it looks to be one of those situations there.
Yeah, you do find in this class as well the toe's relatively powerful, which is I think what keeps it close. So I think the sort of a 2, maybe 3/10 swing when you get past that, you suddenly got to cut the air and you don't get, because they're limited on power. The toe seems to be quite powerful. I think certainly more powerful than in TKM, I would suggest. So that's quite an interesting feature, that as soon as you get the lead, thinking you've got tons of pace in hand, you don't necessarily have tons of pace in hand.
And you don't pull away, and then you're pulling the karts behind you along, aren't you? You're cutting you're creating the hole in the air for the karts behind you. It's still very nip and tuck here. And again, Riley Potts there, just dipping his head down just to stop the airflow. cutting down that drag. But
I think that is the trouble following Sam. If you look, he doesn't cut a big car.
Yes, he's not, is he? He's really small, isn't he?
No, he definitely gets the extra benefit of having a big driver in front of him.
You are getting so Riley Potts there with the white helmet and the lime green flashing on the overalls. He's getting, look at that. That's a great shot there. You can see how much air he's got on his shoulders there. Absolutely. Sam Blamey not cutting any slack there, but this is pretty much a 6-car field for the front of the field here, and you might look as though Riley Potts in that second place is challenging the lead. He's got to be careful because Ollie Dobson, Jack Griggs, Leo Engels, Thomas Platten, I should say, is not that far away. Once again, a challenge there for third as Jack Griggs, but then as they come out of there, and look at that, let's go, let's catch them. Is the gesticulation there down the inside at Shoemaker. That's going to cost them or not. The 36 of Ollie Dobson there. Great driving to just remain composed and just stay with that momentum on the outside line through Shoemakers. So that challenge has been batted off there from Ollie Dobson. And here it comes down the inside at Barney's. They're beginning to get a little bit impatient here. And have we got a change of lead there? Did we see?
No, I think we've got a lap driver.
Or have we got a lap driver? Right,
so
yes, we have.
They can avoid all that.
Yeah, we've got a lap driver there who's not going to try and cause anybody any issues there. The number 20 getting out of the way readily there and not causing the leaders any problems. In fact, the leaders, if anything, have concertinaed back up. We're inside the final minute of this heat. It's the second heat for the GXUK juniors. And I don't think this is over, James. I think this is going to be... I think we're playing a high-speed game of chess here with Riley Potts. Just waiting for his moment. And look at this queue forming up behind him. If you were a betting man, you wouldn't put your money on any of these drivers here, would you? Because you don't know who's going to finish where. Because I think we're playing a bit of a waiting game. And it's one of those things. We mentioned how intelligent you've got to be. You can't just send it up the inside. You've got to plan it.
No, it looks like we're going to get 2 more laps, doesn't it? So we're going to just about make the start line before
they
get
get
the
the last
lap board. So a couple of opportunities coming. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to get a...
Here we go. 1 more lap before the last lap board, 2 more laps before the checkered flag. And with Blamey looking over his shoulder just to check where Riley Potts is. It's not just Riley Potts though, mate. You've got Jack Griggs, Ollie Dobson. Griggs finally making that 3rd place stick now. So are we going to see Griggs challenging Riley Potts? That'll play nicely into the hands of Blamey. But these two just giving themselves, edging a gap there through Clinton's. Into Barney's going to move for 4th. As Leo Engels down the inside of Ollie Dobson there. Let's see how that works out.
He had a bit of contact to get through there.
I think so. Didn't cost them too much though. They're still in a train, aren't they? This is tremendous GXUK racing here from the juniors here. And it's the last lap board. Easy for them to spot here. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. In a train down the back straight towards Shoemakers. If you're going to make your move, opportunities are running low. Towards the Hulme hairpin. No, people having a look at the space down the inside, but you've got to manage that speed through the corner. Through Rossi, through the sweep of Clinton's and over the brow there. Lovely bit of track there. Dipping down to Barney's. 3rd place having to defend as well. There's going to be maximum attack going into the final 2 quarters here of this second heat for these GXUK juniors. And it looks like the Dragon Plate's going to hang on to it. Sam Blamey, composed at the front of this field, didn't crack under pressure from Riley Potts in 2nd. Jack Griggs 3rd, Ollie Dobson 4th, Thomas Platten 5th, Leo Engels it was in 6th, Leon Blindell 7th, 8th was Angus Langley, Lucas Brown, and it was Lucas Deere who rounds off the top 10. So James, final round of the season means we're crowning champions here today, but we've already crowned some champions in some of our classes, haven't we?
We have.
So just remind us of who they are if you've got that in front of you.
So 115 is a very live championship, and I think that's continuing through the day with Luke Ogden leading it, and then you've still got Gordon, Smith and Charlie match in the mix.
19-point spread going into yesterday. Has that been updated yet?
I think that it's probably fairly static. I would
yes.
say. I think Luke's moved away from Charlie a little bit, but I think him and Gordon are fairly as you were. And then we've got into GX Seniors. Jacob Sharrock managed to seal that one up before this round, and that was lucky because he was in Dubai until early hours of this morning or late last night, and has made his way to the track to support some other people. But
was he on holiday? Was it?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't a sponsor. It wasn't a sponsor's appearance.
Yes, that was badly timed, wasn't it?
It was. I'm sure if he'd have had to, and the championship wasn't settled, he'd have made an effort to be here racing. But as it was all boxed away, he's decided to think better of it.
He's come here today, and it's blooming freezing in comparison to the
UAE,
so he'll been struggling out there.
Yeah, I can't imagine he packed his shorts. So, but we'll see. The Pro Kart Championship was settled, and that was to Peter Stott. So he's not here either, unfortunately, because I think he's from sort of Newcastle way.
He is, I know Peter.
And if he's not being paid to come down here from Newcastle, and like some of the people, he probably wouldn't make the effort with it. 100 UK, James Ogden secured the championship last round, had pretty much a faultless season in fairness to him, and he's the first person ever to retain that title in 10 years. So that's a pretty good effort.
And his brother Luke is the other Ogden who could do the same.
Yes, he could.
And that's, again, Access Karting history about to be made there as well.
Indeed. GX Juniors was settled at the last round by Jack Langford, but Sam and a couple of others have got quite a battle on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, I think. But I think as long as... because Sam had a really bad drop round at fullback, so I think as long as Sam doesn't do anything to end up with a big DNF today, I think Sam should hold 2nd, I think is the way the maths works, and 3rd, 4th, 5th was quite a fight. 100 UK Juniors, that is a very tight battle. I think going into today they had 16 points across 3 of them. I think that Kai had a DNF yesterday, Jaden came in 4th and Yelena won, so I think that should have concertinaed up again from 1st to 3rd, so that's looking tight. And F300 we've got a battle between Ollie Warner and Mike Kenworth. So Mike's the driver of the V-Twin, and Ollie's out there on his Acro. So it's going to be an interesting battle to get through the end of the weekend for those. So, but we won't announce any of the championships this weekend at the awards because I want to make sure that the maths right. Because I'm not personally on the timing. So.
We always consider the results provisional.
Absolutely.
Because they've got to get through tech for a start.
Yes.
And then there's the working out, certainly when it comes to championship, or even race results are always provisional. They've got to get through tech.
Yeah, so we did announce the winners last year, and we were here till quite late with me frantically on the laptop making sure everything was correct, but we've decided against that this time.
So when is your championship trophy presentation?
Our presentation night is at the Village Hotel in Dudley, because I don't want to travel. Because it's central, and we've obviously got a national championship, so it's not far from me, because I'm Midlands based.
Yes.
And that is on the 22nd of November. So we've got our O plate at Clay on the 15th and 16th, and then straight away, week after, we've got to get straight on to the awards. So I've got lots of engraving to do. You
have, yeah, and already before we even finish 2025, we already look forward to 26 with the announcement of your calendar coming out in the week.
Yes.
I think it was.
Worked hard to get that out as quickly as we could, and it always takes time, and it's always more complicated than you hope. So.
Yes, it always will be. Yes. Obvious reasons here is great news for me at round 5 that you're coming up my way to Warden Law.
We are.
I mean, that, we get, it's hard for me to judge because it's, my favourite tracks. I live 2 miles away.
Never been there, so looking forward to it myself.
Yes, everybody looking forward to that. I think when you talk about the calendar in the paddock, everybody excited. Right, we've got the 100 UK. This is the TKM engined 100cc class for juniors coming out next. Cosmo Cameron and Daniel Clayton on the front row. Jessica Williams and Logan Pedge are on row 2. We've then got Kai Turner and Mason Pennington, Seth Jones, Ollie Robson, Jack Scott, Joshua Watts, Devon Giles, Lucas Kelly, Jaden Sola and Yelena Osbar Scott. It was pretty hard to beat yesterday. I'm expecting more from her. Losing Guy and Sebastian Corking, Dominic Leon, Zach Lowe, Austin Taylor and Leo Warnes, and then Leo Stern out at the back of the grid, rounding off the field. Now then, Sebastian Corking,
yes.
There was a red flag in this one yesterday, and Seb didn't take the restart. Have we got a report on whether Seb's out there today, and is he all right?
Yes, I think he's fine. He essentially, the car that crashed with him managed to hurt his foot and go over his boot.
Right.
Very unfortunate, and we've managed to get him checked over with the ambulance and whatnot, and he's okay. I think he's got quite a badly bruised and swollen foot, but I think they're cleared. Well, they've obviously cleared him to race because he's racing.
Yes, good.
So we've just checked him over, and it's all good. And Seb's a competitor, so he won't want to miss out. So he's here going for it again. And
I see that Leo Warnes is out. He's here being looked after by a lad that I know quite well, Joe Story. But also Leo, the grandson of Alan Warnes, who the Warnes hairpin is named after.
Sorry, that's a piece of history I wasn't aware of.
Yes, and Alan Warnes has got a connection to me because Alan was killed in a tragic road accident in 2006, and also involved in that accident in the car with him was a very good personal friend of mine, Brian Hornby, which when you get to Warden Law, you will know that there's a corner named after Brian. At Warden Law, so that was a connection that we just found out about today.
Obviously, a shame they've had to have a corner named after them after such.
Yes, absolutely, yes. One of the founder members here as well at Ellough Park was Alan, and it was certainly a tragedy that stayed very close to my heart. So that's a very personal connection for me. As we've got the field of UK juniors, 100 UK juniors coming round, in an indication that we want to go round again. We had a bit of a chaotic outlap, and that to me, James, just again an indication of just how tricky these slick tyres are on this very, very cold track. I've waxed lyrical about how tricky it is. What sort of lap are we seeing these tyres coming in?
I think firstly to say we had a bit of an issue with tyres at the start of the season. So we used Dunlop SL3s, which are like the grippiest of the Pro Kart tyres that you can use for all our TKMs, because we want to hark back to the history of TKM, where it was all based on low grip tyres.
So what tyres were they on back in the day? Remind me. Were they on Bridgestones?
No, Maxi SL3.
Were they on Maxis? Were they?
I think.
Were they really?
It was 100. Was it 100 Britain that was on?
It was 100 Britain. That was on Bridgestones. Yeah, YBNs. Yes. Which was supposed to be a hard tyre.
Yeah.
But as the years went by, they went stickier and stickier and stickier. They were just like the Vegas that we binned a few years prior.
Yeah. So we've gone Dunlop SL3 for this year, and at the start of the year we were made aware of a supply issue. Now Dunlop's got bought out by a different company, and we've struggled to get them to import the tyre. So everybody in the field has been instructed that instead of using the 2 sets a season like we normally used to, they've all got to use 1 set a season. So as you can imagine, we're at the end of tyre life.
Right,
so warm up is at a premium, shall we say?
A little bit less rubber. We are racing though. We've gone green. And the field into Degner 1 for the first time there, out of Degner 1 on the back straight, very short back straight here, into this very fast entry to Shoemakers. It's the number 10 there of Jessica Williams, who is hanging on to that second place. The leader, though, I'll get a look at who that leader was. Is it Cosmo Cameron or Daniel Clinton? It's the 38, so that's Cosmo Cameron, who's broken free. And we've got a change for second as Williams has gone off there. And that was just, the car just wouldn't turn in, really struggling to get any heat into her tyres there, Jessica. Yeah, and that really caused her a lot of problems.
I think I got the undercut coming out the hairpin and put her offline a little bit, didn't it? It just wouldn't work up, so.
Here we've got a challenge on the 77. Daniel Clayton being challenged by Kai Turner. So the number 20, it's actually Seth Jones, the number 20, across the line. Cosmo Cameron, Kai Turner in second. Daniel Clayton, Seth Jones, Ollie Robson, Jack Scott, Jess Williams, Jessica down to 7th there. Logan Page, Mason Pennington, Jaden Solo up to 10th. But this is certainly turning into a bit of a ding-dong.
Just to show that we're a family affair, just if you weren't aware, Jessica Williams, daughter of Scott Williams, who won the race. So.
Yes, Williams Catering as well, one of the supporters of the series, aren't they?
Yes, they are indeed. Been with us for a long time. Racing. I think Scott started racing with us in 2020 and been a big supporter of the class and the series. So thank you to them.
Yeah, very, very, very welcome on board as well. It's quite a little enclave there, quite a family enclave as we head towards the start-finish line again with 2 laps completed. Cosmo Cameron, Kai Turner, Seth Jones, Ollie Robson, Jack Scott, Daniel Clayton. He's dropped to 6th there as we're beginning to get a little bit strung out. Just realised who you are. Into the home hairpin. And we're getting a little bit of a battle developing there. Jack Scott and Daniel Clayton there coming together. The 21 of Kai Turner not getting too far away as well, James. I mentioned as well the difference between the 100 UK chassis being slightly smaller in dimensions to the 115.
Oddly.
Are they fundamentally the same chassis but with different width axles?
No, they've used the same axles. Essentially, the frames are almost identical. It's the bodywork and the placement of the bumpers and things that actually makes it look smaller.
Right.
But the actual frame, if you stood one of those frames next to a modern frame, it wouldn't be
these
that
are
different.
these are older frames, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
So what sort of years are we
so
seeing?
these
This is
are all-
historic karting, I suppose.
To a degree.
Yes.
We go with affordable, but yeah, there is an element of historic to it. But I think everything that you'll see on the grid now is 94 to 2003 for
Right.
the juniors and seniors.
Right.
So
And there's still a massive availability of bits and stuff.
we're not finding fundamentally people struggling to find equipment and get on the grids. I think because 100's been going for so long. Next year will be our 10th year, which is another part of the calendar next year, but more in the Access Karting Festival, which we'll do, which has been supported by Talco, and we thank them for that. So that's great. We have lots of chassis availability, and people who've raced them and stopped racing and going to sell their chassis on in the 100 classes. A little bit less in the 115s, but I think there's more people come and race it. We're finding more and more people know someone who's got one, and that's sort of how 100 UK evolved. So if we look at 100 UK in the first few years, we were getting grids of low to middle teens, maybe a grid of 20 in the first year, 2 years, and then suddenly you just need enough momentum that everybody sort of goes and gets it out of the shed, don't you? So all of a sudden it sort of blew up, and we had a grid of 34 in the A and B final, and 3 I think it was at Fulbeck.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm expecting that sort of momentum to come through 115 at some point as well.
Right. So a Rotax Max chassis from 2002, where can I put that?
That would be GX actually.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be GX. You put that, or you could put it down there 300. But it has to be a specific...
With a ridiculous engine on it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
but it has to be a specific TKM chassis with a TKM plate to be legal for a linear TKM.
Right, I see.
So they're all 2 bearing 30mm axle, so that you can't do caster and camber. So it's not overly technical from the chassis side. There's obviously a lot to do, and people who are very refined in their approach and make the most of the chassis will find more to do than other people. But I think the starting point for TKM was it was meant to be simple, meant to be an access point to karting, as we're trying to use it now. So it's just a case of moving through those things.
There's the number 52. Now that's Seb Corking there, that young man with the injured foot in yesterday's incident, and it's great to see Seb out there, down from Darlington in the north of England. And Seb, a little bit out of contention. He had a technical infringement at round 4, went on holiday and missed round 5. Real life getting in the way of Seb's racing here, but he's usually been pretty quick and at the sharp end of this 100 UK TKM field. He did start in Rotax. I remember Seb being in the Minimax class in the NKC for a couple of seasons.
Yes,
and certainly out of my track as a Minimax driver. But finding his home with the TKM engine, his dad Graham and his mum Mandy travelling the country and enjoying every moment, don't they? They love their karting, and I think they love the fact that Seb is enjoying he's enjoying the TKM kart much more than he did the Rotax kart, he told me.
Yeah,
which is, he said I think he feels he can use the kart a lot more. There's a lot more from the driver, I think, is what Seb was explaining.
I think when you take some of the grip away from the tyre, I think it releases the driver to make the difference a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you've just hit the nail on the head.
Yeah,
spot on. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say. What Seb was explaining.
Probably should finish the tyre conversation. So we haven't got the Dunlop availability for this year, so everyone was locked into a single set, and we've done a load of testing over the winter with probably 15, maybe almost 20 drivers over the year, testing all sorts of different tyres, compound manufacturers, where we've settled on the Vega S1 for next year. So we're going to put the whole series on the Vega S1. So I think
where is that in the range of grip and softness?
I think it's their second hardest tyre they do. It's actually a fraction softer than the Dunlop we've been using. So the Dunlop is a 68 short tyre and needs a 66. So
and it's one set for the whole season?
2 next year.
2 sets for the season. Right.
But
I think that's the attraction unit.
Yeah. But we've also done sort of the whole series onto the Vega, so we can get like a big group discount and get a cheaper tyre for everybody.
Right.
So GX, I think, in a similar vein, we look at TKM and our ethos has been low grip, and driver makes the difference, and there's more for the driver to do. And then if you look at GX, it's worked fantastically to get it going because of the availability of the Maxi Sport, and it's just always been easy for people to get a second-hand set, jump out, test, things like that. But I think where we've got to now with the size of the grids and the competitiveness of the grids, we've decided to change it down in grip so that we can open it up to people being the driver, accentuating their performance a little bit more.
Yes.
So, you've got that triangle, haven't you, where you've got the chassis, the tyre, the engine and the driver, and they all kind of need to be a little bit even with your performance. I think what we had in GX was
you're talking about balance of performance here, aren't you?
And I think what we've done with GX, I think you've just pushed it a little bit towards tyre, which then starts to push it a little bit towards engine because you're on power more, and so the driver's becoming, or the driver could be seen to be fractionally less important than those other bits, or the driver can get away with a bit more. So what we want to do is really bring the grip level down so that you're not on throttle as much, so it makes the engine a little bit less important, which then brings the driver's ability forward in that equation.
Yes.
Not to say the same, you consistently see the same people winning and you consistently see the same people in the front pack, so driver performance is obviously a big thing regardless of what tyre you put down.
I suppose the bottom line as well, James, is you have to make it attractive racing as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think all we're looking to do,
there's lots of elements go into that equation.
Yeah, I think all we're looking to do really with GX in that instance is the same as we do in TKM. We want reasonably long braking zones so that overtakes are possible without it being a lunge.
Yes.
I think in TKM we've had that balance about right. You obviously get the odd mistake or a big move.
Of course.
Whatever, and that's just racing, and we accept that. But I think what we'll see with GX now is a little bit more of a swing toward that driver really making a difference in the moments that need to be made.
That's going to be interesting. Once again, we're already looking forward towards 2026, 2025. Not quite finished. We're on the last lap here for the second heat for the 100 UK Juniors, and across the line there, side by side. That was exciting, wasn't it? Cosmo Cameron. Just
less than
that, absolutely. Just on 900ths of a second there from Seth Jones. Seth Jones catching Cosmo Cameron right there on the final lap, but not quite enough to get by. Ollie Robson was the driver in second. Then we had Jack Scott, Kai Turner, Yelena Osbar Scott, Lucas Kelly, Daniel Clayton, Jaden Solo, and Lewis Ngai rounding off the top 10. Next out is the GXUK. We keep with GX in our conversation. Now we just spoke about them. It's the seniors next. Before we get, you have to go.
I'm gonna because James Cannon, because I did a lot of racing earlier in the year. James Cannon I've told him to prioritise a little bit of his own racing in 115, and he's out there clarking at the minute. So I'm going to go and take over from him, stand in the middle, get really cold, and let him go and sit on a nice warm engine and have some fun.
Excellent stuff, James. Thank you
very much for having me,
and thanks for having us. You know what? We do a lot of karting, as you know. This is the one we've been looking forward to.
Well,
and this is the class that I aspire to. If I'm free that Wardenlaw weekend, and it's still up in the air, isn't it? What we're going to live stream.
You might be doing what you're doing,
I might enter that. I wonder if I can pop out of the box and do the race as well.
No issue with that. I'm sure I can pop in.
Absolutely, right. James. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Cheers.
James Purchase there are one of the main protagonists, or the main men, when it comes to Access Karting. He's one of the organisers. James Cannon, the other there, mentioned James out there on the track. We've got our GXUK grid coming up next. Nick, if you can give me that. Yeah, I'm going to give you can take over because I need to have a pit stop.
Put that on, and we're about to get another grid. But we've had an amazing day of non-stop guests. We have another guest, and it's I'll introduce him as a previous racer. It's Glenn Freeman. Those of you who know him slightly better may know him as the man behind Bring Back the V10 podcast, which all us historic fans of F1 love. I particularly like it because that was the time when I was actually covering F1. And of course, also, what's your exact title within the race?
Editorial director.
So if you actually do follow the
very fancy, follow
the F1 or follow IndyCar or follow MotoGP or follow WEC, it's your go-to website. If you've got any sense.
Thank you. Very kind.
Now we mainly got you here because you are an experienced GX driver, of course.
Yeah.
You have you ran here last year. But because your history was you were kind of a top-level Rotax driver back at the turn of the century, weren't you? Turn of the century, buddy. How old are we?
Makes me feel very old. I did 10 years of karting, 90s and early 2000s. Intended at the end of 2004 to stop for 6 months and overshot by 2 decades.
Well, it happens.
And then, Brad Philpott, who obviously reigning or outgoing champion in GXUK, he and I got chatting middle of last year, and he offered me a race to come and do the finale this time last year, and it was amazing. It was amazing then, and to come back a year later and see where the series is now and the whole paddock is now.
Very convenient. You've sat down in time for a GX race.
Yeah, it's almost like a plan.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the grid. So it's Ben Webster from Matt Gravesbrook, Harvey Steele, Paul Hanley, Nicholas Barnes, Ethan Hall, Alex Van Geen of the YouTubes, Daniel Howarth, Andy Cassell, Jake Warren, Ronnie Townsend, Tom Angier, Simon Dean, Oscar Briotti, Tyler Nicholson, Tim Cantor. Well, you can read the rest. So,
would you like a fact about Alex Van Geen?
I've like 3 facts. You got them?
I've only got one. He about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, he discovered a crack in his chassis, quite significant.
Wow, really?
It's been emergency welded.
Do you know what? I love him. It's something about. I love any sort of approximation of mending. Like, the bigger the hammer, the happier I am. So give us an idea. Cause you came from Rotax and you went to GX. Give us an idea of the differences and how you felt that transition. I know it's 20 years in between, but obviously a race is always a race. So the transition between those two things.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that stands out with these karts is I would describe them as underpowered and overgripped. And I don't mean that in an offensive way. It's a bit like a Formula 3 car. We've always said that about those as well, the old style of Formula 3. So it's very hard. The gap between the great and the good drivers in this series is incredibly small. Yeah. Because there is a level you can get to quite quickly as a competent karter, and then the cliche of it's the last 2 tenths that are the hardest to find. There's lots of people who get to that point where you're trying to find those last 2 tenths. It's not like a faster 2-stroke series where that spread might be a second. Here it's 3 tenths between probably 20 of these guys at least.
And how different is there a difference in the driving style with the lack of power that you would use with a Rotax or something like that?
Yeah, definitely, because momentum is everything here. Because you haven't got the grunt. If you lose too much momentum, that hairpin in the middle as they're about to take the start.
Will we get a green light? It looks like we are. And they're off and running. And they come into the first corner, which of course is Degner 1, and currently they're all being very sensible. We put the camera there because yesterday there was no end of chaos. Oh, it's the first bit of slight chaos.
There we go.
But they've all been very well behaved. Well, the only one we were worried wasn't far enough away. And they come around the infield and they go through Schumacher's, if you keep saying it's not named after Michael, even though it should be. And there's the early shuffling around.
Is it named after Ralph?
I think it's very unlikely it's made after Ralph, unless it swings both ways. And they move through, and it looks like it's the 99 second. Yeah, I think Matthew's got away massively in the lead. The sun has not helped any of our cameras or any of our number recognition, if I'm really honest with you. And then you got Ben Webster in second. So basically, if you look at a circuit like this, I mean, I take it really is a case where you've just got to try and brake as little as possible.
That's it. It's about minimum corner speed. Keep those minimum speeds up, because in the two or three tightest corners on the track, that's where you gain and lose all your time. So when I was here last year, I was very lucky. I got to share some data in practice with Brad Philpott, the then about to be crowned champion. All of the time loss was around the hairpins, on the way in, on the way out. And if you're too slow in the middle of the hairpin, you pay for that all the way up the next straight. But then through the faster sweepers, momentum's important there as well as Paul goes wide. Because if you put too much steering lock on through this corner there, coming through now, you will bleed time there.
Yeah.
And so it's all about, you're driving your fingertips through those sort of corners as well. It's a really... Pass for third, was that?
There's something about that. Yeah, it's that tyre scrub, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You sit there, you think you are going to turn a bit of angle on, and of course, it is all about the feel. And 7 degrees of turning is great. 8 degrees, you don't realise you're using understeer, which doesn't matter if you've got some power.
Yes.
It does matter when you've got no power and you put your thing. I mean, did you get in the car? And this is interesting because you're used to, but in your pack, did you feel it was slow in the pack, or did you just feel it was kind of?
No, because you're all going at roughly the same speed, and the racing is frantic, as you can see here. There's always somebody to battle with, and you can't get away from people. I remember you guys on the broadcast last year, you described it a bit like NASCAR restrictor plate racing. It's exactly what it's like, and you kind of have to get into the point where you stop looking over your shoulder because you know there's going to be someone there. You don't need to check, and you've just got to make sure that you don't give them an opportunity into the next corner.
And there is Alex Van Geen, number 5 there, with his cracked chassis.
Welded chassis, no longer cracked.
Well, you say that. Who knows?
It might be by the end.
So was it the result of an accident, just as a wear and tear? He took a position there around the hairpin of Wones, and he's now further up the field with the 9 kart. That's up with 4th place. Ethan Hall, who was 4th last time over. He's now 5th. There's a constant change in ebb and flow. I mean that's the situation. I mean, is it a case where you have to plan your overtakes from a long way back? It's not a lunge overtake. It has to be kind of a gradual sort of slow motion momentum.
You've got to build up to it, and on a track like this, there's only so many places you can do it because you're not going to get a run on people into kind of every corner. So you've got to go, right, I can get a run out of this corner. So here, you're not necessarily planning to overtake into the corner that they're coming into, but if you can get a great exit from here, there's a proper braking zone in the right-hander when you come towards the paddock. So coming down here, you want to get a run out of where they are now, and then you can pass into there because it's quite wide, and you can run out wide there, which makes it a lot harder for them to come back you here. This is the corner where if you scrub too much speed off there, you pay for it all the way along here, and then you're vulnerable down to turn 1, where the entry is fast, but you can pass into there.
The other point is that's attacking. How difficult is it to defend? Defending by nature would normally mean you're on the right line. You're going to lose a bit of speed. So is it a case where sometimes you just don't defend and just hope you're going to carry the speed to stay ahead? Yeah,
if you defend too much, particularly through the faster bits, you are bleeding time. And I was down there on the dummy grid actually before the guys went out, and you hear them all having conversations. The ones who get on say, "Let's work together. Let's get away." Quite often, the guys who have a grid near the front will say, "If we can make a break, we'll have a race in the second half or a couple of laps to go." Because if you scrap and if you defend everywhere from the very beginning, you're just going to go backwards and you're going to get freight trained at some point because you're holding up 15 carts instead of trying to get away and have these little battles of twos and threes that we can see at the front.
So that's Van Gien there again in the 5 car. He's currently in 6th. He's been moving forward. Obviously, they have stuck that one back together properly by the looks of it. It's working quite well. Challenging a little bit further up the line. That's back with 2nd and 3rd and 4th. That's the 99 of Hanley from Harvey still on the 48, and then it's Oscar Perotti is it behind him on the 24. The numbers are so much easier to read early when the sun is at a slightly different angle. I mean, it's a lovely day. Apparently it's going to rain a bit later, which could absolutely throw all sorts of chaos onto these non-treaded tired cars.
That's the thing. These guys don't have wets. So I remember last year people thought it was going to rain before the final, and they're all taking the wheels off because they want to put a wet setup on. And I was there as a guest driver going, "It'll be fine. It's not going to rain. Don't worry." And it didn't. So I was right.
That was it. And remind us again, how successful was your weekend last year?
Well, I was running about 9th or 10th in the final when I got spun round at the first corner that they're coming to now with a couple of laps to go, and was left facing the oncoming traffic. But it gave me a memorable moment. I'll take that over finishing.
Did you take up the stewards, argue for a couple of hours,
Absolutely
get
not.
2 points in the guy's
However, I can't remember who it was that hit me, but someone else is on, because all these guys run onboard cameras, which is brilliant, because whenever there's an incident, someone's got evidence. So somebody brought a laptop over and said, "I can see what happened, so-and-so hit you." And that made that person, he's a very nice guy, he came over and apologised. That wouldn't have happened to me 20 years ago because nobody had an onboard camera.
Or apologised.
No.
Yeah, that is the thing. This is one of the things we were saying about this GX class. It's brilliantly covered by Alex and Brad and several other drivers in there.
Yeah, lots of the guys.
Because these are all guys who are doing it for fun, and they are, and they want to share their fun. No, there's no one in this class who thinks they're going to be joining the F1 grid, unless it's for a good walk. But so pop out there. Is that going to be a change for?
That's for second place. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just remind you, Matthew Glazebrook is miles ahead with just under 2 minutes and a lap to go. This is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th battle. The blue and white is the 24 of Oscar Perotti. He's come through from 5th slowly. And you've got the 99 of Hanley. He's just having a little shifty of a look as they go round the inside of Holmes. So just last couple, what did you think of the Ellough Park circuit when you came in? Because obviously it doesn't, you've got that kind of look of an industrial park sort of, higher car, but it seems to work really, really well as a proper karting circuit. It's
a really nice track, good variation of corners. I really like the fast section at the start, but then you've got the twisty bit is great for racing. So you've got that mix of a nice driving challenge, but also some places to overtake. In GXUK, it's not easy because the differences are so small. So you do have to kind of put some risky moves on people from time to time as well. But I raced here, this does make me sound old, I raced here about 25 years ago, and the track was different. So when I got here last year, Paul's going up the inside, he had a little look there. He's still there.
Nearly. I mean, it might be a 4-corner turn, but I think he's actually, as you can see, he's lost a couple of car lengths.
That's it. You have a go and you're immediately vulnerable to the guy behind.
Track limits there, which isn't being called.
I remember in the drivers' briefing last year, they said, we don't have enough officials to call track limits. And everyone went, beautiful, we'll just use every bit of concrete we can find.
That's it, it's all in, it's all going. So, final question, really. Then you had a 20-year break, did it all come back instantly?
It did. Everything, even silly things like being in the paddock surrounded by generators, the smell of the 2-stroke TKMs, I love that. And just little things like pushing a cart around on the trolley, all those things I've done for 20 years. And It was brilliant. The one shame was that my dad was awaiting back surgery, so he couldn't come along with us. And I think if I do one in the future, it'll have to be that Dad can come as well, because he did all the work, he was on the spanners, and he paid for everything.
That's the key point.
Yeah.
The last bit is the key point of any karting. So we're on to the, we're actually on the last lap now, but I think they aren't. No, they haven't quite crossed the 8-minute line. Just reminded that Glaze was miles ahead. It's about the second. And it's side by side action, but I think that Oscar will just keep enough as they go and flipping now and through and across through Clinton's and up and over the little rise and drop, and it's the sharp right-hander.
Oscar's defending now because we're right at the end of the race. This is when you do start defending. And they've got a gap behind, so they're not going to lose lots of places.
Harvey's still been sitting there comfortably in fourth place for a while. I kind of wonder whether he'll be thinking about making a move. They are now up and on the last lap. We'll stay with these three for the whole of the lap. Don't worry about the leader. Sorry, Matthew, you've done too well. Sometimes being too good has its own penalties. And sweep round the bottom of the Degner curve, and it's
Oscar's very defensive now,
looking over his shoulder both ways. But no move this time from Handley, who actually continues in the position. I think Handley realised it was a
very
bit of a fool's
defensive.
error.
Will he go around the outside again? No, Oscar's covered it, so he saw what Paul did last time. He's gone, I'll run wide this time, so you can't.
No, it's interesting. I do get the impression here that Harvey now is going to say, I'll just see what happens. I'll stay fourth.
Yeah,
but
please take each other out.
I may pick up second, who knows? And you come down to the hairpin for the final time. Realistically, it's throw it up the inside now, or you're not going to get through at all. But the defence has worked, and Oscar Peretti it looks like he's going to retain second place. And the points in just a short run, too short a run unless you completely louse everything up to start-finish. So your winner is Matthew Glazebrook, Oscar Peretti, Paul Handley, Harvey Still. It looks like Ethan Hall is going to come back up to fifth. He dropped down a bit earlier. No, he didn't. I spooked him without even being there. So it's Angier from Hall. Alex Vangini also dropped a little bit at the end after a good middle section to seventh. Nicholas Barnes. Brad Philpott coming from the back of the field after the issues he had yesterday. And Anthony Cassels was in 10th. Glenn, thank you very much. It's lovely speaking to you.
Happy to come and join you.
It's great. And please come and join the series.
I'd love to.
Off the record, I think we're doing at least 3, if not 4 of these next year.
Oh, amazing.
So,
I did want to say, what you guys do for these series and all karting all the way up and down the spectrum is incredible. I love seeing all the weird and wonderful things your channel gets up to.
We do get the weird ones, but they all do.
But it's great to see not just the top end of karting getting this level of attention. So yeah, on behalf of everyone who's out in that paddock, I would say thank you. It's incredible. I wish this sort of thing didn't exist when I was doing club karting. So, yeah, it's amazing.
Same here, but I was doing 35 years ago anyway.
Well, you were in Formula 1 when I was doing karting.
There we are, you see. All right, Glenn, thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of your visit for your completely random and very lucky holiday in Lowestoft with the family this weekend.
Total coincidence.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Cheers then. Thanks, Glenn. So we need to find other experts who've done previous events, and Joe and I can stop speculating, which is the only thing we do well, in fairness.
We do. we get paid to speculate, though. Actually, in fairness, we have done a bit of racing.
That's true. We've all raced. We've all raced.
You know,
I like to point out, I feel I've earned my wings. So I was put in hospital by a car.
The only thing.
That's big stuff.
The only thing I can't do that I used to do back in the 80s and 90s when I raced these things and the early 2000s is last more than 5 laps.
I can't start them anymore. That's
5 laps and then I need oxygen.
Yeah.
Right, this is one of my favourite classes. This is mental, isn't it? I call this driving fireworks. Jason Cooper, Andy Martin, that's your front row. Jack Reeve, Oliver Warner, second. Daniel Wyatt, Ryan Martin are on the third row. Guy Hefford, who was very, very hard to beat. He's carrying the number 1, last year's champion, of course. Brett Knapp alongside Lily Brame, James Price, Mike Kenworthy, Nicholas Clear, Frank Soto, and Rob Hewlin. I'm going to get some facts up, Nick, if you can.
I can
wax lyrical about this magnificent.
The thing about this is unlike many karting environments. This is not a visual treat. This is an oral treat.
It is
music for your ears. Yes, it's a small field, but they're all producing a mellifluous tone of some ridiculously strange engines, rotary engines, twins, tuned up massive great singles, the whole thing.
It was very common for, like, when I started karting 100 National, you had a choice of engine manufacturer.
Yeah.
You had Perillas, you had Rotax, you had TKMs, you had DAPs,
and you often have more than one manufacturer in your pocket because you thought one engine was good.
I had 3 different engines. Yeah, absolutely. I had a DAP, I had a Rotax, and I had a Perilla TT27. Here we go then. This is a very similar one insofar as we've got different manufacturers of engines as they blast off. These karts, very, very high powered, They
I
are.
was worrying for the camera then.
They've
They've got weight and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. If one of these things speared off. Look at the livery on that cart that's off into the lead as well. Jason Cooper in the Gulf liveried cart there, the orange and blue of the Gulf Oil Company there, synonymous with, if anyone's out there and you know your motorsport history, this is a coloured livery that is synonymous with top-level motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got Jack Reed behind him, behind the Gulf. Overused, I have to say now, the Gulf colours, but they were great.
Oh, it can never be overused.
No, it is very overused.
No.
It was great in the 60s. Anyway, Jack Reed behind him. Andy Martin, I think, may well not be... Is he still scored third, Andy? No, I thought it was sort of dropped down. So that's Warner from Martin Hefford, Andy Martin back behind him. But the top two flying down the straight. And the one thing you do see from these karts, more than any other car on this programme, is the sheer grunt they have, the sheer pick up and go.
Yes.
The corner speeds are probably actually lower than something like a GX would have. I think, they're probably not actually faster as they go around the apex of the corner.
They're as
apex
fast,
speeds in Spain. But they just blast out, and you always feel the carts hunkering down, even though they haven't got the suspension to do that.
Well, just have a look at this point here as they punch out of that corner. Now, it's a short blast, and then they're on the brakes with the left-hander. But there are there. Even the cameras capture. You see how he had to hang on to the steering there to get it to turn? Because he just wanted to sort of throw him off the cart. Have another look at this as they come out of the next bit of this corner. And then the slow motion not really catching the punch. But look at the way the car just took off. And you can see the driver there literally hanging onto that steering.
You get that thing you never get in the dry in a car, which is power oversteer.
Yes.
In the wet, obviously, but basically they put down. What they got, like 60 horsepower, something like that, 50 horsepower.
I don't know. I've never found that out.
It's Gaz
Gaz, no, he's awake. Gaz Bury will find out what horsepower he's putting out. You've got at least 3 engines out there: the Axro, the Swiss Auto, and the Bill End. And you've also got a variation of combustion engines. You've got the pistons.
So good.
Is that the twin?
In a kind of way where I have some time for myself.
Is that the Swiss Auto twin? It sounds.
We've got a problem. We've got a problem for who is that? Who's pulled over?
Is that the number one?
No, I think it's the 2, isn't it? Jack Reeve. Jack Reeve from second place has pulled over the problem. So we've lost our second place man, and other hands are up. And are we going with a red flag?
Well, we've got a cart off here. It's the Union.
It's a selection of 3 carts have stopped, so it's not actually a big problem. It's just various breakdowns.
Is the break? Are the stoppages connected?
No, they're miles apart. The one is broken down. Oh, there's 2 of them are. There's been a coming together at the exit of O'Rossi. We've lost 2 carts there, which must have been a coming together. The number 2 of Reeve broke down for a separate reason. There we are. It's the second cart being. So it was the number 52 of Andy Martin, number 11 of Daniel White, who may have come together.
It's the number 21 that's come together.
21.
It's the 21.
Daniel White, and Andy Martin, they've both come together. We also lost Reeve on the 2. And now we're picking up these 2 carts fighting and coming down towards the hairpin.
And the significant thing about Jack Reeve going out, Nick, is he's put in the fastest lap of the race just before he went out. And that looked like a mechanical problem rather than a coming together.
I think the engines go faster before they go bang, isn't it? You heard that one?
They go, yes, they do. They loosen up before they go bang. Yeah.
So we're with the 46 and the 17. So we're with Oliver Warner and Ryan Martin in second and third. And just ahead of them actually is our leader, Jason Cooper. So that's the top 3 in the same frame. And they come down to the bottom of the track and through Holmes, and they're going to come very hard for O'Rossi, which I think the yellow flags are away now. So that's good news. Great
racing though, and you can just see the way that the drivers having to muscle their way through. Jason Cooper's got a strong lead here, but it's certainly not a strong second place with 3 carts coming into the fray now. Oliver Warner, Ryan Martin and Guy Hefford. He's the guy in the bright green. Guy is the guy on the bright green liveried cart. Here we go, down the inside for second up. He slots back in. Very fast entry to Degner, isn't it?
With these things, absolutely.
Yes.
But there is actually braking on these. You have got a chance to get up the inside on them. I think they're 4-wheel brakes, aren't they?
That's a good question.
You were out looking at them yesterday.
No, I wasn't. I didn't get a chance to talk to anybody from F300. We had a very limited amount of time, didn't we, for the paddock show?
We did, yeah.
I didn't get my usual 4-hour sort of perambulation. I was out for about half an hour. We will get a chance to show you our paddock show from the 6th round of the Access Karting Series, which will go out on our social media channels on our YouTube channel, which you will get a link to from our Facebook page. Is that out there already, Nick? Is it on YouTube? Right, it's launched this afternoon.
I will launch it before we I won't turn off this computer. I turned it on. Right up the inside, a change
That's
for
the lead.
Nice little move there from the 46 of Oliver Warner. Now, I'm not sure, because we were too busy talking to ourselves there for a second, I wasn't quite watching the screen. Thank you very much.
No, there it is. It's off the back straight out of Degner. He had the momentum, and then it was how he positioned the kart. He really did. He gave Jason no option, really, to keep out of the way. And Jason
pulled away as well.
He's pulled away.
He's suddenly got a gap away, and it's now Warner who's under a bit of a threat from Ryan Martin and Heffer. Martin with the Union Jack front, and Martin behind there with the white helmet. And in fact, almost immediately Martin goes side by side, decides against it. Not the way the place he wants to go past the first corner at Degner.
It looks like Ryan Martin's really gearing up to get by that Gulf livery kart, isn't he? Guy Hevard keeping a watching brief there in fourth place now. And you just get the feeling we're still just under 2 minutes, so there's still plenty of time for this to develop. And we've got back markers coming into it.
Oh, right.
That's back marker, two back markers.
That confused me intensely. That did. That'd be Brame and Clear, who are both back about 40-something seconds.
Yeah, we've got them playing a part here. Of course, they're having their own race and have every right to, and they'll try and keep out of the way without disturbing their race too much. And nothing has changed in this lead four. Challenge down the inside into Degner. I know, so did I. It's the angle. It's coming out of Degner for that Union flag liveried kart. That looks like he can get on terms with the blue and orange one. It's Jason Cooper on the blue and orange one, Ryan Martin on the Union flag, and Guy Hefford on the green, bright green nose of that number one. Again, not really getting involved here, is he? Or is he? He's going to prove me wrong again, because now he's on the rear bumper inside the final minute as well.
So they've got with this one, 2 more with the speed they're going, or perhaps one more actually. Cross the line, no, they're going to have one more. I don't think they can do it 38 seconds, and they all sweep round the first corner. And there is Martin absolutely setting up Cooper to try and take the second step of the virtual podium. The podium heat, you know what I mean. But as they were, they'll be looking to pick up a bit of momentum, perhaps taking away Rossi. I think realistically, it's where do you pick up the space to overtake, and it's probably really trying to carry momentum here, coming out of the Barneys and down into this hairpin, but actually he's lost a bit of gap there, so it's more a case that like Hefford might have a go at Martin, but Hefford now they're actually putting a good gap on. Like, four of them kind of gapped him on. They've even gained a tiny bit on the leader there, so Warner's not as far ahead as he was. It's 10 for a second, a tiny gap there.
Kind of got an ebb and flow, hasn't it? The way that they concertina up and then slight mistakes in challenging, but these three now beginning to get paced out. Oliver Warner, once he got by Jason Cooper, he's managed to get out in front, and a little bit of a challenge coming off here, but no, that just gives us the feel that maybe he has down the inside of Barney's. No, still not enough space there, and that's because the blue and orange kart, of course, is as quick as anybody through these corners. Jason Cooper absolutely pedaling the kart around. Checkered flag being ready though, and that's the win for Heat 2 for Oliver Warner. Jason Cooper, I've got to say, hanging on to second place. He was under a lot of pressure from Ryan Martin, and it was Guy Hefford who was just waiting there, opportunistically looking for perhaps a potential of improving on that fourth place. It was James Price who came through in fifth, Mike Kenworthy who came through in sixth. Brett Knapp was seventh, eighth was Lily Brame. Get close to the screen, standing up and stretching here. Lily Brame was eighth, Nicholas Clear ninth, Frank Soto 10th, and then of course we had those retirements there. In fact, we had a retirement of Frank Soto, who went out on lap 5. Lap 3 we saw Jack Reeve, and we lost Andy Martin and Daniel Wyatt as well.
Steve Disco asks, just wondering how anyone at this stage of the season could be on new tyres. I don't think so.
No, they're not.
You've kind of run the tyres for a season.
Yeah, they're not. I know James went into a bit of detail there on the tyres, didn't we? Mainly talking about next year. So yes, Stevie Disco. No one's on new tyres, and if you are guesting I'm pretty sure there is a process of you aging the tyres in the practice day. You've got to run a certain amount of laps on the tyres. But we've not been made aware of any guests that certainly in the F300s coming to the fore. So everyone on certainly worn tyres. Nobody on new tyres there.
Did you do these questions about the smoke?
I didn't see the questions about the smoke.
Nor Henry, can I ask what the drivers press to release the smoke? What does it do?
Well, I'll tell you, they're not pressing anything. Well, they are pressing their
Philip
hand on
Harrison
something.
says they pinch the pipe to reduce the flow at low speed to prevent the plug from becoming too wet. That's a fuel pipe. And
that is pinching the fuel pipe on the warm-up lap.
Yes, and that's, I think they talk about why we're having this fog this morning.
Right. Well, that's
the main reason is the atmospherics are making it worse.
Yeah, the light makes it look fantastic. So they're nipping the pipe to restrict the fuel flow to the engine, but the fuel flow on the mixture screw on the carburettor will be on a rich mixture situation, which gives you more oil fuel going into the carburettor. You're giving it more oil fuel. You then lean off the mixture, which gives you less fueling going into the engine and more air, which gives you less smoke. So you'll see that some of the drivers will fan the air intake going into the corner because they're running a lean mixture. And as they go into the braking area, they will richen it off after the straight just to give it a bit of a blast of lubrication. But, well explained by... Who was that explained that one about nipping the...
I'm now moving pages around. This is a nightmare. That was Phil Harrison.
Yeah, well done, Phil. That was a good explanation. Nipping the fuel.
F300 can be on new tyres. Totally wrong regarding aging. Okay, so Ian Kenworth.
Right, okay. So then we thought everybody was on restricted tyres.
They can't run a whole season.
Yes.
Here's your grid for the next round, which is the 115 TKMs. The third and final heat. Jordan Kendall, Gordon Smith, Charlie Machin, Christian Rance, Luke Ogden, Jordan Coulson, Oscar Stenson, Ben Jessup, Alan Jenkins, Jodie Machin, Ash Robinson, Sam Taylor, James Cannon, Lee Gadsby, Adam Kelly, James King, Jonathan Bott, and Dominic Howard. Thank you for. Please keep chatting with us. It makes our day to have a conversation going on the YouTube chat. Let's take this off.
So Ian also mentions as well, Hefford, Reeve and Cooper are on new tyres. So I suppose it's the heavier kart and the amount of power that you can see the way they fire out of the... They look out as they punch off the corner, they look like they get fired out of a cannon.
They absolutely do.
Yeah, that obviously takes out the tyres. So yeah, they are allowed new tyres.
Now, are these boys going to try and do it in a lap? In which case, I'll have to disappear because I'll be Lara for this one.
Yeah, I would imagine they may be given another one around. It's the this is the 115.
They're going round again.
Yeah,
I think it's cold weather. The TKMs need this. Oh, here comes Lara. I can see her. She's running really fast.
She doesn't need to do that. It's the 115cc TKM engine class again. This is the modern iteration of the TKM air-cooled motor, and it's a more modern-looking chassis. This is the sort of exactly the same configuration as you would get in the British Championship, or in certainly 2025's case, the TKM, the Premier TKM class took part in the NKC, which you'll have seen all the rounds live on Karting Live TV.
You see them all live next year as well.
And they'll be all live next year.
I think we said it already, haven't we?
Say that again?
I said which we can exclusively reveal. I think we already said it.
Yeah, I think we've exclusively revealed that the NKC will be covered on Karting Live TV, and it's arguably the most successful karting series in the country.
The
amount of entries,
these
two, yeah.
It's by entry, it is these two.
Proper motorsport, proper karting. Here we go then. They're just coming through the Warnes hairpin, named after Alan Warnes, one of the founder members here at Ellough Park, as they are now heading towards the red lights. The red lights are on. You'll see the red lights go out and they'll go to green. There they are at the top of the screen. Ooh. And we are racing in the 115 UK class. Into the lead has gone the Oak Plate holder Gordon Smith. He'll keep now this is ideal for Gordon to hang on to this lead and bring him back towards Ogden, who is leading the championship. Luke Ogden currently in 7th there.
It was ideal to carry too much speed around Schumacher's and went
well,
a bit
cold tyres, Nick. Yeah, easy to do, isn't it?
Up the inside of 31, I think that was Coulson picking up third place. It was, so that's as he up and overs that really interesting crest for the right-hander. And they turn now coming towards the hairpin at Wones, and I think we're going to see a real battle as they kind of shuffle themselves around. Mixed grids again. That's why we're seeing all these changes. You're not putting a fastest order. You've got slower drivers or slower qualifying drivers ahead of faster qualifying drivers. Over the line they go. Smith, Kendall, Jessup, Coulson and Rance. And they go sweep around Degners for the second time.
Luke Ogden remaining in 7th place on the number 1. In fact, he lost a place to Lee Gadsby. He'll be wanting to regain that. There he is, the number 1 who is leading the championship, where it's Gordon Smith on the O-plate. He is in contention. There was a 19-point split between Machin, Charlie Machin, who's down in 9th, Gordon Smith and Luke Ogden. Luke, of course, carrying the number 1 champion last year, wants to retain the championship and make history in Access Karting.
Gadsby picked up the place there, and it looks like the one of Ogden's on it as well. So both Gadsby and Ogden, I think, have done Rance during this particular lap, Joe. So that's extra points for them. The good news is that even Jay Purchase isn't going to try and work out the championship today. Neither do we. I don't think why we should have to try and do it if they're not going to do it.
Yeah, well, I'd like to. I mean, I'd like to be, as we went into the final here.
We
so
can make it up, can't we?
Lee Gadsby 5th, Luke Ogden 6th, but Gordon Smith is in the lead.
And away.
Yes, he's pulled out almost a second there, which is huge in karting terms. He's got a big breathing space there, hasn't he?
Blue and yellow Jessup in 3, the all-white 73 of Kendall next, and the rest of the field sweeps past O'Rossing. A bit more spread this, wasn't it, Joe? They kind of go a little bit more spread out, and it'll all come back together again.
I think with mixed grids, Nick, it depends on where the lead, the sort of the lead pack are in the mixed grid, and they'll make their way through, and some drivers make it hard for the front runners to come through, because they're not, they've got pace, but they're not quite, so they can keep. And there's a move down the inside. Ooh. And that's the number 1 down the inside of Gadsby there.
Something happened to, is it Gadsby on the outside? He's lost 2
No,
places.
no, that's Luke Ogden who loses out. Yeah. So he went down the inside, but then went wide.
And lost it all.
Yes, and he's lost to Charlie Machin.
Beautiful little move by the 75 there of Charlie Machin, because he just jinked in. He's made 2 places now since the start of the lap.
Well, that's your championship battle there. Machin on the 75, won Luke Ogden, getting by the number 40.
It's all gone for Lee Gadsby, actually.
It has. Lee Gadsby being absolutely mugged down to that, losing 2 spots there. But Charlie Machin, at the forefront of his mind, is he has to get by the number 1, and here comes the number 40, Nick.
Yeah, he lost. He went for it, but in doing it, he got out of shape, and he completely lost every bit of momentum he'd ever had. He was crossed up, going nowhere, and that's lost him a good half a second. And away they go. Smith leading by half a second from Jessup. Jessup's got a second on Kendall, and Kendall's got 1.4 seconds on Coulson. A little bit of a spread, but first 2 coming together. So let's see if we can pick up the first 2, Ash. They're coming towards you now on the other side of the track. That's fantastic. So this is the first 2 coming together. Smith on the O-plate, now holding off Jessup, who's definitely now moving forward towards him, up and over the crest. And they'll come into the main overtaking position. I think, is the main overtaking position, Joe? We watch it all day. Where is the overtaking? Is it here, or is it in turn 1?
Depends what class you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Depends what class you're talking about.
It's Schumacher's on the more powerful one, isn't it?
Well, the F300s can overtake anywhere.
Or fall off.
Or fall off anyway, yes. Yes, with this class, I think this does not seem to be a place where you can readily overtake. I think Degner is too fast. Yeah. Here, maybe with momentum out of Degner, and then it's got such a wide entry that you leave it wide open. The home hairpin, surprisingly, Nick, has not been a favourite overtake spot.
I've seen a couple, but
they've been messy, haven't they?
Last minute, almost as though perhaps the person in front have made a minor braking error, and they've gone, I'm going to go at that.
They've been messy there.
This isn't one, but now if you can get the run and get it on the inside, but that's not going to happen this time, because there's a good exit there from Gordon Smith, the O-plate, orange and white. Behind him is the 3, the yellow and blue, Jessup, who just won earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, Ben Jessup took heat 2, didn't he? The O-plate holder there, though, Gordon Smith, he's got championship points in his head, and right now he is first. The next championship protagonist is Charlie Machin in 4th, and now we've got Luke Ogden, who's dropped to 6th there. Now Luke, he's got a 19-point spread to Charlie Machin, and Gordon Smith, of course, and I think he knows that if he just keeps them in sight, they're not making that much ground.
Yeah, we'll sweep now through another lap completed. Third of the race still to go. A bit of, you can see they're soaring at the wheels to get the car lined up and then flowing through the Wones hairpin, and then quite a bit there of left hand. He kind of lightly slid as he went around that final corner of T73. It's called, isn't it?
Yes.
You've written it so badly, like Tree 73.
Yeah, sorry. I do apologise.
Joe turned up today with with a excited folder of a selection of track maps for all the tracks we're going to in the next few months. Look, I've got all track maps, marvellous.
Not just hand drawn,
no,
Google Earth.
No,
maps.
Google Earth map. And,
yes.
and as he pointed out, as I tried to put a piece of letter in, they're on photo paper. No, don't do it.
No expense spared here, mate.
This is third and fourth having a battle now, and that's Jordan Kendall, got all kind of Kardashian. Jordan Kendall and Charlie Machin. And Machin now, look at the inside. Oh, and he frightened him out of the way there, didn't he?
Yeah, he just had the momentum out of Barney's. And then, the 73 there, he couldn't do anything about it. He would absolutely ruin his lap there, out of Barney's there.
Beautiful move, this one.
And then just jinks out to the right. He's got the inside line into there, breaking the area for Warnes. That was all on the brakes.
But you see the 73. Oh, hello.
Yes. Yeah.
That wasn't supposed to happen. So there is the 75. That's our third place man. Not sure how the top two are doing.
Well, Luke
there
Ogden's
they are,
come
close
through
together.
as well.
Let's run with
Nick.
the top two.
Luke Ogden's come up to fifth as well. So as Charlie Machin gets more points, Luke Ogden negated by moving up the order as well.
That's how it should be. Keep it tight, keep it in. These two looking racy, but not really sure we're going to see much movement between them. Let's get a nice look at the rest of the field, including that battle between Ogden and Kendall. And there is a chance, I think, for Ogden to pick up an extra point, if he can get past Kendall, and that'd be excellent news for his championship. They might get three more. They might get this in two more. It's really kind of tough. So lap time, right on the cusp.
Yeah, it is on the cusp.
There's 47.6 seconds left, and the last time that was a 47.6.
Wow!
I think they get last. Oh, up the inside there, beautiful. We just said they weren't overtaking it home, and what do? He overtook it home.
Yeah, there he is, Luke Ogden, who is by moving up the order here, Nick. He's consolidating his championship. He's losing points to Gordon Smith and Charlie Machin, but he's losing minuscule amounts of points in comparison to his points. So what Luke cannot afford is a DNF.
Yeah.
As long as he stays on the road, as long as he has, he can have 2 or 3 karts in between himself and Smith and Machin. But right now, he's on target for another championship.
And of course, the other thing, the added complication of all this is we can say he's 19 points ahead, but then we have to take into account drop scores, and that might change it if you're dropping more in your drop score. So that's the problem. You don't know how this round would affect where you are in relation to the drop score.
Well, it's a drop round.
Drop round, yeah, exactly.
It's not like other championships we do where, this is a drop round, and I think the drop rounds that we've already chosen will remain. They will remain. Yeah.
But again, it's very hard to call. But at the moment, as you say, Ogden has rescued what could have been a tricky points deficit, and they come over the line to take the win. And it's a great run by Gordon Smith there. Second place Jessup, third place Major, and as I said, Ogden in fourth has lessened any sort of points lost with a good performance there. But Smith, absolute class to field, got out ahead and did exactly what you needed to stay ahead, Joe.
Chose the class in this 115 UK, class of driver, I mean, where you had Gordon Smith there who kind of took a controlled win, didn't he? But Ben Jessup, we saw how quick he was in the second heat, and that really was a good charge from Ben Jessup. Charlie Machin, he's in championship contention. Luke Ogden finishes on the tail of Charlie Machin, so he continues with that championship lead. It's reducing, but it's reducing ever so slightly. Behind them, Jordan Kendall 5th, Lee Gadsby in 6th, 7th is Ash Robinson, and then we had Jordan Coulson, Adam Jenkins and Chris Rance rounding off the top 10. What we got next, Nick?
Next up is more GXUK Senior.
GXUK Seniors, yeah.
So obviously they have more than an
purity
entire
racing.
Is
that working?
Who knows?
Do you need to make an announcement? Go ahead. We're only live on telly, don't worry.
In 35 seconds, people who aren't there will find out about it.
Yeah, we have to. This is an important announcement as well.
It's the first one he's made.
Alongside us in the box, because without this lad making that announcement, we wouldn't have anything to talk about.
Oh, is he announcing the start of the releasing of the something, is he?
Yeah, I need to know his name. He's got a jacket on saying race director. It's very official. What's your name, by the way?
Jared.
Jared what? Jared Hood. Right, so when I say to Adam Nichols, I was with Jared Hood at the weekend, he's going to say, "Who are you?" I bet, is he?
This,
yeah. He's not going to be.
This is entirely about Joe's attempt to get a free GX engine. Everybody.
Yes, it is. Yes. Jared races for Apollo in the BPEP.
Yes,
and Apollo's at one lot.
And they have GX engines.
And they have lots of GX engines. Yes.
So transparent.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Adam's a big fan of Radio Le Mans and Daytona and all the stuff we do for IMSA.
Well, that's not us though.
Yeah. Well, won't be next year, but that's not for announcement yet.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're at Le Mans though.
No, but Adam's a big fan of sports car racing. Hence his, presence as a kart manufacturer in BPEC, the British Endurance Pro Kart Championship.
That would be BEPC.
British
Endurance Pro Kart Championship. Must be
Endurance
British Must be British Pro Kart Endurance Championship.
Yes, it is. It's BPEC. Yeah, BEC. BEPEC. Yeah, it's BPEC. What am I doing? British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. Can we do that again?
I think everyone's worked out what's going on now.
I think everyone's lost interest.
I doubt that
here
very
we go.
much.
GX seniors. Let's have a look at the grid, Nick.
There you go.
Russell Endine, Adam Holloway. That's your front row. Adam Cassells and Joe Harris are next. Harley Smith and Daniel Howarth. Damien Williams lines up alongside Tyler Nicholson with Ethan Hall and Dominic Hemp. Ben Webster and Paul Handley are next. Jake Warren alongside Nicholas Barnes. Harvey Still with George Streetley. Ash Candola with Philip Richardson. Oliver Smith and Russell Worley. Bobby McGurr and Ashley Marston King. Kyle Walker and Oliver Davies. Jaden Nichols with Hugo Eriksson. Ed Cox and Alex Ems with Aaron Pearson and Adam Urbanovsky, with William Brightman and Kyle Edwards rounding off a 32 kart field. It really is. It really is a massive success story, this GXUK, isn't it?
It's massively oversubscribed, and will continue massively oversubscribed next year. Who's gone that much on
that? Ian Kenworthy. Thank you, Ian. Thanks for this information on the F300. We'll be able to relay this to the audience later. They're limited to 3 sets per year. So 3 sets of tyres per season for the F300s. Right now, though, it's all about GXUK and the seniors. If you're going to have a word with Laura, Nick, I would turn your mic off. So just making their way around, we've got the pole sitter, Russell Endine. Adam Holloway alongside, just again weaving, going on frantic weaving, getting some much needed heat into the tyres here. Very, very chilly day. Sun might be blaring and shining brightly. We have got some rain forecast for later on in the afternoon, but it's holding off at the moment. Let's see, we go then, the red lights go out and it goes to green, and it's Endine on the inside. He's got quite a good, there's a bit of a gap there on the left-hand side, the left-hand flank of this line of GXUK karts, but it is Endine who leads into Shoemakers. The rest of the field just slotting in behind in this, what we've come to expect, this huge train of karts in this category of karting. Honda engines all using all of the track and more, even a bit like a street circuit there from Russell. Used it like a street circuit all the way up to the tyres. We're already at Clinton's, the sweep over the brow. Down to the Warnes hairpin, which is a conventional 180-degree turn. Quite a sweeping entry and exit, immediately into a almost hairpin there. Very tight left-hander to end the lap, and they're curving onto the start-finish straight. It's an acceleration zone, not much of a corner at all for any of our kart classes here this weekend. As the field then chase off after leader Russell Endine. Adam Holloway taking up the cudgels of the chase. Anthony Cassells in third, Harley Smith in fourth. Up into fifth has come Ethan Hall, with Ben Webster and Ash Candola following him. We've got a warning flag for Paul Handley in eighth, Harvey Still in ninth, and it's Nicholas Barnes running off the top 10. Nicholas coming up 6 places from 16th to 10th. So a little bit argy-bargy going on in the midfield, with warning flags coming out. Ethan Hall there, the number 9 on the yellow liveried kart, just looking down the inside there, not having enough though, as the leader Endine consolidates that position with another fastest lap of the race and putting the gap out to almost a second here after only 2 laps of this race. Into the double apex sweeping right at Shoemaker, then on towards the hairpin on the infield here. So Endine pulling out a gap, using all of that track on the exit of Holmes, really is opening up that corner to the extreme. And nobody looking like a position to challenge. Still got the number 9 there of Ethan Hall, the yellow cart there, just at the back of that train, towards the back of that train. Looking very racy indeed on the back end of Harley Smith. But not just quite enough. The 99, Paul Handley, with Harvey still following in line, getting their heads down, reducing the airflow. Here's the number 9 looking at the inside of the first turn there at Degner. And he's about to be challenged. Oh, there's a touch. There's a touch between Ethan Hall, the number 9, and the number 45, Ashkan Dola, as Ethan Hall came out of Shoemaker to take the line. It didn't really cost the number 9 much time, but it did cost Ashkan Dola hugely there. Lost all his momentum as he went sideways, and he's lost out already. Already lost out to Paul Handley. So here they come. It'll be Ending continuing to lead. Fastest kart on the track at the last time by was Paul Handley. He remains to be that. He's on a charge. 50.90 for him. Harvey still matching that behind him. But Ethan Hall now with a little bit of a breather. The number 9, as I say that breather's gone, and he spins. The number 9 of Ethan Hall spins off there. Let's have a look at what happened there. Just got overcrowded, didn't he? And they're trying to go around the outside, and that looked like Paul Handley there on the 99, the yellow and orange kart there. Just on the kink, wasn't it? On the kink towards that Hulme hairpin, where things got a little bit tight and a lack of space there came into play. And that is Ethan Hall. He's going to drop like a stone down the field as he spun off. We'll see where he pops out. So Paul Handley now up to 5th, Harvey still 6th. The number 9 of Ethan Hall did well to regain composure and continues in 11th. It could have easily have gone all the way back down the field there. So time ticking by. We're inside the second half of this heat. This is the 5th time we've seen the GXUK seniors out. It's not the 5th time these drivers have raced though. They each get 3 heats where they start at the front of the grid, the middle of the grid and the back of the grid. So this is the 5th heat for this class. Got one more heat coming up before the final, so 6 heats in total for this class. And here we have our race for second place. Adam Holloway on the orange and black kart there. There's that number 99, Paul Handley, moving down the inside there. The orange and red kart there, moving up another place, the 99 there. The bright lime green shoulders on his overalls. Making progress all the time here is Paul Handley. But Adam Holloway, he's got Anthony Cassels right there on his bumper, who likewise is now being joined by the number 99 of Paul Handley, who's ahead of Harley Smith and Harvey Still. Harley Smith on the 27, not really having enough to come back, and he's coming under. And Harvey Still has got by Harley Smith, in fact. So Harvey Still up into 5th ahead of Harley Smith. Harley Smith having a bit of a nightmare there on the 27. Leader there at the front of the field, Russell Endine. The orange and black kart there is in second place. Adam Holloway, Andy Cassels being challenged into O'Rossi, the left-hander. That's settled down now by the time we get out of Barney's towards the Warnes hairpin here, turning right through the hairpin, coming up to a minute on the clock. Holloway Holloway looking composed, ducking down behind the fairing there. Hand in the air from the 99, not sure what that means. Usually that means I've got a problem and I'm slowing down, but the 99 of Paul Handley, not quite sure what that meant because he's still there on the rear bumper of Anthony Cassels. So Cassels is on the white and green stripes, the Tony Kart livery there. And the 99 off the track, back on the track there, just chops in front of Harvey Still. Out to Barney's through the left-hand sweep. Handley there on the yellow and orange car, down the inside of the Tony Kart of Anthony Cassels, but he has to give way because he didn't have the ID line. He's clearly been held up, he thinks, and now down the inside, coming onto the start-finish straight, he's going to have the line into Degner, but round the outside, side-by-side driving from Cassels, it's still side-by-side towards Shoemakers. Into Shoemakers now, the double apex left-hander. If Cassels is not careful, he's going to lose another one, and he does. It's the 45 of Ashkan Dola who's gone through. Now they begin to queue up now. All sorts of consternation at the home hairpin. This is allowing Adam Holloway to break free in second place, but it's the last lap bolt going to be shown to our leader, Russell Endine, first, this time by. Great racing as ever in the GXUK Seniors. It looks like it's Paul Handley in third, but he's not edging away. It's the number 45 of Ashkan Dola who has somehow gotten himself up there. So it's Endine, Holloway, Handley, Candola, Richardson up to fifth. Where did he come from? He came from 8th to 5th there, did Philip Richardson on the end plate. And it's not over yet. The end plate ahead of the number 45 as we go towards Shoemakers. We're already at the home hairpin. All of the track and ball from these drivers using the momentum, not stifling their momentum by staying within track limits there. No track limits an issue here, and down the inside into Barney's has gone the end plate, pushes him wide. Handley not happy there, got pushed towards the tyres, it seems, and the battles are not over as the 45 has the number 48 of Harvey Still down his inside, and Harvey Still will come through. Russell Endine takes the flag, Adam Holloway second, Philip Richardson in third, Paul Handley fourth. Harvey Still absolutely mugged his way through into fifth, with Ashkan Dola sixth, Anthony Cassels seventh, Harley Smith ended up in eighth, Ethan Hall ninth, recovering. Daniel Howarth was 10th. But Paul Handley will have something to say, I think. There, consternation from Handley there. He was not happy with getting pushed towards those tyres at Barney's. And there, taking advantage of that stifled momentum there, was the number 48 of Harvey Still, who used the opportunity to get past Ashkan Dola, the number 45. This is what we've come to expect, though, from these GX UK seniors. We're in the entertainment business, and that's cracking entertainment for us. We'll let the officials sort that one out for sure. We've got our GX Pro Karts out next. We've got the Mod 160s. We did have 4 to start the day. We had 3 come out for their second heat. And this will be their third and final heat for the Pro Karts. We've got the modified Pro Karts, and of course we've got the more conventional Pro Karts with the sealed engines, which are the main body of the field here. So moving on to Pro Karts, before we do, gives us a bit of an opportunity to talk about the calendar, which we kind of erred towards with James Purchase when he had it. So the season next year in 26 starts with the Macy Cup, which is a non-point scoring round for the championship. That takes place at Clay Pigeon. Got a bit of comment there. Paul can't complain taking Ethan out. Well, yes, I suppose there's lots went on in that. That's Ton. Hello, Ton. 618 on the YouTube chat. Yeah, we'll leave that to the stewards. I think there's a lot of went on there, isn't there? Getting back to the calendar then, I digressed there because I was taking on the But I attracted a ton's comment there. But yes, a lot happened in that GXUK senior class there. So the calendar next year starts at Clay Pigeon with the non-point scoring Macy Cup. You do get the accolade of carrying the M plate though. Wilton Mill for round 1. We then go to Clay Pigeon in May for round 2. Glanigores is round 3. Round 4 is at Rowra, and then round 5 Law. Season ends at Llandow. Before that though, Buckmore Park in July. That's been already confirmed that we will be live streaming the AK celebration event at Buckmore Park. So here we go then. The 4 Mod 160s at the front of the grid. Tony Whitehead and Lee Mitchell start on the front row of the grid this time. Chris French and Chris Williams, not sure. Yes, we have got all 4 out there. Chris Williams and Chris French. Yes, that is yours. And then behind them, Ben White and Christian Bellaby. They're the front row of the non-modified Pro Karts, the more conventional GX engine karts. Kiri Chikali is alongside Alex Mays. Then we've got Ewan Rayner and Nick Williams, Chester Trelawn and Richard Melton Baxter, Leon Chialki and Michaela Potas, George Potas and James Knight share that one. And then Rob McGowan and James Purchase on the number 83 is on the entry list, but he hasn't come out because he's too busy.
Good enough reason.
He's too busy running the meeting.
Good enough reason. Yeah. Ooh, lovely bracing.
He probably had this idea of being able to do the Pro Car race as well.
I'd like to confirm it's chilly out there.
It is very chilly.
It's very chilly. I've been out there in the wind and the cold, and it was quite chilly, even though I've got my big coat on, thanks to you.
Well, hopefully they've got a little bit of heat into their tyres, enough to get them through turn 1. Now, the Mod 160s are heavily modified GX engines with different rods, different everything, different porting, different valve springs. They will get off. It's gone green. So our GX Pro Karts get off. 2 classes of Pro Karts in this one. And the Mod 160s pull away as we expect them to, punching out the corner a little bit more power in these motors. The heavily modified engines revving to almost 9,000 revs, we were told by Tony Whitehead. These 4 pulling away together, and it's the number 66 of Christian Bellaby who leads the regulated Pro Karts. Oh, who was that got it all wired? Tony Whitehead there. Got it all crossed up going towards Barney's there over the brow, and that just shows how much power he's got under his right foot there in that modified Pro Kart. Nose to tail though, as Tony Whitehead and Lee Mitchell go off. Lee Mitchell down, he's inside, has he? No, Tony Whitehead chops across in front of him and takes the corner at Degner. Great driving from Tony, just staying composed, didn't get phased at all. The number 3 of Chris Williams there, wanting to get involved in this little fracas as well. Turning the kart, getting the kart as straight as possible to take advantage of the power from these engines. These 3 breaking away, it looks like, from Chris French as they head off towards the Wounds hairpin. Things settling down now. Tyres beginning to come in. They're already about to complete lap 2. So maybe another lap on these tyres and they'll be exactly where they need them to be. So, are we going to see a challenge? Not at all. Through Degner. And then hard on the throttle there, punching out the corner there towards the right-hander, double apex right-hander. As the number 3 takes a look at the inside of the kink before the Hume hairpin.
It's been quite spread out the other races. They've decided to put a bit of show for this time.
They have. They really, they were very, very spread out. But I think Tony Whitehead's doing a great job there of just making it very, very difficult to overtake. Here we go. They're going to prove me wrong. No, not quite. And Lee Mitchell slots in behind.
I think you proved me wrong. It's like, nope, we want to have at least another lap on the screen.
Well, those 2 drivers at the front there, Tony and Lee, they're the drivers who we managed to get a talk to in the paddock show, who explained the technicalities of the modifications allowed in this Mod 160 class. Very interesting if you're an engineering geek like I am. I'm sure there's a lot more of us out there. Oh, down the inside, the number 3 of Chris Williams takes a look. But Lee Mitchell remained composed and maximised his exit speed to be right on the rear bumper of Tony. Tony there. Is that a defensive line there, do you think, Nick?
Looks like it, yeah. I mean, he's going to come to the outside. No. So even with that extra grunt, able to get up the outside of Tony Whitehead, who's got a bit of an oversteering moment, but in fairness, so also did the 37 Lee Mitchell, so they just co-controlled it in different ways.
Yeah, Lee Mitchell chose to use all of the track on the exit, whereas Tony, he chose to get the kart pointed as quickly as possible in a straight line, get that rear axle punching that full power from the motor. The Pro Kart class is being dominated at the moment with quite a solitary lead for Christian Bellaby. Just behind these three. These three are absolutely nose to tail. They're coming towards half distance now in this 8-minute and 1 lap heat. I would imagine, though, I was about to say, I would imagine fitness becoming a factor. And as I said that, Tony Whitehead totally missed his turn in there for the hairpin, and that has allowed Lee Mitchell to come through. Here we go, Tony. I'd already got done there before we rejoined it there. So Tony losing out to another position. I think the physicality of these karts are playing a part, as Tony has kind of eased off his pace, and that's because these things are very, very physical to drive, Nick.
At some point, you and I, and apparently Tony.
Well, Tony's probably the same age as me.
74. Wow. No, you end up battling all sorts of things through the age. But they have now spread out quite considerably.
The thing with these Mod 60s, Nick, and we talk about this in the paddock show with these two guys, the enjoyment factor is not just the driving of the karts, it's the prepping of the karts, it's the tuning of 100%. The engines. It's the innovative engineering that you can come up with within it. But they've still got a rule book, they've still got a regulation to meet, but it's all about that. And have we got a change of late? No, Christian Bellaby has gotten ahead of Chris French.
This is the battle further down, the 95,
that's the 95.
Of Mays, with Ewan Rayner and Richard Melton-Baxter behind him as they cross the line.
Well, that is the closest battle we've got in Pro Karts, because Christian Bellaby's off. He's in 4th place overall, first in the non-mods, the GX Pro Kart class, and this is a battle for 3rd place here. Alex Mays, Ewan Rayner and Richard Melton.
He's got a right nudge out there, the 95. Poor Alex Mays got kind of really bullied out of a position there by both Melton Baxter and by Ewan Rayner coming up the part of the T73.
He comes back at him though.
I think he's annoyed. There's an annoyance now in the driving style of the all-black 95 machine.
Can he get back on terms, or is he going to? No, he's still there, isn't he? The 95 there in the all-black machine. The green trim on the number, what am I talking about? Ewan Rayner, isn't it? No, it's Richard Melton Baxter, is it? That's just ahead of
side by side, but not quite there, thinking about it. Certainly going to put some pressure on the 27.
Yeah, he hasn't dropped him, has he? The 27 there of Richard Melton Baxter not being able to pull away massively from Alex Mays. And Alex will want to get some kind of revenge for being demoted. I demand my revenge. Being demoted to that spot in 9th place overall, 5th in the GX Pro Karts. No change in the 160s. The Mod 160s still with Lee Mitchell, Chris Williams, Tony Whitehead, with Chris French in 4th. And the GX Pro Karts being led by Christian Bellaby on the number 66. As this scrap here continues. This is for 4th and 5th, isn't it?
Yep.
In the GX Pro Karts.
This one and 2 more, probably 3 more actually. This one 2 more. Some more laps to go. 9 laps are being. This is the 10th lap for the leaders who start their 10th lap. Degner, no real move there. Baxter holds back Mays. This is 8th and 9th, of course. That's 4th and 5th in the unmodified class. I think the top 5 are modified, aren't they? So he's actually 2nd and 3rd and 4th. He's ahead of Mays to 63. That's the 2nd place man of Ewan Rayner. In fact, in many ways now, Alex Mays has been dropped a little bit.
I think so. Yeah. Alex did a great job hanging on to the rear bumper of the 27. Well, that's just ebbed away. The Chester Trelawney now. We've just got a glimpse of the number 73. And that's the 27 there in 4th place in the GX Pro Karts. We are on the... Are we on the final lap, Nick?
No.
We're waiting for the leader to come
Mitchell,
through, Lee Mitchell.
With 9 seconds to go, so it's going to. Some of these GX, these unmod ones, which are doing a lot more than 8 minutes. They're not even crossing the line
Yes,
for about
they
8.5
are.
minutes,
Yeah,
and they're
they
doing
are.
like 9 minutes. They're crossing that now. So here we go. There is the number 37. That's our leader. About to start his last lap.
Acknowledges the last lap board as he went by.
So he's crossed his last lap at 8 minutes 38. There's others, the people the best part of a lap behind him, and they got another lap to go after that.
Yeah.
What value you get?
So Lee Mitchell is going to be very, very difficult to beat in this Mod 160 class, I think. Chris Williams, about 3.5 seconds behind in the number 3. Got Christian Bellaby, who's gone ahead of Tony Whitehead, so we've got an unmodified kart in 3rd place overall, and Christian will be very happy with that, I think. Yep, he's ahead of Tony Whitehead and Chris French.
That's great.
As the checkered flag flies for Lee Mitchell, Chris Williams crosses the line in 2nd, and we have Christian Bellaby takes the win in GX Pro Karts. Chris French ahead of Tony Whitehead for 3rd in the Mod 160s. Tony Whitehead takes 4th in the Mod 160s. We've got Nick Williams taking 2nd in the GX Pro Karts. Ewan Rayner 3rd. Richard Melton Mowbray, Alex Mays, Ben White. And then just coming through to end their race, Chester Trelawney, Rob McGowan, Michaela Portas, Kiri Chialki and Leon Chialki, with George Pottas going out on lap 1 actually.
So that was the last heat for the
Pro Karts.
Pro Kart Mods in the 60s. We've got a few heats left before we start the finals. Next one out, I believe, should be the 100 UK Seniors. Is that correct?
That is correct, Nick. You are absolutely on the
correct.
ball.
I'm just reading things.
Absolutely on the ball. But mention the calendar last year, and
Last year?
mention the calendar next year.
Okay.
But I wanted to wait to talk about the Bunkmore Park round.
It's exciting.
Which is a one-off event. It's not part of the championship.
We've never been to Buckmore Park. I've been to Buckmore Park. I've broken down at Buckmore Park. I've had major parts of my life at Buckmore Park, because it used to be like 9 miles from where I lived.
It's a 10-year anniversary.
What of me being there? Oh no, it's
No. So it's the AK plate. It's been and it's on the 25th and 26th of July. It's a 2-day meeting. You've done that, and I wanted to talk to you about Buckmore Park.
I was going to eat my mince
You're going to eat your mince
I've
pie.
been
It's a bit early for a
I've
Christmas
been
mince pie.
literally lusting after this pie for the last God
far
knows how
too
long.
early.
I've had to walk down the far
Very
end of the
difficult
track.
to eat them while you're talking.
I've had to
isn't
walk
it?
down the far end of the track and back again. And I thought, oh, this next break I'll have a mince pie. But no, we're now having a conversation. Go on then. It's sitting there shouting at me.
We're in the negotiation process and the decision process with James and James about live streaming next year's Access Karting series and which rounds we're going to be able to do. However, we've already
they want us to do.
done the deal, able for us to do.
Yeah.
We've already done the deal, and we are going to be live streaming the Buckmore Park
Exactly
10th anniversary.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to talk to you about that.
Well, as I said to you before, I can't remember if I said it on air or not, I started my RC career at Buckmore Park. Used to race RC cars for a very short period of time. The kart track was shut. It was in between owners.
All right.
Because, of course, Buckmore Park was
Didn't
owned by
John
the Scouts.
Surtees own that at one point?
At one point, not then. It's owned by the Scouts, Buckmore Park, the Scout Association. And so we were RC racing across the actual kart track, and then it got back up again. And about 4 years later, I actually started karting there. And I have broken down. I've nipped up twice whilst doing particularly well. I had my world's most fantastic half lap in the wet, where I thought I was out in centre, the point where I wasn't. All at with a whirly visor.
So you're going to be our track expert.
I
It's
have
a
literally.
place I've never been to.
You know how you keep revealing with these very dull stories about Rauer and Croft and
Is there
everything
any new
else?
things to do?
No, honestly. So I will be able to regale you with unbelievable numbers of dull stories about Buckmore Park. Every inch of that track. Actually, no.
Anyway, moving on. We've got the grid.
Right, not the extension, because I wasn't there near the extension, but every bit of the original circuit and all the environs. I have stories about all of it. There used to be a BMX track next to it.
Yes, moving on. Thanks, Nick. Have
There
your
used to be a
mince
BMX
pie.
track
Have your
next-
mince pie, mate. Because we've got the grid out for the 100 UK Seniors, their third and indeed final heat. So we will be forming the grid after this one. Samantha Topless is starting this one on the pole position with Lee Hackett alongside. We've then got Oliver Misters and Bradley Dyson. James Phillips and Dominic Pine are on row 3. We've then got Michael Cornell and Marcus Gray, Owen Potter and Matthew Lawrence, Scott Williams and Andrew Hicks. Hayden Taylor is alongside Sergio Taggio, with Paul Streether and Dave Cameron, Jordan Kendall and Ross Goodwin, and Cody Pennington, Simon Diver, and then the 26 kart field or 27 kart field actually, is being rounded off by Leonardo Taggio. Leo Taggio is the driver at the back. We're going to give them one more round as we've got the number 64 of Callum Bergman oiling up, and I was about to say it rolling to a halt, but I think he's got that kicked in and it's going again. So that is good news. That is very good news. So everybody making their way around. Another 8 minutes and 1 lap. As we get toward, I think we're going to be getting to it's going to be nigh on dark by the time we finish this afternoon. We have got floodlights here at Ellough Park, but it's certainly going to be in the twilight towards the end of the finals there. The finals will start with the 115cc UKs, and we end with the F300. So the F300s are going to, I think, are going to need lights as well as the floodlights by the time we get racing for the last race of the. Well, it's not the last race of the season in Access, because we've got the O Plate at Clay Pigeon coming up in a couple of weeks. Here we go then. This is the 100 UK Seniors. About to come around and take the start. Take your time, Nick. Don't want you choking on
Yum.
sweet mince pie pastries. Here we go then. Samantha Topless on the pink cart there, the number 10. 10th in this championship last year for Samantha. Just holding the pace nicely. The car get going with the green lights coming on, and looks like Samantha has got the lead into turn 1 through Degner. The pink helmet still leads down the back straight, looking over her shoulder to see where everybody is. When is everybody coming? Remember, we're still on cold tyres here, Nick, so it's very tricky. Look at that. Samantha trying to get the car to turn, and she's going to be taken down the inside, or is she? No, she keeps on the gas around the outside and maintains the lead.
She has been looking behind herself more than she's been looking forward the whole way through. She's waiting for these attacks to come, but she's managed to produce herself a little bit of a gap as they come up and up and over Barney's for the first time. Again, looking over her shoulder.
Yeah, Samantha just keep looking forward. They are not quite there yet. She will lead out of T73, still struggling for grip there. And she will lead across the line for the first time. Who's in second? It's Oliver Misters. Michael Cornell up 4 places to third. James Phillips, Scott Williams, Lee Hackett, Dominic Pine, Owen Potter, Bradley Dyson. And it's Matt Lawrence who rounds off the 10. There's the move now. Yeah.
It looked like he was going to nudge, but he didn't. And then, unfortunately, she's lost momentum. That's 2 places down, possibly even 3. Cuts up the inside, trying to stop.
That's Cornell on the blue card, by the way.
Williams. So Williams is also going to get there. So down to 4th place. Now it could be 5th, actually, because 23 of Phillips had a little look at the inside, wasn't really on. And was absolutely told to stop it entirely. And there's the lead change there. Cornell takes the lead in the all-blue machine, all-blue kart driver.
Yeah, easy to spot. Michael is down the inside into
the 40
the Woods Head. We've got
it's all gone horribly wrong. All gone horribly wrong.
It's the nice numerical symmetry there with the 33 and the 32.
Yeah.
Yes, so the 33.
Let's have a look what happened here, Joe. They're all quite happily. Oh, the 33 lost it.
Spin it.
He lost it on his own.
Didn't he? Oh, that's unfortunate.
And then took out the 33 and delayed several other people. So that's unfortunately just a bit of cold tyre. These things happen, not a problem. And he's now trying to rescue the car. I think he's broken the. They might broken. I'm not quite sure.
It was Oliver Misters and Owen Potter, the drivers. 32 is Oliver Misters, who was right up there in the top 5.
Top 2 right together as our 3rd and 4th. But the battle for the lead is what we really need to be looking at the moment. And Scott Williams is right on the. In fact, Scott Williams to take the lead. Scott Williams just nipped in the lead there and got past through Barney's. So Williams again out in front. But it's a good second place for Cornell. So 3rd and 4th. I think 3rd and 4th have changed. Well, I think Phillips may have picked up 3rd during that lap as well. Yeah, he has. So Topless will have dropped to 4th.
Williams has been the man on a charge all day long, hasn't he, Scott? Very, very tricky to keep on terms with. Cornell
Streeter's coming through as well. So Streeter's now up to 5th. And he's coming through the field from, I think, probably a mixed grid low start. So Williams has got ahead, not completely disappeared in the distance.
No, I was going to
Looks
say...
like the battle now is 4th and 5th, Ash.
Cornell is...
Just hold this for a second, and we'll pick up 4th and 5th. And there we are. Actually, that's already happened. Topless has lost the position to the fast-charging 26 of the Street. And we see Street in the front of this class on other races. And there he is coming now down towards the hairpin. And it's all happening behind Topless. But I think what we're going to see now is Streeter move perhaps towards Phillips and Cornell.
So they're going to queue up behind Samantha. The number 2, of course, is Dominic Pine, vice-champion from 2024. But Samantha, who has been racing for a number of seasons now, came 10th in the championship last year. So she's got a bit of experience about her, and it's going to make life very, very hard to get by, even from a vice-champion. So we'll see just how long she can hang on to that. Still struggling for grip, it seemed. Those tyres on that kart maybe not quite working as well as the number 2's tyres, and you could just see the different line, couldn't you, out the corner. So Samantha maybe on a bit more of a worn set of tyres than the drivers around her, and that's proving to be the case as she's struggling now to keep position.
Yeah, somebody inside there, 20. Who is that? That's 88. Is that no, it's not. It's a 28. Andrew Hicks has come right up the field there in the last lap. He's picked up a couple of places. He's going to pick up past Samantha on this one with the black helmet. So he now moves up to 6th position. Top 1, 2, the top 5. They're all very spread out in the top 5. So 6, 7, 8, 9 is actually where is the closest of any of the karts on the track at the moment.
They've really spread out.
I wonder whether it's heat racing. I think people take the points you've got.
No, I think everybody's flat out. I think everybody is going as fast as they can. They may be. I
always like that because whenever we ever talk about people racing tactically, always say no, they're always flat out. No one's ever not flat out in a race you're involved in, are they?
No, not this level.
I'm pretty sure at some point people aren't actually flat out.
No. Even because it's a rhythm.
Saving tyres?
No, it's a rhythm. You get into a rhythm. You get into that rhythm of driving to a pace.
Got a yellow flag.
Yep, acknowledged there.
Yeah, cart's pulled off near our camera, but not in our camera, thankfully.
Yes, thankfully he's missed the camera. Yeah, you get into a rhythm, and the last thing you want is to try and be clever and just back off the pace. So you keep that rhythm going. So you might be, you might not be 10 tenths. You might be 9 tenths, but you're still pushing on.
If you're 9 tenths, not flat out.
Well, you kind of are.
No, only flat out if you're 10 tenths. Well, that's flat out. You can't do 101% because it's not possible.
You're being pedantic, aren't you?
It's my job.
Let's see if the number 2 can find a way by the number 26. That's the 4th and 5th battle here. So Dominic Pine is the number 2. Paul Strether is the number 26. Yellow flag still flying at the first turn there. So that's an opportunity that Dominic Pine can't really take up. Still right on the bumper there of the 26 as they head down towards Holmes. There's his move.
Nice one.
Yeah, lined that up. Coming back, the switchback's going to work for him.
That's
or
aggressive.
Is it?
That's very aggressive by Pine there. Absolutely not. No, I'm going to take you right off the other side. You're going to sort of sweep through O'Rossi. So he definitely wanted that position. I take it back.
Yeah, moved across, left a little bit of a gap there, didn't he, for the number 26? But I think it put Paul Streether off.
I don't think he had that much of a gap. It was a little bit Schumacher and Barrichello at Hungary, to be honest, taking it straight into the wall. But there we go.
Yes, and that's what I mean about putting Streether off a bit.
Yeah, put me off.
Where it looked like he was going to stay alongside, going towards the sweeping left. But now the number 2 has pulled out a gap. Paul Streether. That tactic working for him because he is now into 4th place and chasing off after James Phillips. The gap is 2.3 seconds though. So we've got a huge gap to make up. There's our leader. Lots of karts by the wayside, isn't it?
Oh, it's lapping.
Down the inside, of the back
this
marker.
one, apparently, 3 heats in a day, or 2 heats a day, is where it's the limit they can have. Because you've got I think we've got 4 karts off. There's another kart off at the exit at Schumacher's.
What do you mean 4 heats is the limit?
No, 2 heats is the limit for the karts having issues.
Oh, I see. Right.
There's a kart out on Schumacher's. There's 2 karts out. The kart out the end of the track. It's just random, isn't it? But anyway, not random. It's this lead, which number 40 Scott Williams has. So it's been a good day for the Williams brothers. Picked up a
they've
full of points.
Yeah, the Williams family, in fact, because Jessica has been going well as well. As we see the leader there heading towards the last lap board, which will be ready for him, crossing the line now, going into his final lap of the heat process. He's got to be on target for a pole position, I think, Nick.
I would think so.
Yeah, the number 40 from the Williams team. Williams Cater has been a big supporter and a partner of this Access Karting series. So heading down to the home hairpin for the final time then. Next time we see these karts out will be about 3:15, and Ton 618 was asking what time is the last race? At 25 to 5 is the scheduled
Theoretically.
time. Yep, like I said, the scheduled time if everything goes to plan.
That's 5 minutes after sunset.
It is 5 minutes after sunset, so like I said, here he comes then to take the checkered flag, and another heat win for Scott Williams. The question on everybody's lips is who's going to beat Scott Williams. You're going to have to wait until 3:15 this afternoon to find out if anyone can do it in the final. Michael Cornell's going to try, though. He came second there. James Phillips third. Dominic Pine settled for fourth. Paul Streether was fifth. Andrew Hicks sixth. Seventh is Matthew Lawrence. Hayden Taylor is eighth. Ninth is Jordan Kendall. And Samantha Topless rounded off the top 10 there.
I'll tell you what, though, whilst we've still got the entire field up there, you can see you're right. Look at the number of karts that didn't finish. We lost 10 karts during the course of the race, Joe.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah, there might be a couple. No, there's not quite, because they're going to come through and complete 9 laps as Liam Page.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. No, we lost him on lap 8. Yeah. So yeah, that's and that's not just down to we lost Leonardo Taggio and Ross Goodwin at the start. That's just down to attrition. That was down to incident.
Yeah,
as
there was
well,
quite a bit of incident as well. I think
quite a bit of incident.
I think some of those may have had a little bit of an issue regarding. I suppose you say mechanical issues, but others are having a little bit of more of a
human issue.
Drive, yes, or some other human affecting. Thank you to the care package, by the way. Who is our care package supplier again?
That is from Jordan Kendall.
And have we done all the things we need to do for the care package? Have we told people about the care package?
Jordan will be back out at 2:35 for the first of our finals.
Yeah.
Will Jordan? He's also out in the 100 UK.
Is he showing off, isn't he?
Twice. Where was Jordan there then? He came 9th.
There we are.
Well done, Jordan. Just want to say a happy birthday again to his mum Monica, who was 70 yesterday, and his dad Ron,
very young,
73.
Very young.
Yeah.
After I stated that someone was very old who was 71, realising it's only 10 years older than me, and then we went, oh, good grief. Hanging around with these youngsters, with Lara and Ash and, well, to a lesser extent, Lester. But
so Jordan is in 2 classes here today. He's in the 115cc UKs. He's number 73, and he's number 70 in this one that we've just seen, the 100 UKs. He said it seemed a good idea at the time to enter 2.
I always think there's some brilliant ideas what they seem to go to, and when you actually start doing them, you go, "What about again? No, I haven't changed the tyres in the last one."
He went on to say in his little note here, checking to see how I am on Sunday night. Yes,
I would think quite tired.
Yes, but thanks for the
mechanic.
Thank you so much for the Red Cross parcel, Jordan and his family, Monica and Ken. Was very pleasant. Nick's enjoying one of your cans of Coke now.
Just much like Test Match Special, we will do literally anything for cake.
There's birthday cake on the way from Ken. Ken's birthday cake is coming.
Ken's birthday cake, 73.
I would imagine they'll be cutting that at lunchtime, of which there isn't any lunch.
There's quite an amusing vignette while I was watching during the race. There's a couple of quite large Alsatians.
Yes, just downstairs.
Yeah, they just escaped.
And they
were meandering into the public area with their lead showing, and then the lady kind of ran off. Oh! Not quite Fenton, but close enough,
Oh, heavens.
They're very sweet dogs, actually. Very nice dogs.
Right, Nick, we've got the GX Juniors next,
right,
the GXUK Juniors.
There we go.
Let's have a look at the grid
Race
for
19.
This one. It's going to be a cracker, isn't it? The final heat for these drivers forming the grid going forward for the final. Ed McGowan is on the pole position. That's the number 50 there that you can see on the screen. Leo Engels is alongside. We've then got Ivo Ivanov with Lucas Deere alongside. Luca Dolby and Chris Mayo are next. We've got Jack Langford and Jensen Horton. who are on the 4th row of the grid. Leonardo Palaggi and Leon Blindell are next up. Ollie Chandler's alongside Jensen Concannon. Angus Langley and Oliver Soto. Harvey Clary's alongside Thomas Platten. Morgan Potts and Riley Potts share that one. Noah Denham's alongside Arlie Dobson. And then we've got Evan Withington and Sam Blamey. Fred Furman and Jack Griggs. Harry Platten and Lucas Brown. Tyler Rickard and Niall Green. Gabe McKean and Alfie Nichols with Fred Pollard and Jake Blamey. Tom Mayo and Bella Froud round off what is a very healthy 34 kart field for the GX Juniors.
That's a capped 34 kart. I think that's the most they can get, because they've only got one grid.
NVFPS, Go Evo.
Yes, go Evo.
Yeah, Evo is
Broikers?
4th. Not Evo spelled with an E. Evo Ivanov. Valerie Denham, let's go Noah. Where is Noah? I've lost him. There he is, Noah Denham in 20th, starting 20th here. So Noah Denham, Valerie Denham is mum or sister maybe?
Oh, look at the elf livery, the kind of the Tyrrell livery from the 70s there.
Oh, that's
There,
great.
down.
Yes, that's a 1977
Tyrrell.
six-wheeler Tyrrell with the first National
Who's
City
that?
Travellers jet.
34. Who's that? Cracking.
34.
Chris Mayo, club golf
Chris
club.
Mayo,
Chris,
yes,
well done.
yes, absolute.
But given that he's a junior, I can't help feeling those livery was not
That's from
chosen
his
by
dad,
him.
isn't it?
It's unlikely that
Yes.
a person under the age of 50 is going to be too romanticising about Tyrrells from the
that's
1970s.
That's Ronnie Peterson and Patrick DePaille from 77, the first National City. It's the white cockpit shroud,
Yeah, and the blue
and the
underneath.
blue and the elf blue underneath.
I think they put these in just so we can spot them.
Well, they're certainly going to get
There'll
talked
be
about.
there'll be a lot of commentators, and this is not having a go at a lot of commentators because they're just younger than us who wouldn't know what that was.
He's even got the Tyrrell logo on the side.
Fantastic.
Yes,
right.
and the
come
P-
on, 34. Come on.
And you know why
come
it's
on.
34, don't you?
Yes.
P34.
Yes.
Absolutely. Round of applause.
Oh,
Green
two
flag.
carts off on the start.
Yes, now that's Cold Tyres catching two back markers out at the back. Two carts at the back of the grid. Look at that. We've got carts going left. There they are.
That's not pointing in the
just
right direction.
regaining. No. We've got a very crowded field going into too wide, going into Shoemakers. They're going to sort themselves out. That's the number 19, Ivo Ivanov, who absolutely muscles his way through to the lead there. We're slipping and sliding on these Cold Tyres. We are side by side. The 25 of Luca Dolby has got into the lead through
Guile.
and through
Oh, but
Kyle.
look at the
And
inside there.
3 wide.
There's another. The cart currently in third. I have no idea how he's got through it. I'm trying to look at the black and the white and the red. Trying to get a number. I think that's the 23. So who's that?
The 23 is Leo Engels.
Where's he come from?
He started in the front row.
So
he
he's
went
dropped back
back
and come
he's
forward.
come
All
forward,
right.
yes.
So he's moving forward from what is obviously a very poor start.
And is that the 99 of Jack Langford? It is.
Dolby, Ivanov,
So
Engels, Langford.
Jack Langford
who
is
you
the
spoke
champion,
to.
by the way.
And you spoke to him.
Yes,
but
he's
no,
on-
there's no gaps in these events. We can't see it.
That's right.
Because that's the only one we could play out. 'Cause it's 2 minutes.
Yes.
As I said, they should.
Yes, which is what I did. Yeah, Jack was great. He's won the championship this year. His
That's very wide from second place, man.
His dad Dan was replacing an engine, so he might not be on his primary engine here from now because it was losing oil yesterday. In
Chris
the
Mayo
practice sessions.
Chris Mayo waiting to get his forefront tyres up to heat in the 34.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. The geometry on that P34, a little bit tricky, isn't it?
If
The
they
six-wheeler.
developed the tyres, it would have worked.
Here we go then, the leader's already with us to Tony Cart, that leads. And he will cross the line in the form of Luca Dolby, Leo Engels, Jack Langford, Ivo Ivanov,
that
Aidan
was a
McGowan.
change.
All got to change for second, coming out of Degner.
Kind of all.
Got
Dolby's
to change for
third.
first.
Dolby's third, and now Langford's first. So second, still, is Engels, but he's had a reverse. It's all gone around. It's like Strictly Come Dancing.
So obviously we think that the leader into turn one, Luca Dolby, went wide. And that allowed these two from second and third to get through. And they remained through as well.
Through, yeah.
Oh no, side-by-side action into Barney's.
It's Engels getting past again.
Yeah.
So it's Engels from Langford from Dolby. Now, he's 7 in a row now.
Yes, and it looks like Engels is hanging on to it ahead of Jack Langford. Langford, though, he's not done, is he? The blue cart there of Langford, our champion-elect on the 99, is now on the rear bumper. It's not over yet through Degner. This is going to be great. Another 5 minutes of this, Nick. Tremendous stuff from these youngsters. Through Shoemakers. And the Tony Kart of Luca Dolby's not done as well. There's the 19 of Ivanov. The progress of Chris Mayo, he's dropped to 17th in the six-wheeler Tyrrell. The P34, number 34. Tyrrell fan in the Mayo household. Three leaders beginning to just break a very slight gap from the Lando Norris kart of Ivanov. But as I say, that's gone, that's concertinaed back up. And we've got a huge train of karts. A huge train, nose to tail karts in GXUK Juniors, crossing the line. Engels, Langford, Dolby, Ivanov, McGowan, Langley, Deere, Chandler, Potts, Pelagi, Blindell, Platten, Griggs, Horton. Still leading Leo Engels, using all of that curbing on the exit of Shoemakers. Using all of that exit curbing and more coming out at home. Up and over the brow at Clinton's and then into Barney's. It kind of feeds straight into Barney's there, but you've got to check the speed coming out. You don't want to clip those tyres. Through the Warnes hairpin, named after Alan Warnes, one of the founder members here at Ellough Park. And across the line, it'll be 5 laps completed. We're inside the second half now. So whether or not you were saying, Nick, about people just, taking it easy and playing the waiting game, it's in this class of racing with this GX, whether it's juniors or seniors, there is an element of wanting to be in the lead at a particular point.
Absolutely,
it's a bit like a NASCAR race, isn't it?
They are going nose to tail, and they are, forcing the air across. There's some kind of consternation from the karts, but what are you doing? This isn't the rule. We said we're going to be in a queue for a while. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 are in a queue.
More. I think there's more. 1, 2, 3. You know what? Count them as they go past under the window. That's easiest. Oh, side-by-side action is down the inside. Has gone Langford. Langford though has to bail out because he hasn't got the ID line through T73, and as they come underneath us there, it will be Leo Engels who remains in the lead of this race. Now the time is ticking by.
I think everyone's in that position then.
Yeah, it seemed it. And here comes Luca Dolby. Luca looking down. He's got the optimum line through Shoemakers. Langford on the rear bumper now with the 23, Leo Engels. Leo Engels in the red, white and black kart there into the Hulme hairpin. Look at the way that they take that hairpin. The Lando Norris kart there of Ivo Ivanov taking a more conventional textbook line out of there.
Yeah, they decided not to follow that track limit, but the was told that there are no track limits, so you can go as wide as you like. It's not necessarily quicker to go wide in fairness, because it's on a very bumpy and...
it's what it's doing, Nick, is it's opening up the rear axle
a little bit,
keeping them revs up. That's why they're doing it.
But not every time. The top three right together, Engels from Langford from Dolby. They then have a tiny little gap to fourth place, but Dolby actually looks like Engels is like,
problem for Langford.
Langford's got an issue.
Has he got a chain that's come off? He looked over his right shoulder.
He's rolling. I'm not sure he's under any power. He's just rolling.
He's still rolling, isn't it?
No, he's not a chain. He's got something. He's got some sort of motive force.
Yeah, he'll have heard. I can see if it was the chain that snapped or something, he'll have heard the engines buzz.
He's looking at the behind him, and he's crawling to a stop. Oh dear. Okay, right, so this is back to battle again then. The OM plate there in the middle of that's Angus Langley.
That happened, Nick. That happened as he came across the line because Luca Dolby just got there, just got the position. This is getting a bit...
it's the OM plate of Langley moving up to fourth place. He was, I think it's fourth place, I can't quite tell because of the way the other things have happened, but he was going past the car ahead of him, and now he's gone too wide, and he's got
it's back marker
there again.
Yeah. Number 20.
That's on a novice plate, so it's his first one of his or her first few races. So let's go reposition after that incident for the 99. Engels leading by a second from Dolby. Dolby himself got 4/10 from this battle, which is Angus Langley, Morgan Potts, and Ivo Ivanov. So it's third, fourth, and fifth. Tony, he might actually be second, third, and fourth. Actually, it is. Yes, Dolby's been caught up. So Dolby now that's second and third. Dolby and Langley in the OM plate's got some real punch in the thing.
Engels is going to get round before the last lap board, I think. There's 20 seconds. It's going to be right on the cusp, isn't it?
He's going to make it.
I think he is going to make it. He's going to make it with just a couple of seconds on the board. This is a great battle for second, though. Luca Dolby, Angus Langley, Morgan Potts becoming a factor as well.
Bit of lap for
Crossing
Dolby.
crossing the line with 5 seconds, Nick.
Better luck for Dolby that time. He did mean a little bit of a gap, but it looks like actually you would say that Langley's got a little bit more top speed. Like perhaps there's a tooth different on the sprocket. He's just gaining a little bit more extra as it opens up on the speed side of things. When you get through the twisties, Dolby under less pressure. And behind him, the 35 Morgan Potts.
Oh, there's the move.
Is it going to work? He's going to get over and under.
Oh, he's going to open it up. He's going to open the corner side by side into.
No,
he's going to stick with the line through.
Yeah,
he's going to stick with the line through Clinton's, and he has got it.
But look at the inside of the 35. Potts is going to try and make it. Oh, that's not the track, mate. That was a very much circumnavigating the track, to be honest.
He nearly made it work. He chopped across the last. The inside curb is what I'm trying to say.
I think Dolby could have forced that one, but he kind of got a little bit of a check-up as Langley went past him last lap board. They got a little bit of check-up as Langley went past him, and I think that just lost him about half mile an hour, which meant he wasn't able to then sweep back round the outside when they got to Clinton. So it was a good move, a good four-corner move by Lang. Lang's to the second behind Engels, so Engels should be safe for this last two-thirds of a lap. But the other two, not looking like they're going to make a move. They've taken a mistake, and Langley takes the actual proper bit of the track rather than going for the super wide line. It hasn't cost him any time.
I think that's all sorted them out here at the previous lap. At this point here, out of Clinton's and into Barney's, that's where they all start tripping over one another, and that's sorted them out here as the run to the flag is almost over. There's not going to be any opportunity to make a move at all. So I think that's the battle for fifth place. Yes.
Here's the leader, though. Leo Engels takes it over the line. Great result in the final heat of the GK Junior Championship. Second place, Angus Lang, a good come through the field battle. Luca Dolby is third. Morgan Potts is fourth. And Riley Potts has taken a good pick up fifth in the end then. So the Potts team were fourth and fifth. And it's Griggs Ivanov who dropped back from a good start. Aidan McGeown is eighth. Ollie Chandler's ninth. Lucas Deere is 10th. Blindell is 11th. The D player Sam Blaney is 12th. Arlie Dobson is 13th. Thomas Platten is 14th. And Leonardo Palagi is 15th, and the rest are written down in front of you. And most of them made the trip. I think we had 3 who failed to get to the end.
Ton 618 says supporting Chris down in the number 34, who ended up Chris Mio. That is.
We love Chris.
24.
Chris is our favourite.
Supporting Chris in this one. The Tyrrell is beautiful. Yes, it is. Great effort there from the Mio family.
Or mum, who knows?
Yeah. TXJZS. I don't know how you say that.
Hello, my name's TXJZS.
Yeah. Evo Bog Engine. Not sure, yeah. Maybe he did bog the engine. And Blossom Hooves, whose brother yesterday was doing the cadet time trials.
And we have an interview with the cadet time trial winner on this mystery show that's never going out because all the interviews are too long. It is going out this evening. 100
UK juniors, please, Nick.
For the grid. I can do that for you, Mr.
We're looking at the number 20 there. This is the TKM engine 100cc.
Right, hang on.
Don't have to verbalise your inner monologue, mate.
I do. It's my life. It's mine. Oh, I can't do that, actually. Got a problem here. Oh, there we go.
So that was Seth Jones, who we were watching there just in the collecting area. He's going to start in the second row. But it's Sebastian Corking, who injured his foot yesterday in that nasty incident that brought out the red flag for this class. He's starting on the pole with Ollie Robson alongside. Lewis Guy and Seth Jones are on row 2. And then we've got Yelena Osbar Scott and Mason Pennington. Jaden Solo and Kai Turner are next. Logan Pedge and Lucas Kelly. Jessica Williams and Devon Giles. Daniel Clayton and Joshua Watts. Cosmo Cameron and Jack Scott. Zach Lowe and Dominic Leon. Austin Taylor and Leo Stern, with Leo Wones rounding off the 23 kart field. And it's a big hello to Leo, whose grandfather Alan is the chap that the Wones hairpin is named after, one of the founder members. And his mechanic today is Joe Scory. Joe is part of the Formula A historic thing that was recently at the... Was it the PF round of the British Championships?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Which is where they should be. You know,
the PF round.
Celebrating the history of that class of karting. Yes.
So really, instead of history, it's a bit fullback.
Yeah, Joe did
a lot longer.
Joe used to work for Robert Shaw Racing as well. We have been released, though. The 100 UKs are out. This is the junior class of the 100 UK class. This is a effectively like an historic class because we're using, period engines of 100cc, air-cooled TKM engine. This was how the TKM engine class came about in the mid-90s with this spec of formula. They're on the older chassis. And
who's that? 71's
looks like
got an
the
issue.
71, yeah. Who is the 71?
He's got a restart. It's all going well. His camera's still in the right positions. That's fine. He's got his as long as the GoPro's working, that's all that really matters.
So Seb Corking, who, if you remember, Nick, was our mini-max champion in NKC a couple of years ago, yes.
So he's hurt his foot there, you said?
He hurt his foot yesterday. He had a cart go over the front of him.
That hurts.
And he was cleared by the medics to be able to race. And good luck to Seb in this one. He'll be wanting to try and get a heat win at least under his belt today.
So, quick weather update. It's now 1:42 and it's tag over.
Yes, the rain is coming at 3.
Damn rain.
Hello to Tony Kerr, who was...
our number one cameraman's not waterproofed his camera.
Well, he is the professional.
Yeah, that's fine.
Got 2 professionals to do, though.
We have got 2, not 3 professionals. There's 5 professionals, just not in these professions.
Lester's a professional
Yes,
broadcaster.
professional broadcaster.
Yeah.
Ash is a
And
professional
cameraman.
camera person.
Yes.
Lara's a professional social media person, but not doing social media.
Yes.
I'm a
On
professional,
her favourite subject.
I'm a professional salesperson who hasn't done any sales for 3 years. And you're a professional policeman who hasn't been a policeman for how many years?
I'm a retired professional.
Yes.
Yes.
So we are all professionals, just not doing this.
Yes. We have been doing this a lot of years.
But then again, you and I have been professionals at this because we've been paid to do it.
That's right.
That's what it comes down to. If you're paid to do it, you're a professional.
Right. Let's drag this back on course then as Seb Corking brings the field of 100 UK juniors into our view underneath us. They'll head towards the line. Nice pace being kept there. Seb asking for another one round and being given another one round. I don't know whether that was Seb's idea or whether it was the organiser's idea. But this gives the drivers, I think, the opportunity, Nick, to get some heat into that all-important heat into these slicks. And that's perhaps why we've got a straggler there, the 71. Seb saw the starter giving the wave around signal, and that's why Seb started giving the wave around signal. He was telling everybody else we're going around again.
Seb runs in Vettel colours, doesn't he?
He does. He's a big Vettel fan.
Yeah.
Never understood that from a lad from Darlington.
Well, you know.
Yes, but it's what, again, father's influence, Graham. Graham's the Vettel fan. Again, can't understand that, Graham, coming from Darlington. Why aren't you, a Jenson Button fan or a Lewis Hamilton fan? Or well, I was a Gilles Villeneuve fan and the Net and Senna fan, and they went from the north.
Well, Net and Senna's a bit bad, but when Gilles Villeneuve was out, there weren't really British drivers, were there? It was after Hunter retired. The only
82.
British driver was Watson.
Mansell was coming in at that point, just trying to get his break in 81. 81, 82. Yeah.
Were you a Mansell fan at the time?
I'm not really a fan. I'm just a.
You were a fan at that point.
I'm a fan of racing drivers.
Weren't you a fan at that time?
No, I'm not really. No.
You just said you were a Villeneuve fan.
Well, I liked Villeneuve, but I was more of a racing driver fan. Here we go. Let's get this back on track. Look at the cloud coming in. The blue skies have disappeared here at Ellough, and we are about to go racing.
Just good use of our cameras, in fairness.
In the dry, yeah. Cameras are loving the cloudy sky.
Light.
Here we go then.
To get dark. Here we go.
Seb gets underway from the pole position. Seb Corking, Ollie Robson into turn 1. It's Corking that leads on the inside and leads out of Degner off towards Shoemaker. He's been chased down by, is that the number 18 that I see there? That is the Lewis Ngai, who's got his GoPro right in front of his number there, it seems, on the front fairing.
Who's there for third place in the 4 karts. So Robson's who started on the pole, is now, he lost it. So it's a 3 kart who's in third. That's Yelena Osbar Scott, who won one of the previous heats. So Yelena, she's in the green helmet. And looking to move forward into second place now. That's battle for second and third. She's up the inside and trying to have a quick shift at the 18.
She will as well.
Nagy.
She will, Nick, because she won the heat yesterday, didn't she? And she's on course as well to try and win the championship here. She's looking for a way by Ngai, and here it comes. The speed down the straight towards Degner takes her through and into second place. Now next on the list is that man Seb Corking. Sebastian started from the pole. He is through Shoemakers, and Selena Osbar Scott has a massive pace. Yelena Osbar-Scott has massive pace here at Ellough Park. And look at that, already onto the rear bumper of Karting.
Yeah, she's trying to make up a few points to get herself back into the contention championship, which will be decided officially at the official presentation in the middle of November.
Yes, all of the results that we shout about here are of course provisional. We've got to get through tech inspection and all sorts of other things. And of course the maths have got to be done and rechecked and double checked. Here she comes.
She's so quick.
She is massively quick.
Karting maybe a sitting duck if they go into Degger. Nope, just didn't have quite enough. So Karting now knows he's got a battle on his hands. Osbar-Scott is not interested, I don't think, in tactically waiting or playing a waiting game. She wants fresh air on her face. She's only breathing his two-stroke.
She's got a massive amount of pace here at Ellough Park this weekend, and we know how quick Seb Karting can be, but just look at the way Selena, I will say that, Yelena.
It's Selena Scott. That's
yes, I know, it's the Scott thing, yes.
You've got yourself stuck in
1980s
TV
Yelena Osbar-Scott is literally all over the back of Seb Karting there. As we get towards the lead battle coming onto the start-finish straight, Yelena now right on the bumper as she has been for the last 2 laps, alongside into Degner. Oh, and that was Seb Karting had nothing in the toolkit to stop that. Can he find a bit of pace? No, Nick, he cannot into Shoemakers. And you know what? Yelena's going to pull away, isn't she?
One of the advantages of Yelena having that black outfit with those bright green gloves. You can actually see the way she's soaring at the wheel to get the thing to turn in, but there was no need on this one going to turn 1.
She's got a bit of waft in that TKM motor, I tell you.
Dad's retuned that baby up, isn't he?
That just was it. She was able to pull alongside before the braking area, and look at that, just punching out the corners. And it will be Osbar-Scott that will show in the lead next time by. That one for the lead seems to be settling down with Seb Karting not able to stay on terms. So this is where the action is, Nick.
So we get there, 1, 2. Just open up a bit Ash, let's see what's behind him. 3, 4, 5 and 6 seems to be close at the moment. That's 5 and 6, 1 back Ash. And there we go, 5 and 6, there we are.
That's the number 20 of Seth Jones.
Got Jaden Solo behind him. The orange helmet of Solo, then that's the 21 of Kai Turner. Solo looking a little bit pacey, a little bit racy, as they now look to sweep through O'Rossi. So the orange helmet just got a bit too much speed there. The Clintons up and down over the drop. And it's the right hander who come down towards the Wones hairpin. And they're looking and they're defending.
Jaden Solo, I've got to say, in that orange helmet, he is in contention. Jaden Solo, Kai Turner and Yelena Osbar-Scott are split by 16 points coming here this weekend.
He's losing points to
he's losing
Yelena
points to Yelena, yes, he is indeed.
So Osbar-Scott has pulled out a second and a half in 2 laps. Usually Karting is the second and a half behind Lewis Nagai. And this is the closest battle. The 5th place, 6th place, 7th place. Jones, Solo, Turner. Solo looking like he wants to get a pass, but not quite having the right combination to unpick the lock.
It's Selena Osbar-Scott who's gaining points on
Still
that driver there.
Still not Selena.
Did I say Selena again?
Yeah.
Just smash me over the head, will you?
I mean, I think it's quite amusing that I'm the person picking up someone for wrong name pronunciation.
I know. We've had a role reversal.
The recovering 20 kart getting in the way slightly here.
Well, Jaden Solo is losing points. He came into this
Jones,
one.
Sorry, he's not recovering. It's Jones. Sorry.
Yeah. The number 20.
Jones looked like he was off the track. I thought he was a back marker.
He was so far off the track. He was coming back on.
Marker, yeah.
Yes. No. He's keeping Jaden Solo in check there, isn't he? Is young Seth.
64 of Josh Watts is joining them as well.
With a 16-point spread, Yelena Scott is gaining through these heats. It'd be nice to have an update going into the final, wouldn't it? As to where they are. I know it's unlikely. Here we go, though, because Jaden Solo has got Kai Turner, who is second in the championship behind him, the number 21.
Yeah.
So Kai is wanting to get by the 78. So the white helmet and the blue overalls is wanting to get by the orange helmet for championship points.
But they're both in the championship, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
The problem they've got is that 3 or 4 karts in between themselves and Yelena Osbar-Scott. get the inside on. You can just feel the desire for Jane to get past, for no other reason than to try and score some points.
Well, Kai Turner was only 2 points behind the number 78 in championship status, and he's going to be more than 2 points if that continues. Here they come. We've got somebody being push-started in the middle of the track. Hopefully that will not be a problem for this front of the field battle.
So basically it's 20 points for a heat win, and then it goes down by 1 point. So this would be a move of 4 or 5 points in her favour.
Well, if we had a lunch break, I'd be able to work that out myself. We haven't got a lunch break, so I can't.
I'm thinking approximately, okay? So
yes.
She's picking up 4 points here. She's probably picked up 4 to 6 points in the other two heats as well. So it's going to come down to be between like 2 and 6 points between them. And of course, it's 2 points per position for the main final. So it's very, very close.
That's Ollie Robson, who the number 4 is in 4th place there. Here comes that battle that we've been watching. The number 20, Seth Jones, Jaden Solo, Kai Turner. Joshua Watt's not that far away from this lot as well. But there's been some very good driving, Nick, as the number 4 continues.
Good pick up there by Ash. That's a change for second and third. Ollie Robson's just got past Lewis and Guy for 3rd place. So Robson now picks up 3rd. He's a long, long way behind Corking and Osbar Scott, but then they have beat away. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. He's just changed going around those last couple of corners of the last lap. Solo is in the background. He's still hanging on the backside of Seth Jones. And not really looking like he's got any new idea.
There's a new idea.
So that is the reverse curse.
Hang on, it's not over yet.
It is.
Hang on. Yes, now it is. But he nearly went wide. Yeah. He nearly went wide at Barney's.
He's lost it. He's lost the momentum.
No, he hasn't. He's got the inside line.
He lost the momentum there.
Well, yeah, he lost the momentum at Barney's and he's been clawing that back. Here we go towards the first corner. Degner for the last time. Down the inside. No, not quite. As Solo it is, hanging on to 5th place.
Jones is not happy about this whatsoever at the moment.
No, he's not big. Kai Turner wants to get ahead of Jones, though, the number 21 there.
Otherwise he's losing 2 points to his other rival.
Yeah, he's slipping. He's slipping further back in the championship. Let's pick up Yelena if we can, Nick, because she has been the driver to beat this weekend.
And that's our leader in the green helmet.
There she is. Well done. Well done, Ash.
Well, that was quite easy, wasn't it, really?
Taking the check and fucking makes it look easy.
I've won.
Yeah, Yelena Osbar Scott won by a massive 3.7 seconds from Seb Corking. Ollie Robson comes in 3 seconds behind in 3rd. Then we've got Lewis and Guy in 4th. Jaden Solo finally finished in 5th ahead of Seth Jones. Kai Turner 7th. Joshua Watts 8th. Lucas Kelly 9th. And rounding off the top 10 was Jack Scott. That was a good race. That was a good race. However, dominated by Yelena.
A great race, yes. We've got an extra race pinged into the schedule.
Have we?
It's the GXB final.
Oh, yes, of course.
It wasn't in the original schedule. It is in this one now. Doesn't really matter. It just means it's in darker for the final race.
Is that coming after the 115 UK?
No, it's next, apparently, according to this.
What's next?
According to this, it's next. Is it a bump up? Did you find out from James?
No.
Oh, dear. Anyone watching who knows how many carts bump up from the B final day, would be really useful. I put this one up. Hang on a second. If I put that one up, how many carts are actually on the list? 26. It must be between 4 and 6 will bump up then.
All right, the GXUK Seniors B final. Can we have a look at that again, Nick?
That was the A final. I was thinking how many slots were taken out.
Sorry, right.
And 20.
So this is the B final.
Yes, but we don't know how many will bump up.
So how many did we have in the year?
26. So it could be 6.
Could be 4. 6, yes, 4. Do you want to find out? Well, I'll give a rundown. In fact,
what are you doing?
Hang on. Stop there. Don't move.
Matt, he's made this kind of. You need to see this. He's made this kind of.
I know. Don't move.
Environment.
Don't move.
Is it written down? Is it?
I will have the B final in front of me, and then you can take that off the screen. You see. So here we go. The GXUK Senior Championship B final. Bobby McGurr starts on the pole position. You can take that off if you like. Yep. James
find the
Burgess.
answer out?
Yes. James Burgess is alongside. We've then got Lennox, Ferguson, Walker, and Joe Harris on row 2. Row 3 is George Streetley and Brad Philpott after that technical infringement that caught him out yesterday is on row 3. Jaden Nichols and Oliver Davis are on 4. Ed Cox and William Brightman are on row 5. We've then got Dominic Hemp and Hugo Eriksson. Stanley Wilson and Oliver Smith are on 7. Row 8 is Ashley Mayston King and Aaron Pearson. Ewan Wilson and Tyler Nicholson are next. Jake Warren and Tom Haywood-Stott are on row 10. Row 12 is Kyle Edwards and Tyler Davies. Damien Williams and Alex Ems are on row 12, and then row 13, rounding off a 26-card grid, is Russell Worley and Adam Urbanovsky. We have got the carts firing up and being released. I can hear them over my right shoulder coming out of the collecting area. As we release the GXUK seniors. So 8 minutes, I believe, and 1 lap for this B final. I'm not being told anything else. Nick's out there on a research mission, finding out how many of the carts will bump up. So, Nick is back. We will be updating you as to where we need to focus. Now, Brad Philpott is...
The answer is 6.
6, right, okay. Now, Bradley Philpott is 6th.
So 6 bump.
So 6 bump up, that's
Thanks,
exciting.
Alex Van Gene, for that information.
I did see you talking to Alex.
I know.
Alex, happy to be in the A final, I bet.
I bet happy to be asking the question, obviously.
Yes, can we get rid of
Yeah,
this?
we'll find out. It'll sort itself out again.
Okay.
Calm down.
Yes, because we've got them already making their way around. They're in relatively ordered fashion. Got a bit of a straggler there at the back with a problem, I think. They're about to pull off.
See, it hasn't changed on there, that's why.
Yes, I know. The timing hasn't picked it up. That's why your timing bar on your TV screens is staying with the 100 UK Juniors. We've got the red light showing, and we've got a nice grid, orderly grid there, just bunching up through the final corner here. As we get towards the green and we get going.
There we go.
Bobby McGurr on the pole position, James Burgess alongside. It's absolutely pack racing towards Shoemakers for the first time, and it is Bobby McGurr who leads through Shoemakers. The white cart, the driver with the blue helmet, looking over his shoulder to see where everyone is. They're all there, mate. Just push on.
He's got a nice break there, but
yeah,
the second and
he
third have
has.
been bumping and boring. The 73 of James Burgess got hung out to dry on 3 separate occasions. There's Philpott back in 5th.
George Streetley just didn't need any sort of track guidance there. He was just off track for the whole straight there.
Well, you know. And they all streak through. Plenty of opportunity. So obviously it's all about 5th and 6th. Who's going to bump up? They're spreading out now. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th goes round. So Brad Philpott in 5th. Who's in 6th there?
I think it's
the
the 63.
Yeah, Oliver Davis. Facing the tyre the wrong way now. The 96. And he's nosed it into a barrier. So it was George Streetley from a bump-up position has gone
he has.
And, blown it. The other way of putting it, is it really?
I think Streetley was in 4th, Nick. So here we go. Philpott there on the number 1. Wants to get ahead of the 73, James Burgess. That's 3rd place that they are battling for. Just behind these two, 63 and 69. Ed Cox is the cart in 6th place. So that white nose with the blue fairing, that one there, 69, he is the 6th place cart, Nick.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay, some more breath, perhaps.
What's the matter?
Tried to get in about 7 times and you just
Already
get going.
I was kind of getting to him.
I know.
So he's got a bit of a gap as well. He's got a cushion. Welcome to my world, by the way.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Not taking that at all.
Absolutely.
Not taking that. I can do a word count. I've got AI to do it.
Please do that.
Anyway, right. So what I was trying to say is that Philpott, did win 2 heats yesterday. There was an issue technically, and then therefore those didn't actually register, which means why he's in the B final. But even if he gets to the front of this field, he's then going to try and get through the A final. But it's looking more and more increasingly like the A final is in fact going to be wet, and these karts do not have any wet tyres. So this is a precursor, and perhaps a bit of extra track time for all of them is an advantage. So going around the corner now, the 69, that is Ed Cox, who you've rightly identified is the kart in 6th place. Behind him in 7th, that's the man who's got to do some work, is number 90 of Stanley Wilson. So they come round underneath Leicester's camera now. And there is the 90. He's got the orange side pods.
He's coming. Stanley Wilson is coming, the last of the qualifiers. So that kart there, the number 69, Ed Cox, want to do exactly what he's just done. He wants to get by Oliver Davies, and he has.
So he's no longer
vulnerable, is he?
At the back of the peloton. He's not the first person to be knocked out. In fairness, he's some real. Stanley Wilson looking pretty aggy at this point, but it may just be because of the loss of momentum during the overtaking. It makes him look a lot closer to the 63 of Oliver Davies, who I'm sure knows he's currently bumping up, but could lose it. Don't forget, it's the last race of the year, so you may as well go out for it. It doesn't matter about the tyres anymore. They're going in the bin after this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the leaders again, 1, 2, 3, 4. As you see, Philpott now picked up 2nd place, and here is this chasing pack looking to bump up.
If anything, Nick, because the leading 4 are kind of, disagreeing with one another, it's allowing this 6th place battle there, the 5th, 6th and 7th place karts to catch them. So we could end up with a 7-kart train for qualification here. And as I say that, we're just losing touch a bit on the 63. Oliver Davies losing out at Shoemakers, but no. Stanley Wilson going a bit wide there, just tried a little bit too hard to get it down the inside of Shoemakers. Didn't pay off for him. He's got it all to do again, and these two doing that has allowed a breakaway.
Ed Cox, he's sat now to get back onto the track again. He's so far off the beaten, marked environs of the Ellough Park circuit. But they now come back down towards once again, and just a little bit defensive from Davies. He's got that 6th place, wants to keep the 6th place. But all that enables, of course, is for Ed Cox to scurry away and just make it all about this last bump-up position. So behind Wilson, who's really trying hard, got Joe Harris now in the 23, and then James Nichols in the 88. And then side by side, but no, still being held by Oliver Davies. He's got it on the outside of him now. Can he get round the outside? That's what the next idea for Wilson. But when doing that, he put himself in a poor position. It looks like the Joe Harris kart was going to cut the inside, and then Harris has got himself in a problem. And this is going to be 2 places for the 88, but no, just the 1. And then he settled down again.
Relatively settled, I think, is the term, because it's still all to play for this.
They're as settled as a 2-year-old. You give them too much sugar to.
Yeah, absolutely. Oliver Davies under massive pressure here from Stanley Wilson. He's going to have Wilson down the inside at Warnes. No, because there's so much speed around the middle line there. And it's going to be what they're fighting for here, Nick, is one more race of the 2025 season.
They're doing the whole Les Mis.
That's
one more race.
One more championship race, however, because we've still got the Oak Plate at Clay Pigeon to come. But, great job here. But there's still loads of time, 2.5 minutes on the clock for Ed Cox and Oliver Davies there on the number 90 on the 63 to stay ahead of the number 90. And there is a splash of rain on our windows.
Early.
There will be psychological rain on the visors of these drivers. Now, remember, they're on slick tyres, and even if it was pouring down and they were starting the race, they would still be on slick tyres, because wet tyres aren't allowed in the regulations. This is where we're going to go into slow motion. This is where it could be anybody's race. Whoever's going to... we can see on the window. Thanks, Jared. Yeah, it is definitely sprinkling. It was forecast to come at 3 o'clock.
Saying 2 o'clock.
It is
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Yeah, it's an hour early. Send it away.
Yeah, we'll probably finish quicker, like now.
It's going to be until 7 p.m.
It's English rain. It's spitty stuff.
Not affecting the tyres, though, I see,
Not
Nick.
yet,
the rain is too light at the moment.
It's it is very, very light. As you actually say, it's on the visor and it's going to be upsetting them. And what it has done is it's slowed down Ed Cox. And Cox is now in the 5th place, been caught right back up again by Oliver Davies. And then also by from behind him, it's Wilson and Nichols. So by association, we've got rain on camera. That's not great.
Yeah, you can see the speck of rain there.
Hopefully the camera people will actually waterproof their cameras. It's quite nice, Ash.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's going to do in a minute's time.
You'd
when
hope
we
so, wouldn't you,
get
really?
to the checkered flag
You'd
here.
hope he might. Anyway,
so Brad Philpott has got into the lead, by the way. Lennox Ferguson Walker is second. James Burgess is third, Bobby McGurr in fourth, fifth is Oliver Davis, then there's Stanley Wilson here in the red and blue kart there. He's the final qualifier. Behind him, Jaden Nichols on the 88. He's wanting to play as well. Yeah, he wants to play in the final.
We missed this, but Ed Cox had a major problem. Ed Cox has dropped down from a bump-up position down to ninth place. Yeah. That's why everyone's suddenly in a position they weren't in before, most notably Stanley Wilson in the 90 kart. He is bumping up due to an error or a problem for Ed Cox going round, I think, Degner. Wilson now under pressure from the 88 of Jason Nichols. So Nichols now could be the last of the bump-uppers.
Yeah, we're going to see. Here he goes. This is the battle for sixth there. Last lap board, is it? No, not quite. We've got one more lap before that. So 2 more laps completely.
See Joe. Joe gets so excited he has the issue I've had the whole time, so there's a coughing problem. Do you want me to mute you?
Yes, please.
So last lap and a half, and it is this battle here, the 90 versus the 88. Wilson versus Nichols for the final bump up to the A final of the GX Senior Championship. Final round at Ellough Park, round 6 of the Access Karting Championship for 2025. In fairness, you couldn't actually count out that 63 might get caught of Oliver Davies. So there's 3 of them now placing 2 spots. Here they come.
This sprinkle of rain as well, Nick. This could be. This is still anybody's qualification. This.
Oh, I think he's got a brilliant move there. The 88 of Nichols has just got him. It's because what happened was that Wilson went for Davies, but he got kind of lost a bit of momentum. And then sweeping around the outside came the 88 of Jaden Nichols into the final bump-up position.
And into the first corner for the final time they go. It's still not over as we got side-by-side action into Shoemakers and side-by-side action through and out of Shoemakers. The 88 of Jaden Nichols, the final qualifier there, wants to consolidate that by overtaking Oliver Davis because he knows Stanley Wilson on the red and blue kart, who is now being joined by Joe Harris on the number 23. The red and blue 23 is getting in on this as well. But that kart there, the second in the picture, the blue and yellow one, that's the final qualifier. Side by side into Wounds. Davies, he's fifth. Sixth is the 88. What's it going to be? Into the final turn. Ooh. It's still going to be tricky in the ever-damning conditions here. But our qualifiers to the A final will be Brad Philpott, Lennox Ferguson Walker, James Burgess, Bobby McGurr, Oliver Davies, and that man there, Jaden Nichols, finally hanging on to that 6th and final qualifying spot. So that concludes the GXUK seniors for their B final. Those 6 drivers we will see back out for their A final. Let me just check on the time for the GX senior A final. It is,
I think we're now running. I think this was an extra race, so I think we might be
15.
I think we might be running a little bit late.
No. We've got a gap there, Nick.
There's only 20 minutes in the gap.
Yes.
Yes, so you can't get a race in that.
That's why there's a gap there to account for that. No. You reckon not?
No.
Okay.
So next up will be the final heat, won't it? Which is the.
No, 2 more heats. We've got. Oh, sorry, yes.
It's the F300. So what time was that supposed to go off?
That was 14:20.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, I'm completely wrong then, because it's actually it's not even. It's only 14:12 at the moment.
Yes, so that wasn't an extra. That is GX UK seniors there.
Right.
It just hasn't got B final for you.
That's good then.
No, yeah, that's very good.
The only thing that would be better than that is Ash actually got to his backside and waterproof my camera. Please.
He actually went to university to do this, didn't he?
Well, only if it was made of rock.
Oh, that's right. What did he do?
He did geology and then a master's in environmental air science.
Environmental air science?
Near enough. I mean, it's probably a bit posher than that, but, you know. Basically, you got a number.
Why haven't we talked to him about climate change then?
Because he's dull.
We've got the F300s out, and the F300s, I can tell you, are all on slick tyres.
Are
they on slick tyres?
Has anyone on wet tyres? Has anyone got wet tyres?
They're on. Anybody out there?
It's raining a bit harder, which is great news for my unwaterproof camera.
Frank Soto and Ryan Martin lead the field round in their 3rd and final heat. Nicholas Clear and Daniel Wyatt are on the 2nd row. Mike Kenworthy and Oliver Warner on row 3. James Price and Jack Reeve are next. Lily Braham and Andy Martin are on row 5. Brett Knapp, Jason Cooper are next, and then Guy Hefford and Rob Hoolan round off 14 carts. We've got the Union flag livery of the number 17 Ryan Martin on the pole position. We've got the number 80 of Frank Soto alongside. This is going to be tricky. We've got these
1 million horsepower and a wet track
F300s that are a handful in the dry.
I'm standing up for this
I
one.
mean, heavens to Betsy.
But we can actually see all the pictures on our screen for the first. That shot now looks like, oh, come on. Has Lester not got a wipe for his camera?
Oh, there he is. Yes, he has.
Lester's camera
yes, he has, is the answer.
I noticed that Lester's camera's nicely waterproof. Thank you, Lester.
Yes, well done. Well, that's why Leicester's camera was locked off for a little while, wasn't it?
What I like about this is everyone gets to enjoy our
inter-production
our inter-team, our inter-team.
Spoiling the magic.
They know it's not magic. They know it's just blokes talking and
Inter-team
ladies cutting.
So these things, Nick, are a handful in the dry.
Yeah, it's raining heavier as well.
And it's raining heavier, which was forecast. Everybody putting their big coats on.
There is a lot of coat umbrella action as well.
Umbrella action at the back there.
I see there's a Mexican flag. I'm not sure how many Mexicans are in this event.
It's an international event, isn't it? What's that flag there, Nick? The yellow, blue, and
I
red.
think that's Colombia.
Could be. Yes,
but don't quote me. But
I
think it's
think
Colombia.
you're right. Yeah.
Perhaps
flags flying in the paddock here at Ellough, giving it a lovely international
They've been flying way too strongly the whole time as far as I know, because the wind's cold.
Yeah, it's blown a hoolie. It is nearly November though. End of October. It's Halloween next week. Yes. More of what is coming on Karting Live TV in the coming weeks.
Warmth is coming.
Yes. Different weather conditions coming up on Karting Live TV. More of that as we get towards the end of the broadcast. If you want to continue your karting across the European off-season, we have lots of live action for you across the winter.
Various Emirates of the United Arab.
As we get towards the F300s about to get going. This is going to be interesting. The track is ever wetter, and that makes for cooler tyres. They're on cool tyres pretty much the whole way here. As we get off towards turn 1, everybody just slithering and sliding.
Off at my camera.
That's good news. Off towards Shoemakers. Oh, and look at that, sideways.
Beautiful move up the inside by the...
I think that was more down to Frank Soto, completely sideways. He was on the lock stops there, hanging onto that. Complete passenger as he went into the corner. Turned in and it just didn't grip. They're just feathering their way through, aren't they?
I think the rain stopped actually, or it dropped down a bit, so I don't think it's coming up, but it has taken the edge off the track surface, that's for sure. They come underneath Leicester's camera the first time, and up the move inside there for Jack Reeve, who of course broke down the last heat. He's now gone past, thinking it past Oliver Warner there.
It's going to favour the brave as well, these conditions. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes?
Foolhardy.
Well, similar thing, isn't it? Yes, whichever you want to admit to. But it's going to be very, very tricky conditions as the rain is blustery. It's the leader has just gone. Ryan Martin has gone. 17 has checked out. It's got a huge gap to this man there. Frank Soto.
Second place, Frank Soto seems to have a very oversized radiator. It is much bigger than everyone else's. Isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got a massive radiator. The size of whether it's just the engine running slightly different and needs more cooling, I don't know.
Yeah, we're not sure. We haven't been given the information to which engines these drivers are on. Of course, there's a mix of engines, aren't they? The Swiss Auto, the Billand, and the Exo.
Move up the inside. What's going to happen there? So that's the number 2 of Reeve. Obviously, the points come back after a DNF in the last heat.
Soto is absolutely mullering that cart into every corner. he's just throwing it in. He's turning in and just waiting for it to grip. It then turns in, grips, turns through the corner, gets back on the throttle, gets the thing driving forward. Oh, and there down the inside, forcing the issue was Reeve.
4-wheel drift all the way around. Cracking stuff.
Yes, and Soto struggling now for grip, it seems. He's even oversteering through the curving start-finish straight here, and he's lost massively out. Guy Hefford now getting past.
And that brief respite stopped. We've got the spitting again. This is an action replay and a half. So he comes down, Reeve up the inside, Soto off the inside, gets a bit oversteer.
I actually think Soto just lost grip there.
I don't think
It
it's
had
tough.
nothing to do with Reeve. No, nothing to do with Reeve whatsoever.
There he is.
Soto just trying to stay ahead. He's good to watch, is Frank. He's going to be able to watch this back and see it.
I'm sure he's having a lot of fun.
Wow.
It really have spread out now with this wet weather.
Yeah, it's understandable. Very hard to race wheel to wheel in these karts. Very hard to know. There's the Jason Cooper, number 69, just coming through as well. Soto hanging on. Oh, look at that. Absolutely.
He's hanging on.
Just
let's move forward because second and third is close, Ash.
keeping his foot in. There is second and third then. Jack Reeve.
No,
that's not Jack Reeve, is it?
I think someone fell off who was actually involved in the whole thing, wasn't they?
So
That's
who have we got
48.
there? That's Oliver Warner and Guy Hefford.
Yeah, I
That's
think
third and
I
fourth.
think Reeve fell off.
No, Reeve has
that's-
gone. Reeve has
He
gone.
fell off. He spun.
Yes, Reeve has gone. Where's he gone?
He's dropped a few places. He got going again. He spun though. This is now second and third. And up the
Oh,
inside,
up the
that's
upside
second
has
now.
gone Hefford.
As the Hefford takes.
Where did he get the grip from?
Well, he just bought some. Apparently.
He did. He just turned into on the line, and the thing is, Oliver Warner just didn't have any grip whatsoever. Ended up on the outside of the corner.
So we need to see where Reeve has fallen to. I'm pretty sure he did get going again. Only fell one place actually. Lost about 5 seconds, but only fell down to 5th place. Reeve. So he's back up and running again. But that's our number one. And then behind him, it is the 48. 6. There you can see Reeve in the 2. And it's a very spread out. This damp weather has kind of taken away some of the attacking nature of the F3. Like it hasn't taken the sound. They still sound fantastic even though it's damp. Rain is coming down, but it is kind of like British spitting at the moment. It's not. We're not getting steroids. You can see. It's in fact, if you wasn't because got the window, you wouldn't really know for sure. And the sort of the flat roof which we're out in front of us, that's not getting too wet. It's the 2-car Reeve makes the place back up again on solo, moves back up to 4th place. With the all green outfit, all green. Well, his outfit is actually white and red, but all green overalls. So still Ryan Martin by 6 seconds from Hefford. Hefford is 2 ahead of Werner. Werner is now ahead of Reeve in a comeback. And there you can see that's the 88. The 80 of Soto. He's got up behind him. He looks much worse on that camera. Oh, it just lost all momentum. It came round. The 69 lost all momentum. Luckily, kind of blocked the 8 of James Price behind him. Slippery surface flag. Oh, and off the track he's gone. It is slippery. It's gone on that crossover you have in the wet. It just goes from there's being enough grip to there isn't any grip. We've reached that point now, and they're just scrabbling for the tiniest morsel of something that will keep their car. Oh, and round goes and off. It's just gone. That extra tiny bit of water which takes these karts from grip to nothing, and the lap times which have been 43. Let's see where they're going to go down to over the next couple of laps. The last time round was 48, so they've already gone down. That's the fastest, by the way. They've already gone massively down as they slip and slide away. There's the 2-car of Reeve trying to get any sort of this massive power down. Behind him is the 48, the 46 of Warner. Absolutely nothing to hold on to. It is now literally just a Tokyo drift event more than anything else. Lap times are down 13 seconds already for our leader. As you popped out, at that point there was just that extra $1 of rain that took the grip completely out of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I've just popped out for a pit stop, and yes, it is raining proper. Absolutely raining proper.
Here goes a bit of replay of synchronised falling off.
Yeah.
By the way, there's no blame for the drivers here. It's
No,
impossible
not at all.
conditions.
Because you can, slicks on a wet track, especially with that sort of power.
With the
under
power,
your boot,
you're sitting.
And
on something.
once he got it that sideways, you're on the stop locks.
You've got nowhere to go.
The lock stops. You've got nowhere. You can't put any more lock on.
You're on one of them anyway. So lap times have gone out between 13 and 18 seconds, depending who you are.
Doesn't surprise me.
So they're crawling around. Oh, that's not quite right. I will say the number 8 here of James Price is absolutely. He's completely committed to entertaining us with his with his driving. He's decided. I'm just doing it. I'm going to have a.
Is he showboarding?
A little bit, yes.
He absolutely, yeah.
There
he
goes.
goes. Hey,
hold it on.
Just delicate throttle
He's
control.
sitting there going, I'm having a bit of a laugh here in 4th place.
Yeah,
Whoa!
He's loving it. He's loving it.
I think he knows it's on camera.
Here we go through Degner. Ryan Martin is being sensible and keeping his cart between the white lines. Oh, that's not right.
That is
Jack
Reeve loses a position. So he was in 3rd. He's now in 4th, minimum. Don't know who else might have gone past. Give Hefford and Ryan Martin their due. They've pulled out massive leads on the field. This man, the car 8, he's 40 seconds back.
The number 2 is just doing a drift show. Jack Reeve is behind.
It's fair enough.
Behind this one there, just doing a bit of a drift show. Just really struggling to.
He's our leader. About to
keep
start
the
the
car.
last lap. So Ryan Martin, who's lapping in 1:03, he is 20 seconds slower than he was.
Let's see how Ryan Martin's doing it. Then you can see there he's trying to
Throwing
keep the
the
car
power
as
in
straight,
straight.
as straight as possible.
Brake and straight line.
Slowing down, just feeling the grip, and then not really throwing it that far sideways. Really, just being very
little there.
Yeah, very little.
I think the grip's on the outside of the corner now. They've decided to.
It's wet line now.
The
isn't
wet
it?
line. And
there's less rubber on that outer line than the normally used racing line, so you get a very unconventional there. You see,
this is the point where
he takes the conventional
in many
line
ways,
there.
this is the point where it's about to get the worst it can possibly be. It's actually just going to get greasy as anything, isn't it, at this point? There's a bit more rain, you're going to get the least grip you can have.
Around the relatively conventional line there.
Oh, it's just beautiful balance of the throttle there.
Yeah, turning in and then just waiting for it to grip up. Here we go.
This
is tricky, Nick, in the wet.
Whoa,
that's very tricky in the wet.
And he's
Checkered
done it.
flag.
Well done, great performance.
Checkered
the
flag.
Very, very, very long wait for the other drivers.
3rd and final heat then goes to Ryan Martin.
That's our last heat, isn't it?
It is indeed. Guy Hefford takes 2nd. We wait a little while for the rest of the field to come through as we wait patiently for the checkered flag. And in 3rd place, that's Nicholas Clear crossing the line there in 9th. Here comes 3rd place, and that is James Price confirmed in 3rd. Jack Reeve confirmed in the number 2 in 4th. And there is Oliver Warner. Oh, Jason Cooper. Jason Cooper up to 5th. Where's Warner? Where is Warner? There he is, 7th place.
Who knows?
He's out there somewhere. No, he's just crossed the line. There's Oliver. Andy Martin is 8th. Nicholas Clear in 9th. We lost Lily Brame, Frank Soto and Rob Hewlin. So that concludes our heats then for round 6 of the Access Karting Championship. And we are now embarking on the all-important finals. Kicking things off is the final for the 115 UKs. I think I've got a grid that I can get to, Nick.
I've got a grid
before you get to your grid.
Oh, right, you don't want my grid. My grid's not good enough for you. I haven't got all the file grids.
Here we go. Yeah, I have the UK 115 UK grid. I have 18 carts on it. You got it, Nick? Well, we can talk about the weather, can't we? We can talk about the weather. It has been cold all day here. As you can see, the skies have gone cloudy and we are actually raining, which was forecast. And everybody in the paddock knew that. Now then, we will be seeing our TKM runners. This is the 115. This is the modern iteration of the TKM air-cooled motor. 115cc. This is the sort of TKM formula that you see running in, well, this year, the Premier TKM class running with the NKC Championship that you'll have seen on Karting Live TV across the course of the 2025 season. They will be on wet tyres. The classes that we run that aren't on wet tyres is the GXUK Seniors and indeed GXUK Pro Karts.
Oh, so everyone else has wets.
So TKMs have wets and the GXUK classes don't.
There's your final grid.
There's the grid then, and it's Ben Jessup. We thought he's been really strong, hasn't he? As Ben Jessup, and he will start on the pole position. Championship leader, champion-elect. He's got to stay on the road. He's got to finish in sight of Gordon Smith and Charlie Machin. Luke Ogden is the man I'm talking about, and he's on the front row alongside Ben Jessup. The two other championship protagonists, Gordon Smith and Charlie Machin, they're on row 2. This is a final, a great kind of finish to the season, having these 3 championship protagonists on the front 2 rows of this grid. Behind them on row 3, Lee Gadsby and Jordan Kendall. We've then got Adam Jenkins and Jordan Coulson, Sam Taylor and Jodine Machin. On row 6, we've got Ash Robinson and Chris Rance. Jim King, is on row 7 with Dominic Houghton. And then we've got Oscar Stevenson and James Cannon. And then Adam Kelly and Jonathan Bott. Rounding off 9 rows of karts. 18 karts then are out. We'll see a more consistent handling.
Are they on wets?
From these karts because they're on wet tyres.
No, that's very unsporty for us.
Well, it would be in slow motion if they weren't.
That is true.
Yeah, and the rain is very light rain, and so we haven't got any surface water appearing yet. So we're not splashing our way through puddles. We're not going to be seeing any aquaplaning, and these wet tyres do heat up. They're a softer compound rubber than a slick, and they will, if you've got anywhere near a dry track, they'll start chunking and overheating. But I think there's enough water in the air, enough water on the road to keep them, the wet tyres, in a usable condition. And it's certainly not a slick tyre track, it's certainly a wet tyre track. We've got a very spaced out grid at the moment, so I would imagine we're going to give them the wave by as they come through.
They're absolutely...
A few stragglers there, as you can see on the screen.
They are 100% going for the wave by.
Yeah,
they might even try to get another wave by, to be honest, because
they might
give you an idea. There's a cart now just going through the hairpin as it needs to catch up.
There's a cart going through Barney's.
They are very spread out.
They are very, very spread out.
So they may get an extra lap. So it's 12 minutes, this final. The 12 minutes of chaos for the first of our finals, the 115 UK. All about to get running and going. Down to the first corner. Oh, they're going to give it a go. They're getting themselves lined up. They give themselves a chance by stopping quite early on the lap.
Yeah, they're already at the infield bit, aren't they? The hairpin
is
homes.
Is this going to be too dry for wet?
We're on the... Yeah, I mean, we're getting there, aren't we?
Is it still raining? I don't know.
It looks like it's still raining.
There was still water on Leicester's hat then, but it's lens.
Yeah, it's getting there, isn't it? If it stops raining, then we are going to bin a set of wets after this one.
There we go.
But like I say, there's enough light rain to keep the track temperature cool and keep a bit of precipitation in the air.
Here we go.
Here we go then.
Would it be Stevenson, Ogden, Jessup or Smith or Machin? Any of them could win it, but the championship is between 3 of them.
Well, Ben Jessup's the pole man there, the number 3. And the number 4 alongside him as they get going towards turn 1 then. Jessup, the man who's been hard to beat, has already been beaten to turn 1 by the looks of things. Who's that at the front there? There's the number 75 coming through.
Second place,
Charlie Machin. There's that, the number 1.
I think Ogden's gone. I think Ogden's got the break. So it's
He
Ogden
has.
leaving. Jessup is second. And now the 40 of Gadsby comes through. And he's very forcible there. He's decided, I like this wet weather. He's decided he's going to get it. He's forced off the 3 of Jessup. Jessup's going to try and sweep round, no chance. So Ogden, massive lead straight off the first lap for the number 1 kart.
12 minutes and 1 lap then for Luke Ogden to accomplish a bit of Access Karting Series history by becoming a back-to-back consecutive championships for Luke Ogden. He's carrying the number 1. He was the 2024 champion. He's on target. And I can say, without needing the maths or the calculator, I can say if he stays in that first place, which is easier said than done in these conditions, he will take the 2025 Access Karting Championship for the 115 UK class. Meanwhile, behind him, all sorts of antics going on here, Nick, to keep these karts on track.
Yeah, I mean, they're working hard. It's the first experience of any sort of wet weather this weekend. It's a kind of a voyage discovery set up to have been hastily spanned on the last half hour because we weren't expecting rain yet, and it wasn't looking like rain until it just turned up. But it's Ogden from Gadsby, and there was 2 seconds almost over the line. Jessup now seems to recover from this slight unsettling start, where he's bullied out of the earlier positions. And 4th place now, Adam Jenkins. I don't think he mentioned the entirety of the event, but obviously quite likes it now it's damp.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a heavier driver, is he? Look at the size of his shoulders. He's not that big, is he? But he's obviously a bit of a wet weather specialist. As Lee off and after Luke Ogden. Ben Jessup, who has been quite a formidable, out of formidable drives this weekend. Started with a heat win yesterday afternoon, and he's been very hard to beat. He's now coming back at Gadsby, so maybe the tyre pressures are for a factor because he's down the inside of Shoemakers and scrabbling for grip. But Jessup is going to make it stick out to Shoemakers. 4 karts now, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all scrabbling for grip together.
And you got a nudge from the 40 of Gadsby, and then way wide goes the 7 of Robinson. It gets away with it, comes back in again. Because going wide there, it's going to be much wetter. The grip's going to be virtually non-existent, I think, on that bit of track limits. Oh, the inside, beautiful move though.
Beautiful.
Fantastic move there by the 7. He's completely caught Gadsby unawares.
Gadsby has had the commentator's curse, Nick.
Yeah.
Because we were singing his praise of being great in this wet weather, and there's another position he's lost.
He's great in the first lap.
Yeah, he was, but he's losing pace now, it seems. There's the move, and Barney's.
We've not seen many moves to Barney's, it has to be said.
No, we have not. That was very brave from the number 7.
Ogden's lead, 3.8 seconds now.
Wow.
And then from Robinson, Gadsby is down. So Jessup now is either going to say, I'll come second, because that's a big gap to bridge. 71 and 40, so Gadsby's gone back down behind Adam Jenkins as well. So obviously now everyone else has got their eye, and obviously Gadsby just is one of those kind of a bit more of a grip savant. You can feel it initially, but the others have to wait for it to come in.
Yeah, Gadsby there, the number 40. You can see how much he's fighting the grip there.
If it picked up the rain, there's a lot of drips running down our window. I think the rain has picked up velocity.
It's coming, isn't it? It's big sort of clouds of light. It's still classified as light rain. So, but we have got a wet track, and that's why you see.
At this point, the wet tyres go, oh, thank you for that. They are getting what they need, which is a bit of cooling liquid to stop them from turning into a bit of jelly and falling apart. As they carry on going. So the lead was only pushed out by a couple of tenths there by Luke Ogden. It was still faster than Jessup. Jessup now is under a little bit of pressure actually for second place because Ash Robinson, the all-white number 7, is just coming on to him now. Actually, there's our leader. There's second place, who's conveniently, beautifully in yellow, grey and blue. And we have a lot of karts with a lot of white in them at the rest of the point.
Yeah, a lot of black overalls.
Oh,
there it is.
Move again.
And that was
super confident.
But that was Jessup, Nick. Jessup didn't have any grip coming, and it's in the same way that the number 7 didn't have any grip. Robinson finding himself in the same area, but coming back because he had the line.
Oof.
There is a lack of grip developing here. The rain is obviously heavier, and it's just the track conditions just going away from them because Jessup just ran really wide, and that's allowed Robinson there. But Jessup's coming back at him.
Our leader gained another second and a half as they scrabbled about. But it was a great move by Ash Robinson. He found some grip he didn't know he had, or perhaps Jessup lost grip he thought he did have. And then the following corner, as you say, Joe, the reverse happened. But he managed to stay ahead because he had the inside line on the left for T73. And now all 4 of them are looking a lot calmer as they battle over second place.
It was as if they went into the Warren's Hairpin, and we'll see it this time. So this is Barney's now, and then they'll come through Barney's here, and then into the Warren Hairpin. It's the outside line where you slide, and then there's grip there. And then you can punch out of the corner because you've got traction. So it's slide, and then it grips. And off you go.
We're not halfway through yet.
No, that's right. Yeah. Remember, 12 minutes and
they're
1
going to
lap.
have several other conditions by the time we get to the end. I'm loving how our cameras look quite nice in this weather. I've been bleached out by the sun the whole time.
Yeah, the luring sun did not.
Right at the point they stop working because they get wet.
Look. No, I don't know if you've done that. No, I'm tripping over my cable.
So the 7th and the 3 of 71, this is actually a battle of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Ogden lost 3/4 second that time round.
Jessup's coming back as well. So Jenkins is coming back to Jessup. 3 karts. They're kind of concertina in this weather, though, don't they?
You need a pathfinder. The pathfinder tells you where the grip is, and everyone else follows him. And then suddenly the pathfinder gets overtaken, someone else has to find a path for a while.
The pathfinder at the moment is Luke Ogden, who's on his way to a consecutive championship, because he's pulled out now 5 seconds. There he is, just in the background there, just disappearing. These two coming together.
He did lose a bit of the lead last time round. Let's watch when he comes over this time. He's arrested that development of slight reduction.
Still 5.4.
He picked up 0.4. Yeah, picked up 0.4. So he's fine.
It's
a dodgy corner and one dodgy lap. It's not a problem. So this is second and third. Robinson from Jessup coming through Shoemakers. I couldn't say Shoemakers.
Shoemakers.
Well, at least not calling someone Selena, am I?
Keeps it.
Cut out 3, you just go back to 80s crushes with that, to be honest.
Yes, probably won't. Good driving, though, just to keep these karts on the track here. It's so easy to make a mistake.
Yeah, it was a really good point, because people say, it's different every corner, but generally it is different every lap, every corner, because the rain is coming down now and dampening all parts of the track. No standing water yet. We haven't really got any rooster tails off the tyres yet. It's getting close, though.
It's obviously blowing into Leicester's face, though, isn't it?
Because the flat roof ahead of us is looking pretty wet, to be honest.
Yeah, and Leicester down there on the...
Leicester always seems to have some sort of issue with the weather. Sometimes he hasn't got the correct clothing. Sometimes he can't go for it, he can't relieve himself, he's stuck inside a circuit all day. And this time he's been rained on. I don't think he'll come back and work for us again.
It's not just rained on, it's been rained at.
Rained at, yes, it's a very good point. Yeah, so it's actually having a go at him.
Right in his face. So, the number 7 there, Ash Robinson. Looking very composed here, just, feeling their way around. They're very experienced TKM drivers, these lot. And, again, just there, flick of the steering just to get the front end to grip, and then back on the throttle, get the car to rotate to the direction you wanted to travel at. Through here, out towards the one hairpin, just wiping the visor, getting a bit of water off the visor so you can see clearly. Sometimes you just can't see anything when the rain is so heavy. It's not quite there. And we're beginning to get a little bit of surface water created, Nick, so we'll be able to get a bit of spray at certain parts of the track. But Jessup there on the blue and yellow kart, just coming back towards the white and black one of Robinson.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They had a kind of a real ebb and flow and massive kart changes during the first 3 or 4 laps, but now everyone's kind of taking the water as it comes, taking the track as it comes, and it's all settled right down. In fact, even Ogden's lead settled right down between 5 and 5.5 seconds every lap now.
Everywhere is strung out all the way down the field. We've got a couple of karts getting close, but it's very, very difficult because you just don't know where the grip is, so you don't know where to brake. And if the rain is increasing, then the track conditions changes all the time. So there's a point where you know you're going to have to brake, and your braking area opens up to be much, much wider. You're braking much earlier than you do in the dry. You can't really manhandle the car into the corner. There's our number 1.
Yeah, there's safety margins as well which are being built into a lot of this. So they're building the safety margins in.
But a very, very confident drive here from this chap here, Luke Ogden, who we caught up to. Again, you'll see a lovely interview with him and Charlie Machin and Gordon Smith, who came into this round in contention, 19-point spread in the championship. Luke was having to change a motor there when we went down to interview the 3 of them. See the water coming up off the back tyres there?
Now we've got the roosters.
Yeah, and Luke, who's about 2 minutes away from retaining that number 1 and carrying that number 1 plate into 2026. He was the champion in the Access Karting Championship last season in this category, the 115 UK category, the TKM engined formula, the more modern iteration of the TKM engine. And he's had a great season and continuing on, coming in here. This was the driver that had it all to lose, though, Nick, didn't he? He was leading the championship, and as he said in the interview, which you'll find on the Paddock Show, which you can pick up later, it's the DNF that is the worry. There's still an attrition factor in this form of karting that can be a situation. And with mixed grids, of course, it's getting involved in someone's accident.
It's also the fact that at any moment this could happen. The rain could come down. It's unpredictable for him. It's unpredictable for other racers on the track. But just putting in decent times, 55-second laps. They've really only dropped a couple of seconds from the fastest. But it was a bit drier. But I think it's gone for that horrible greasy field now, and the track's probably giving quite consistent grip until it starts to get really, really wet. There's quite a long period of time when the track's quite consistent, and suddenly you get real standing water, and the whole thing collapses again as far as grip's concerned. Inside the final 30 seconds, then I think it's going to be 2 more laps for Luke Ogden. I think it's very close actually. 47's off. Who is the 47? Adam Kelly. Adam Kelly, last. Yes. There's our leader going round. There we are. 15th. We'll wave to him as he goes past. And that's exactly what I mean, Nick. We take it for granted that a driver with the experience of Luke Ogden can keep it on the island. There's Adam Kelly on the novice plate there, on the black number plate with the white numbers. Last lap board. Last lap board for him. Oh, he did take the last lap board. But he shouldn't. He edited it by point. It's fine. It was 0.8 per second. Yeah. So the last lap board is out. So the final lap of the 2025 Access Karting Championship for Luke Ogden. He came into 2025 as the reigning champion in the 115 UK Series. And here he is about to come out of the 2025 championship as the champion. I said champion a lot of times there. Can I say champion again? I can say champion. Luke Ogden is about to be crowned our 115 RUK. Please don't. 115 UK champion, about to be crowned. He's got one more corner and a sweeping curve towards the checkered flag, and Luke Ogden creates a bit of Access Karting history. That'll do. A small wave of the arm. We could have a racing wiggle, shouldn't we, really? Not really in these conditions. End up in the wall, No. Yes, second place battle still there all the way to the flag. 3 karts involved. What has happened to everybody there? Charlie Machin was second. Sam Taylor was third. I'm not sure he was. Wasn't Gordon Smith? I'm not sure he was. No. All sorts of timing issues. Sorry about that. No, that's not us. That's the master timing has had a bit of a. The number 3, Ben Jessup, unless there was a big off at the end. He's got the wrong leader there. Yes. Luke Ogden's down in 12th according to our timing. Yes. Not our timing, Alpha's timing. Yeah, Alpha's timing, Alpha timing there. Doing something. You saw the winner, you saw the rest of them. What I can tell you is that Luke Ogden has taken the win in the final here at the 6th and final round of the Access Karting Championship here at Ellough Park. And he has been crowned once again, back-to-back championships for Luke Ogden. Tremendous performance. Drive, it's especially. Very hard to win a championship, but to retain a championship is often even harder. Yes, absolutely. You've got to climb the mountain again. We've got the Pro Karts coming next. Mod 160s in the Pro Karts are allowed wets in this series. So there is some rescuing to be done. As you can see, a couple of karts being meandered back into their trolleys. Oh, that looks like. So look at the grid for the Mod 160s. Right then, it's the 160 mods, or the Mod 160s, that are at the front of the grid, of course. Lee Mitchell on the pole position. He's had a great day, hasn't he? Being the man to beat in the modified Pro Kart class. Chris Williams alongside, Tony Whitehead and Chris French on the second row. Then we've got the first of our GXUK Pro Karts. Christian Bellaby and Nick Williams, Ewan Rayner and Richard Melton Baxter, Alex Mays alongside Ben White, Chester Trelawney and Rob McGowan. Michaela Potash and George Potash share their row of the grid with Leon Cialki, James Knights, Kiri Cialki rounding off the field. James Purchase has been purporting to be in this race all day, but he's not. Yes, perhaps into the final. I doubt it. For the big dog points. He might do, but I doubt it. How wet is it out there, Ash? How wet? Yeah, wobbly I don't know wet, what medium that means. Wet. That's wobbly medium wet. Wobbly wet. It's medium wet. I might have a mince pie now if you want to keep talking. Oh, go on then. It's only fair, really. I had a mince pie break as well. Yeah, I know. There you are. Thank you. I'm saving my lunch for the driving home, I've decided. I'm a different person, man. I'm going to have a Twix instead. Oh, okay. I'm saving all this. I'm literally going to get this all off my lap as I drive home. Yes. We've got 3 hours in the car. With a Costa coffee. Other coffees are available. I've got my lunch to have. We've got lunch. Yeah. Yes. It's marvellous. Snuck my way back. And cake. It's literally just perfect.
We don't have to stop.
Well, probably we're old, mate. Do you think we'll last 3 hours without stopping?
No, I do not. And then I'm driving to Leeds.
To get woken up at 4 o'clock.
To get woken up. Well, no. Hopefully Teddy won't wake me up that early.
It's a child.
Teddy's my child, my grandson.
Yeah, but he's not going to know about the clocks going back, is he? He's going to be like, woo!
So, yeah, that's right. He's an hour early, isn't he? Oh, my goodness. That's
4
going to be
o'clock
5 a.m.
wake up. Yep.
Why did I suggest I stay off at Leeds?
Because you're too good a granddad.
What an idiot. Anyway, we're playing mini golf tomorrow.
Oh, right. Is that a warm-up for Dubai?
Yeah.
So, yes, if this is our last UK event of the year here at Karting Live TV. However, we are back on air in 2 weeks' time. Yes. Yeah, 3 weeks' time. From Al Forsan, which is the most favoured track for Middle East drivers. It's their favourite circuit, the Al Forsan track. It's got bank corners and everything else. It starts quite early because we're now 4 hours behind them, so that will be starting about 5 or 6 in the morning. But luckily, of course, you can watch it all in the archive. But we will be live on Sunday for that one. And then in mid-December, Sunday the 14th or 15th. Don't ask me that. The 26th today. So next Sunday is the 2nd. 16th? You've ruined the whole flow of my conversation with your very accurate request to give an actual date. What is it? I think it's the 16th, isn't it? It is the 16th. I'm sure it is. I've decided it's the 16th. Yeah. So we're live on the 16th, and we are then also, following month, we're live again from the wonderful world of Alain for 2 days in December. And someone's just opened the door and all the winds come in, and he's forgotten to have his headphones. Okay, so the karts are out on the track. Lara's going for crisps. It's going to be a crunchy old time, but we are going to be with you, thankfully, this year. Karting Live TV, we've got another couple of hours of fantastic wet weather excitement, and then we're going to be with you on several occasions, including, put this in your diary, if you are a karting fan. 14th and 15th of February, we are bringing you live action, karting action from the Yas Marina Grand Prix circuit. So only 2 months after the World Championship may or may not have been decided at Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and only a month after we've been there to do a 6-hour endurance race, we'll be there with kart. It's not like the karting track at the back of the circuit or karting track somewhere near like Portimao or something like that. No, it's on the chuffing track itself. Down by the West Hairpin, we will be giving you live karting action. Do not miss it. I said that. 14th
date?
I said that already. 14th.
Oh, you mentioned the date this
February.
time, did you?
So perhaps on the 14th, you can invite your loved one for a few hours of karting action.
A lot of UAE action before that, though.
Yeah, but I was picking out the highlight to raise people's awareness of the highlights. Yeah, because we're also doing the O Plate and the Dubai rounds. We've got 2 rounds in 2 weeks in Dubai. Basically, you won't have to worry about not having a fix of karting live action. And if you like Joe or you like Henry or you like me, you hear all of it at various different times. Anyway, back to the story again, because it's time for the Mod 160s to get rolling. Lee Mitchell and Chris Williams at the front, Chris French behind them. Who will take this championship on the wet tyres, which is a good start, because these things are heavy and they have some grunt. So here we go. And Twix is finished.
Here we go indeed.
At any second now,
Am I
Joe
switched
Bradley,
on?
yes, Joe Bradley will start talking, but who does it? He'll go around the first corner. It's much more sedate and what's the word for it? Mature start to the race, I think. But so he's out in the lead, has gone.
You've said it now.
Well, obviously, yes.
We've got a breakaway in the lead there. That's and it's that Chris Williams who's got ahead of, or is that Lee Mitchell? No, it's Chris Williams. Yeah, and then the 37 of Lee Mitchell. So Chris certainly enjoys the wet weather. We've got one of our unmodified karts in the form of that pesky Christian Bellaby, as ever, getting in amongst the mods.
And then they got the M plate of Nick Williams. I think he's actually running 5th, not 6th, but we'll see when they come round in a second.
Yeah, they'll sort themselves out when they get across the line, won't they?
They're finding, I think, quite consistent conditions across the track now. I think there's a level of wet which is easing itself out. So across the line goes Williams. Mitchell is second. Top 2 going through the top end for the second time.
Tony Whitehead's the driver in 4th place in the Mod 160s. As we've got karts spinning there, but the 2 Mod 160s off into the lead, Chris Williams and Lee Mitchell. Now, these are very, very powerful, high-revving Honda engine karts. Twin engines, of course, heavily modified, so much more power. So hence, much more power under the right foot. If we could drop back to the GX Pro Karts, Nick, that is coming up here, the white kart there with the orange number plate. That's the 66. Now, this is a great battle between Christian Bellaby and Nick Williams. That's the lead of the GX Pro Karts. So keep a wary eye on the lead of the Mod 160s, which is about to change. Just as we look at this typical, we look at the GX Pro Karts.
Yeah, you went too soon, you see, that's right.
Well, these guys were about to start scrapping as they are now.
So Mitchell's taking the lead overall with the orange helmet. He's a couple of karts ahead. So this is the battle for the lead of non-modified, just pro karts. And the 66, you can see Christian Bellaby has the Macy plate. Williams behind him. And there's a little bit of a gap back to the 4. Whitehead, these two sweeping through. It's interesting, there's no kind of like shuffling around. They're not trying to put each other off at the moment. Someone's like, who's that off the track?
Yes, that's not really something wrong with that picture there, isn't it?
I'm not sure who that was, whether it was a back marking non-modified car or whether it was a car that was anything else with that issue elsewhere.
I couldn't tell the number. I think it was one of the GX Pro Karts. Bellaby through, Nick Williams through.
No, it was Chris French. Chris French in third.
Yes, the 28 from third place in the Mod 160s has now dropped down to. He's still dropping. He's not back on track yet quite.
Well, it was kind of big. It was doing that thing where you pull back in your front tyres to reverse, which is quite hard work and takes a long time.
He buried the front end of the kart into the tyres, hadn't he? Coming out the right-hander at Clinton's. Couldn't find it on the track like that.
That's right, because
it's upside down.
It's upside down the wrong way round, inside out.
Because
I've literally kind of go, it's not fair. Just getting a bit of a forecast, see how long this rain's going to go on. 4 hours.
Yes, I know. We're going to see. We're going to go all the way through this race meeting now in these wetter conditions.
We've got to work out how to dry all the stuff that we'll put in the bags and the cars.
And there is that as well. There's the Mod 160 lead. Still Chris Williams from Lee Mitchell, but they're very, very close together. That's really tricky to do when you've got so much grunt under your right foot. They're just delicately modulating that throttle, like I can assure you. When they're coming out the corner here, they're not just slamming the throttle down as they would normally do. Now they are. But they'll be spinning the wheels up all the way down the straight.
Yeah, it's interesting because Williams got through with the orange helmet quite a while ago, and I thought he was going to blast off and disappear, but no, he's being absolutely tailed by the 37 of Mitchell, the all-black kart, and almost perhaps it was his idea to just spend a few laps just not leading, not being the first person to puddle. Just see what happened next. But obviously the thing is, it really is a case now you've got to line the karts up before you put the power on. Hope for the grip as you run around the outside now, looking to make a move. No, just looking to make a little bit of an attempting shifty on it.
They're a heavier kart, aren't they, the twin-engine Pro Karts? And just on the brakes, you can just feel the weight of the kart when you go on the brakes into a corner, especially in the wet. The thing just doesn't want to stop, and you're just delicately tickling the brake to stop the rear end locking up. And if you overbrake, that rear axle just locks up and you are a passenger. And delicate driving here at Ellough Park from these two. Very heavily modified engines these. So, here we go. No, not quite.
So you say heavily modified, so, what's the sort of power output of these compared to a normal one? How many extra horsepower have they dug out of a 160?
What makes you think I've got the answer to that since you last asked them?
Because you did an interview with them.
Yes, they told me how much they'd rev differently, but I did say the last time you asked this that they didn't tell me how much power. Tony was saying that it's difficult to find out just what sort of power they're putting out. I don't know why.
Sure, they think of a dyno.
Well, I mean,
I think your friends with dyno everything's within like a 10th of a horsepower or 100 of horsepower.
Yes.
So
they wrote that to everyone.
Well, next time you do an interview for an access event, you've already got a task for the round one at Wilton Mill next year.
Well, I'm going to ask again now in YouTube world. If anybody knows what sort of power output these Mod 160s are, then please let us know. the people who can tell us are probably out on the track at the moment.
Well, they could definitely tell us, or they could definitely approximate.
Well, they do go into great detail. There are regulations as to what you can and cannot modify, because
I think you can't overbore them or anything.
You can't overbore them. You can pour the heads and change the cams and different materials for the connecting rods and the like. You can shave the heads so that shave the top of the block, I should say, so the piston is
so you get
right
the
at
pressure
the top.
ratio up.
So you can do that.
But you can't change the crankshaft to get a bigger sweep, though. Make it.
You can do something with the crank. Watch the paddock show, Nick. But what Tony did say was, to avoid a checkbook war where you can just throw money with exotic materials to make your engine
molybdenum
and all sorts of things that you can do with regards to your exhaust and your inlets. There are certain regulations to stifle that to a point, but still, compared to the GX Pro Karts, heavily modified. It's not a control. It's a relatively controlled formula, but not as heavily controlled with sealed motors like you get in the GX Pro Karts. Still no change in the GX Pro Karts, by the way, with Christian Bellaby hanging on to that lead. Got Nick Williams in second, just comes through.
I think Bellaby's got 3 seconds, hasn't he, on Williams? I think even more now. He's got 4 seconds on Williams.
He has 4 seconds, so Bellaby really is controlling the pace.
Battle for the Pro 160 is where it's all about. Mod 160 is where it's all about. And getting a little bit more racy, though we're still with a third of the race to go. Here's Mitchell, Williams behind him. Things ahead of him, sorry. Just trying to keep him back. Wipe the visor. He's a whirly visor. He can wipe his visor.
You love a whirly visor, don't you?
Love a whirly visor.
You've got to be really old to understand what whirly visor is.
I think by the time I was using it in the late 80s, early 90s, it was obsolete.
Did you use a whirly visor?
Blimmin' right, I did.
They were phased out when I started karting in 1986.
Well, I was using 89, 1991. You remember that James King had one at Forest
He did,
Edge.
loved him. Yeah.
Back last year or year before.
Yeah, we'll see Jim out in a minute, actually. Or has it just been out?
Just been out.
It's just been out.
So this one is... I'll be honest, this is not a firecracker of a race. It's a bit disappointing given the weather.
Well, it's not over yet, Nick. There's 3 minutes remaining.
Well, thank you,
sir. And
keep my faith up in this.
Lee Mitchell, all right, Lee Mitchell looks like he's just following him round, following Chris Williams round in the orange. So Chris Williams in the orange helmet, Lee Mitchell in the yellowy liveried helmet. Just following one another around. They're all in black wetsuits, by the way. That's why the new overall colours.
They're not in wetsuits. They're not in frogman outfits.
Well, they are karting wetsuits, I mean.
That'd be quite amusing.
Weatherproof suits.
If they got flippers or something.
Well, they're not diving wetsuits.
Looks like the water's playing a bit of a...
Let's see if Lee Mitchell has anything in the toolkit. Is he playing a waiting game?
I don't know.
Or is Chris Williams driving absolutely on the edge? Is that the 28 there that they're just coming by? That was the recovery, Chris French.
My feeling is it started raining quite a bit heavier.
It has. Look at the water running down.
No, it's more because of the fact there's so much water on Ash's screen that it's making the picture look odd.
Yeah, and of course, and I think Leicester's camera there.
Oh, the 13's off.
Yeah, number 13.
I think we've reached the next stage of wetness, Joe. That's where it's starting to cause more grip issues.
That's Chialki. Chiakli is actually how you say it. Chiakli.
Wetness.
Yeah, getting towards the final 90 seconds or so. So we've got the bright orange helmet of Chris Williams who leads. The thing is, when the conditions are like this, and here we go. Oh, that was looking like it might be a move because back markers coming into play here. That's one of the GX class, the 51. That's Rob McGowan about to be overtaken. He'll try and keep out the way. He looks over his shoulder here. Acknowledged movement there. Just nice, sedate driving from these two. And just keeping that power in check, aren't they? They're not being ragged. They're not slipping and sliding around. Ash's camera getting very wet now on the lens. Has Ash got a wipe?
I don't think Ash has got a wipe.
Has he not?
No. Needs a wipe.
Take him some
Where's
tissue
Ash's
out.
wipe?
Has he need some of this?
Oh, that's okay. Give it to him later, don't we?
Yes.
I think it's just coming straight into the system at the moment.
It is, yeah.
This is the joys of broadcasting in wet weather. There's a bit of lappery going on with possibly 2 more laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, in the wet, 30 seconds to get all the way around here. I think they're going to do it. So getting towards that checkered flag time. So getting towards the point when Lee Mitchell, if he has been playing a waiting game, we're going to find out. Because I don't think he has. I think these two have been absolutely hammer and tongs in the weather. Very, very tricky conditions to drive. But some very, very good driving here from Chris and Lee. Crossing the line now with 2 seconds on the clock, would you believe? So 2 more laps for the sake of 2 seconds. 2 more laps in the wet. Down the back straight towards the and then into the Hulme hairpin for the penultimate time. They're going to have 1 more lap of racing, and if anything, looks like Chris Williams has kind of found a little bit of a gap here. Backmarker's going to come into play here, but Backmarker's very heads-up driving from pretty much everyone here today with regards to how they deal with the leaders coming through there, looking over the shoulder. Yeah, the number 39 of George Pottas getting out of the way very readily. So, last lap board. Time running out for Lee Mitchell if he has got anything in the kit to get by Chris Williams into Degner. Out onto the back straight towards Shoemaker's double apex right-hander onto the infield section here on the run down towards the Hulme hairpin. Past the old circuit.
There.
Yeah, very wet. Is it really?
Yeah.
Pouring down. Here we go. Here's a challenge coming towards O'Rossi. Then into Clinton's for the final time. And that was perhaps Lee Mitchell's offer of a challenge there. It's not quite over yet, but it's going to be last of the late breakers into Warren's hairpin. And yes, they come together. Interesting to see there just the difference in handling as Chris Williams keeps his kart very smooth indeed. No extra energy need to be exerted. And a great drive, I've got to say, from everybody out there in our Pro Kart field. Chris Williams will take the win with Lee Mitchell second. The gap at the line was 0.245, so almost 3/10. Christian Bellaby will be our driver there that will take the win in the GX Pro Karts, the GXUK Pro Karts. Christian Bellaby will take the win there. Then we've got Nick Williams taking second place on the end plate there, the blue kart there just taking the line. Tony Whitehead is our third and final step at the podium for the Mod 160s. And then in third place in the GX Pro Kart class is Ewan Rayner. Chris French up to 6th overall, 4th in class. Ewan Rayner coming through in third. We'll see Ewan on the podium at the trophy presentation. Richard Melton Baxter was next, and the rest of the finishers there on the timing bar. So that weather making that GX Pro Kart race very, very tricky indeed, Nick. And we take it for granted, don't we, that these drivers will just keep the karts on the road, keep the karts on the track. We saw a lot of drivers unable to do that, a lot of incident down the field, causing some consternation. And with the weather continuing to be absolutely ghastly here, it's not just wet, it's cold as well. Next up, we've got our 100 UK class coming out for their final. It's the 100 UK seniors, I should say, coming out for their final. It's a very competitive class, this. They're going to be on wet tyres, so that's going to be relatively easier than some of our classes that aren't allowed to run wets. And the 100 UK seniors, it's all about the Williams final, isn't it? Williams final. The Williams family is what I'm trying to say. Scott Williams has been the driver to beat all weekend, and he is going to be starting on the pole position Dominic Pine on the number 2 is starting on the front row with him. And it will be Scott Williams and Dominic Pine then leading the field out of the collecting area and coming into our view down the start-finish straight. Getting a little bit of heat into those wet tyres. Second row of the grid is Michael Cornell and Paul Streether. Matt Lawrence, been here since the very start as Matt, since 2017, been racing with Access. He's alongside Jordan Kendall, the bringer of goods. Yes. Sweets and Coca-Cola. Thank you, Jordan, and a happy birthday to your parents. Andrew Hicks and James Phillips are on row 4. We've then got Cody Pennington and Lee Hackett. Brendan Williams and Owen Potter are on row 6. Row 7 is Simon Diver and Ross Goodwin. We've then got Marcus Gray and Samantha Topless. 9th row of the grid is Hayden Taylor and Sebastian Muzica. Tom Scott and Oliver Misters is next. Bradley Dyson and James Mullen. Chris Prescott and Dexter Bergman. Sergio Taggio and Leonardo Taggio start on the 25th and 26th grid positions. Thomas Purchase and David Cameron are next up. Callum Bergman and Pete Townsend are next. And Liam Pedge and Ben Miles round off a 32 kart field in great style here. 32 karts here in 100 UK. Just finding their way around this ever-wetting track. We're going to get one more go around, I would suggest, with the 2 front row drivers there, the number 40 and the number 2, the vice champion from 2024, Dominic Pine there. Waiting for the rest of the field to gather up there. Still a bit of time for them to come into view. And we will get another rolling lap. So Karts at the front, managing to manage the welfare of those motors by nipping the fuel pipe. That's what you're seeing them do there. Just nipping the fuel pipe to restrict the fuel flow into the engine, keeping them nicely lubricated and keeping the oil-fuel mixture running through those 2-stroke air-cooled TKM motors. As we just looking out onto the track there, I've got a massive straggler in the form of, I can't see who that is, but he's way back on the, just coming on the back straight towards Shoemaker as the rest of the field, the rest of the grid make their way into the final few sections of the track here. Scott Williams leading the field round on the pole position. Dominic Pine on that second spot. Grid nicely formed up behind them. They'll start getting into grid formation as they get through the next couple of sections from the Warnes hairpin. Rain continuing to fall, so the track not evolving back to dry, but evolving back to even wetter. Pace will quicken up as they get towards the line. Fuel flow unrestricted now as they get towards the green light, and it goes on. You can see the reflection in the track there beautifully. And it will be Scott Williams, Cornell there in the blue kart, sneaking down these inside and into second place there. Pine has been hung out to dry somewhat. And Pine, I can't even see Pine there. Wherever Dominic Pine has got, there he is. He's in about 5th or 6th now. Scott Williams leads into and out of the home hairpin. Cornell and the number 27 and Matt Lawrence, they're the drivers. And Matt Lawrence down the inside at Rossi, and will hang on to that through the right-hander at Clinton's as Williams escapes. It is the old stalwart of the series, Matt Lawrence, who heads into Warnes hairpin in second place there, hangs the lock around the outside on the grippier line. Out to the final turn then, and across the line for the first time. It's one lap completed. Scott Williams leads.
There's a cracking lead he's got as well there, Joe, isn't it? He's managed to pull nicely away. Conditions are really unpleasant out there, by the way.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm in here.
I keep going out to do various bits and bobs, and I keep thinking, this is very nice.
No, it's horrible. It's not just wet, it's cold as well. So these drivers will be getting very cold in these conditions. Dominic Pine, I've got to say, from the front of the grid, ended up 5th place there. That's the number 2 with the yellow and blue Flex nose cone. That's the old Flex livery, I think. Ahead of Dominic is Jordan Kendall. Michael Cornell in third, Matthew Lawrence second. Scott Williams, though, is our leader there into the Warren's hairpin. And it looks like Dominic Pine has gotten ahead of Kendall. There's the 23 of James Phillips ahead of Paul Streether there at the Warren's hairpin. Here they come then. 2 laps completed. Scott Williams, Matthew Lawrence, Michael Cornell, Dominic Pine up to 4th. Kendall down to 5th. James Phillips 6th. Paul Streether 7th. Lee Hackett, Andrew Hicks, Owen Potter, Brendan Williams. 12th is Cody Pennington. And as ever, in the wet conditions, we see things being strung out. Definitely got surface water being created now with plumes of spray coming off these tyres. Into O'Rossi, the left-hand sweep into the right-hander at Clinton's across the curb there. Use all of the curb there on the inside of Clinton's there. And then up and over the brow of the exit of Clinton's. Williams not edging that far away from these second and third place karts, and if anything, Cornell getting back towards the rear bumper of Matthew Lawrence. Lawrence there with the red sleeves of his overalls, the black helmet, turning into the first turn, heading towards Shoemaker. Cornell definitely catching the number 27. So notice Cornell doesn't use the exit curb there out of Shoemaker. He keeps the kart well off there, barely on the curbs on the exit of the hairpin as well. So second, third and fourth there coming together. The black kart there of the number 27 being caught by the blue kart of Michael Cornell. Dominic Pine not that far away. And Pine looking down the inside, but that was more to do with Cornell and the blue kart there, just keeping on the wet line. But Pine's coming back into it. Pine started on the front of the grid alongside our erstwhile leader Scott Williams and dropped to 5th after the first lap. Onto the infield section now, and we get a bit of we tend to get a bit excited there when we see Cornell coming down the inside, but that's more to do with that number 27 staying on the wider, the grippier outside line in these wet conditions, seemingly working better than the more rubbered up inside line. Seems to be working in areas for Cornell though. Barney sliding very wide was the 27 again. And is this opened the door for Cornell and Pine to come through? The 27 around the outside of Pine, but Pine around the outside of T73, and it was Matt Lawrence who got hung out to dry in the slippery conditions by Dominic Pine and Michael Cornell, I should say. Michael Cornell in second, Dominic Pine in third. And Matt Lawrence beginning to drop off the tail of these two. We've got 4 more finals coming up after this one. This one still 7 minutes remaining in this. Scott Williams already pulling out the 2.5 second gap. Scott Williams not even in the shot now as we continue. There he is in the lead, just in the foreground there as Michael Cornell, Dominic Pine, Matthew Lawrence, and who's this coming? Jordan Kendall. Jordan on the white kart there, now coming onto the rear bumper of Matthew Lawrence.
Pine, it looks like he's just dropping a little bit off the 85 at the moment. Is Cornell being to gap him slightly?
Yeah, it looks like it. Got a yellow flag at the first turn. Not sure why that is.
Actually, I don't know. There's a kart rejoining. Oh, there's got someone often sitting in the barrier, sitting on the barrier. So, as the weather has got quite inclement. Mm-hmm. So often you're inside a commentary booth, you can see your breath, is it?
No, it's pretty cold in here.
It's not as bad as the camera, so thank you to Ash and to Leicester.
We've got no heating facilities here at the Ellough Park.
Oddly, the amount of hot air we produce.
That's right. You would have thought that would be adequate, but it isn't. Proving not to be. So Cornell is pulling away, it looks like, Nick, like you said. And Cornell, that's the 42, yeah. That's the 42.
No problem. There's the 23, James Phillips.
Now, James Phillips has come right onto the back of Kendall, who likewise Kendall right onto the back of Lawrence. So Matt Lawrence, Jordan Kendall, James Phillips, that's 4th, 5th and 6th there. This is becoming a bit of a scrap here for 4th, 5th and 6th. Kendall now under pressure. Kendall under massive pressure there as the number 23 makes that look very easy, doesn't he?
Well, I suppose if you've got the confidence in these weather conditions, you are going to slide up the inside with very little effort.
And he didn't just slide, he slid up the inside, but then he had a grip to continue around the corner and continue with forward momentum rather than sideways momentum. Kendall coming back at him. Oh, he got all wide it was on the exit curve out of Clinton's there, the number 23. And he almost lost it, Nick. He was on the very, very, very wet exit curbing.
He's looking to switch back on
yes,
there.
He was. Kendall says, thank you very much.
It was a bit too much of Jordan Kendall's kart, which prevented him from turning the right as hard as he wants to. Let's do it all over again.
Change of underwear for 23, James Phillips, I think, there. Coming out of Clinton's, getting the back wheels on that wet curb. You need to check that one. He just had to go with it. He couldn't fight it too much. And then the kart slew sideways. So Kendall back into that 5th place, which he lost. But down the inside as he comes. He's got a lot of grip as the number 23, James Phillips. James Phillips able to go down the inside of Kendall as and when. This is where he got caught out last time. Keep an eye on this.
Up and over the dip, downhill, brake hard. Held it in this time though, no problem at all. So the all-black kart with the white helmet is now chasing the all-black kart with the black helmet, which is Matthew Lawrence, I assume, in the 27 is ahead of him, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Up on 3 wheels, he's got some grip in that car.
He's got some grip, hasn't he?
Or he softened it right off. Sometimes they don't soften them off anymore real well. I don't know how that works.
That's a Rotax.
Nah.
I think you might soften this lot off because they're pretty much exactly the same carts as we were running back in period, yeah. Yeah, they'll be softening the bumpers and stuff just to get the chassis to flex more into the corner. And there is Lawrence under pressure. Down the inside has gone Phillips. James Phillips on the 23. It's the battle of the black. No. Battle of the black carts continues, and as Matt Lawrence does the switchback.
He lost too much momentum by going off the track there, and actually lost. Not only did the 27 regain the place, but he threw himself right on the mercy of Jordan Kendall.
Yeah, Kendall coming back as well. No sticker kits on these carts, I know, Nick. Saving just under a kilogram of weight
and
for these drivers.
Quid.
And about 70 quid, yeah.
I mean, they're not sponsored or in a team, so what would your sticker actually say? Into the first corner again. 23 lost a little bit of his momentum as he comes back towards Matthew Lawrence.
So James Phillips, I'm being told, has got 3. He's got AMX Gaming. Go on, James. Is AMX Gaming's brother. He's quicker than experienced go-kart. He's done it 2 years, and this is his 3rd year. So he's got 3 years experience under his belt on that number 23. He's
certainly not fighting with the wet, that's for sure.
No.
Next heat out, by the way, is the GXs who've got no wet tyres. So that shouldn't work.
That's going to be in slow motion. Yes, James Phillips there, the younger brother of AMX Gaming, whoever they are. One of the Phillips family, I would imagine. Matt Lawrence has woken up, it seems. So James Phillips has woken Matt Lawrence up on that number 27, the grey overalls there. And Matt is in 4th place. The top 3 have gone off and are very well spaced out, actually.
Kendall went off wide there into turn 1, lost quite a bit of time, just didn't get he turned the wheel and the car went, no, I'm not going to do that. So now the 23, Phillips really hunting down Lawrence. There's a couple of more laps to go, got a minute and 17 plus a lap, so I think they're going to get 3 more. But he's looking, don't forget he was past him for about 50 metres, and then all that lock, and it just, I might turn around.
I mean, James Phillips into his 3rd season, he's got enough experience to compete with the likes of Matt Lawrence, who's been a part of this series since 2017. And this is where you kind of equalise, don't you, after a couple of years under your belt, especially if you have spent a couple of years in a full series like the Access Series. But it's a great drive, and we saw some really good skill from James, hanging onto that slide coming out of Clinton's for a start. That was a good bit of driving. He's not quite good enough to get back on terms, it seems. He's kind of walking up Matt Lawrence.
Yeah.
And Matt now absolutely on it there. Oh, getting
That's
it all
mistake,
wrong.
And
Yeah.
as you said it, the mistake was made, but I think he's going to get away with it.
Or is he? Side by side, is it? Almost. Bogged down.
Lost the drive.
Bogged down, coming out the corner there. Now he's under threat. Is James Phillips under threat from Jordan Kendall?
Yeah, you just lose that little bit of drive and suddenly you're being pounced upon by the man behind you. So the last lap is about to start.
Yeah. Last lap board now being shown to Scott Williams.
So Williams.
So we're going to have to leave this little scrappage to pick up Scott Williams, who I've got to say, Nick, has proved to be the man to beat.
So Williams is
in 100
he's
UK.
over there in the flex cart. That's him. There's Williams in the 40. There goes Scott. There's flex cart colours. It's not obvious. It's actually Williams catering team colours. Just looks like flex.
No, it's his flex. Oh, do you know about that one? Yes, I thought you meant the other one.
It obviously convenient to use the same colours.
Yes.
So Scott Williams, as you say, class the field so far today in all conditions. There's lovely sunny conditions this morning, isn't there? This miserable rain and wind we've got now. And the number 40 will take home the spoils, but not the championship. That's got to James Ogden.
Yes, another back-to-back championship for the Ogden family in this season in 100 UK seniors. It's all about it's all about Scott Williams and Michael Cornell, who are our first and second place finishers. Dominic Pine finishes in third. It was Matthew Lawrence who finishes in fourth. Jordan Kendall right there at the very last lap as we left that battle. No, that's wrong. We've got James Phillips finishing in fifth. So for some reason that doesn't make sense, Nick. Or something doesn't make sense. Right, Matthew Lawrence fourth, James Phillips fifth,
yeah,
Jordan Kendall sixth, Paul Strether seventh, Brendan Williams eighth, Owen Potter ninth, and Marcus Gray 10th. So yes, this season though is all about James Ogden. Luke Ogden taking the 115 category, James Ogden taking the 100 UK seniors, and another back-to-back championship for the Ogdens in this one. Took the win in round one, took the win in round two, took the win in round three, would you believe, Nick? Took the win in round four, was second in round five. His dropped score is a first, a sixth and a first at round three. Well, for James.
To try higher.
He didn't turn up this weekend.
He didn't need to.
Didn't need to turn up this weekend. So congratulations to our winner of that one, Scott Williams, who's been very hard to beat all day.
Got a bit of kart rescuing to do, and then we're going to get our first of our difficult kart races. It's the GX Juniors who are going to have to attempt to do this without any tread in their tyres. So we'll see how that one goes. Oops.
So GXUK Junior Championship coming next with our grid. Leo Engels on the pole position. Our D plate holder, the Dragon plate holder, Sam Blamey, is alongside. These two have been the karts to beat in this GXUK Junior Championship. Jack Griggs and Arlie Dobson are sharing row 2. Row 3 is Luca Dolby and the OM plate winner Angus Langley. We've then got Ollie Chandler and Leo Blindell. Row 5 is Riley Potts and Morgan Potts. Row 6, Thomas Platten and Lucas Deere. Row 7, Ivo Ivanov and Jensen Horton. Row 8 is Aidan McGowan and Jack Langford, who is our champion-elect, actually, in this class. He's already clinched the championship with a round to go. Got Lucas Brown and Evan Withington on row 9. Row 10 is Tyler Rickard and Noah Denham. Then got Harry Platten and Leonardo Palaggi. Jensen Concannon, Harvey Clary, Gabe McKean, Niall Green, Fred Furman, Jake Blamey, Tom Mayo with the Tyrrell look-alike. Fred Pollard is next. Chris Mayo. Oh, sorry, it's Chris Mayo with the number 34, isn't it? The Tyrrell livery. Then we've got Bella Froud, Oliver Soto and Alfie Nichols rounding off a 34 kart field. We are We've not quite released the Junior GX class. So we wait. The rain continues to fall, Ash. Yes, he says, rather despondently. We've got a few karts still being recovered there. Driver there just running back to the paddock for his trolley, probably. So a little bit of a slight delay while we get things underway for our final for the under UK seniors. For the 100, not the 100, for the GXUK juniors is what I meant to say. It's causing a lot of confusion in my head.
That just keep going.
I know that. I did try.
It had nothing to do with what was going on.
I know that. I did try.
Who wants to give Leicester a bag?
Looks like you are.
I've been out 4 times already.
So the rain continued to fall down on
cause
issues technically.
Oh,
with the rain, we have been released. We've got the red lights have come on. Nick's going to be chopping the pictures.
I'm not. Laura back before then.
I doubt it.
She will.
We have got these karts that are on.
Do they come through? They're already karts facing the wrong way.
The juniors are on slicks, aren't they?
Well, I assume so. I don't know. I don't think the GX have wets, do they?
Well, I know the seniors run on slicks.
They look pretty slicky to me. Might be wrong.
Right.
So let's have a run down. They look about, see what's going on. With you, Ash, you can actually put some pictures of the you can put some pictures of the actual karts on. So they are drifting about in the wet. Joe's gone outside to make sure they are on slicks. He's having a staring competition with the world to make sure they actually are on slicks. Zoom in, Ash. As tight as you could on a tyre. Pictures. So, oh, it's a doggy. Hang on, this is the most important thing of all. What's it before, isn't it? There's a doggy shot. We always like a nice doggy shot. And the verdict is...
They're on slicks.
Oh, well.
Doing remarkably well to stay on the track in those wet conditions.
It's miserable out there,
even
isn't
on the rolling lap.
It is miserable out there.
It is horrible out there. Why did I go out there?
Because you're a professional.
Yes, I suppose.
I'm not saying what sort of professional you are.
Here we go then. They're coming out of T73 and they're heading down towards the lights, which are shining brightly red. They will go to green and we will be off racing. They stay red though, Nick.
Oh, we're going round again, aren't they?
Yeah, we're going round again. Tricky conditions for these slick tyres. I think it's too spread out for the likes of the for the liking of the starter. However, considering the conditions, we might not get an opportunity to really bunch them up. You don't really want them that bunched up because we don't want them barreling off.
The back of the field is
now.
catching up, and it was quite separated.
Yes. So
anything happen here, couldn't it? Really.
The thing is, usually on this extra rolling lap, you get more heat into the tyres. However, there is no heat getting into those tyres. They very barely get up to temperature. Mm-hmm. So you're running on cold tyres effectively. When you run on slicks in the wet, you are running on cold tyres throughout the race. And the surface water...
spitting.
Yeah, the surface water
down the moment.
Doesn't help because you are running on a layer of
gunk,
a layer of water. Mm. So it's going to be down to the... these karts are going to feel like they've got 1,000 brake horsepower under their right foot. When you put the throttle in, you're going to spin up those slicks, and it's going to be all down to nicely controlled oversteer slides. But more importantly, it's the entry to the corner. When you turn in and those front tyres just don't grip until they find some tarmac. So around the outside where the less rubbered line is going to be, is probably going to work better. Look at that, slipping and sliding already.
Here we go.
So here we go. Leo Engel, Sam Blamey, that's your front row.
Engels.
It goes green. We are racing towards Degner.
Blamey cuts across to take the first corner, and they all go through a little bit of wideness, but they're all getting round. A lot of it by leaning the body, it seems.
Yeah, so they look like they go into slow motion, don't they?
This is actually full speed, but they have no grip.
This is full speed at no grip. Look at that, scrabbling for grip there. The leader as Sam Blamey on the D plate.
Is that Ari Dobson, the 36, who's now picked up?
It is Ari Dobson, yeah. He's got the lead.
Now, he's got an advantage there because he's a big lad. He's going to get mechanical grip.
He is going to get mechanical grip because he's bound to be a bit heavier. Oh, look at that. Absolutely. Yeah, pink helmet for Arlie.
Langley's in third now.
They've done really, really well we've got nobody. Oh, as I say that, we've got a spinner.
But he's kept going.
But it's at the back of the field. We've got another spinner there. And so I was about to say I think they've done marvellously well just to keep these karts on the track here. So difficult to scrabble for grip there. We're seeing that. And the rain is continuing to fall. The track's not getting any kind of respite whatsoever.
So the first lap is about 1:10, isn't it?
The first lap is 1:12, Nick.
Yeah, they're a bit quicker on the second lap.
Marginally.
Well, I might pick 5 or 6 seconds up, They know they're going to be there with faster in turn one.
Well, they're going to be about 10 seconds off, aren't they?
Oh no, 15, I say.
You reckon?
We've got no tyres, we've got no grip. It's not like a normal wet weather offset, is it?
Yeah, we are talking about slow motion racing here.
So the OM and the D plates, the plates without numbers, are battling for second place. Langley has got into second, ahead of the D plate of Blamey, just round that first corner a second ago. Our pot one of the 33s come from nowhere. Jack Griggs, he wasn't featured too high up in the grip. He's coming through. Come on, Noah, says Valerie Denham.
That's Noah Denham. Let's see where he is. He's 14th at the moment, Valerie.
Harry Powers is coming from the Fiesta Junior race. If Harry Powers going here for somebody else going, I don't know.
Harry Power. Who won, Harry? Tell us. Fiesta Junior is very popular. Step up from karting. It's becoming. Daniel Hartley, being one of the drivers that we're familiar with in Karting Live TV, stepping up to Fiestas next year. Wasn't that long ago. He won the Junior Primo class in the kart championship.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
His dad had more money to spare than he knew what to do with.
He's actually going to save money by not going karting next year.
That's true.
Yeah, Fiesta Junior's working out to be cheaper, I think, his dad was telling me. Ian.
Pretty much track time,
Here we go then. Slow motion, action-packed racing here in the GXUK Juniors.
Oh, and that's gone off.
That is unfortunate. That's our
Dobson
early leader.
It was all on the knife edge, and he fell off that knife edge.
I think, you know what, you could say that Angus Langley just put the pressure on by his mere presence.
Yeah.
And that caused Arlie Dobson to just maybe be a little bit more. There he is. It's on the brakes.
He already lost the lead.
Yeah, it's on the brakes. There he is.
Nearly. 3 times he nearly got it back.
Yeah, just lock again. The left foot just delicately using the brake pedal. But once you start locking the rears, very hard to get it back, as we saw there. Arlie Dobson will continue though, but he's going to be way down the field. Our new leader then, coming through on the OM plate, Angus Langley. He's pulled out a huge gap.
Oh, there's a bit of a coming together there. Dobson again involved in that one. Coming together with a 71. That's Ollie Chandler. So they're coming round the 360, T63, they're taking 10 off it. T73 corner.
There's the D plate of Sam Blamey. He's in second place because Angus Langley already pulled out 2.7 seconds. There he is on the blue cart there, the OM plate. And then the Tony cart of the D plate holder, Sam Blamey, just keeping ahead of Jack Griggs.
Got the lap time down to 1:08.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
so it's about
700 of 1:09, to be honest.
Here they come then, out of Barney's towards the worn hairpin. Tries to get it to turn. Look at that, using what little body weight he has. Is young Sam. Turns in and then sort of throws his head to the outside just to get the right hand tyres to grip a little bit better. Looking like Jack Griggs is got a bit of pace. He seems to be catching Blamey as they come out of Degner, heading down the back straight towards Shoemaker. Turning in just waiting for the car to grip, just gripping and getting a little bit of a wriggle on. And that has allowed the number 33 of Jack Griggs to be just an inch a bit closer. But as they go into the braking area for the home hairpin, pulls out a little bit of a gap. No, it's ebbing and flowing. There's the move. However,
wasn't quite confident enough. I think you've really got to.
I just don't think he had the momentum, Nick.
Yeah,
he didn't have the speed. He wasn't going that quick. It just gave us the impression.
Yeah. We haven't worked out that he's not running at full speed. So Langley's got away, hasn't he? You're going to be 4 seconds ahead by the end of this lap.
Yeah, I don't know where he's finding the pace from, but he's got the grips. He's at ease with this, and he's finding grip from somewhere because he's powering through the right-hand curve onto the start-finish, for instance. Crosses the line now. 5 laps completed. There's a 1minute 8.3 for his lap time. Now Sam Blamey, 1 minute 9.4, 1 minute 9.2 for Griggs. Everybody putting it. Oh, there's the fastest lap of the race from Riley Potts, the 69, 1 minute 8.2.
So he's on his way. He's away behind Engels in 5th at the moment, but he's obviously catching up quite quickly. Engels being the red cart, the third one in this train.
So he's the 4th cart in the train here, just off screen to the right.
We'll see him in a second as they come round back towards us.
Yes, they will. So Potts.
There he is.
There he is in the lime green stripes on his overalls.
69.
He's the fastest car on the track at the moment, or he was that last lap.
Well, he got second everyone else.
So
he was 1.2 seconds behind Engel. I think he's pulled back a bit of that back, not all of it by any means.
Well, with everybody going green, Nick, I'm wondering if the rain has kind of eased off a bit.
It's a combination of that and getting used to it. Don't forget, they will get some temperature in those tyres by just running them around. They will be cold, but not absolutely dead freezing.
Yeah, but there's just no grip in the track. And if it stays raining, there's just no grip in the track. Doesn't matter how hot your tyres get, the track's just not there. So it's whether if it stops raining and the track starts to evolve slightly, that's when the lap times will come.
And
they stay the same. Yeah. So I think you're right, mate. I think there was a bit of sort of driver confidence coming to the fore, sort of pulling each other around.
Yeah. So they have caught up the back now. So it's just about. You could cut a tree down. That amount of soaring.
Again, just getting the tyre to twist into the corner and getting it to just.
I think if you're watching this and you go karting, like obviously in higher karts, often you just have slicks and you have to do it in the wet. You realise how impossible it is sometimes to get a slick to turn in the rain. You go at the corner, you turn the wheel and wait for it to grip and see what happens.
Yes. Oh, here we go.
Movement there. Whoa, where's that coming from?
Oh,
who's gone
they're
right off there?
Sliding very wide indeed is the number 33 of Jack Griggs.
He's managed to keep his place.
I don't know how he's did that. We've got a replay of that. What happens here? So Griggs, he's on the blue and white cart there, in the middle.
A bit spooked.
He's in the middle there, and he slides wide. He gets overtaken by at least 2.
And then they're back again.
And then he just fired out of Barney's, didn't he? And he stayed where he was. There's been no change, hasn't it? Yeah. He's still in 3rd. Leo Engels has gone ahead. No, Leo Engels is still in 4th, and then Riley Potts.
Yeah, Riley Potts, this is the Engels-Potts battle here.
Yes.
They all try and go. It's now a 5.5 second lead for Blaney with 3 and a bit minutes to go. Last time round, they're all, again, this 1:09.108, and there is a lovely little move round the outside by Riley Potts. Ian takes himself up to 4th place. Engels didn't fight it too much. There's Potts using his body as much as he can to get the kart to turn. That 17 is a lap down already and gets out the way as they go through Barnes for another lap and come now down to Wone's hairpin and the grateful embrace of Les Scott.
With 3 minutes of this GXUK Junior final to go, it's been all about Angus Langley, who's just crossed the line there. 8 laps completed. There's the 2nd place kart of Sam Blamey and Jack Griggs, who's now gotten his composure back, and he's now challenging after that little bit of an excursion at the Barney's hairpin. Here he comes back, and he's challenging, but not that far away from these two is
Riley, and Riley's really coming up to them. So there's a chance any of these 3 drivers could finish in any of the 3 positions. I don't think they're going to finish in position 1, but I think that's
well, Riley remembers just deposed Leo Engels.
Oh, and there goes the D plate down a position. So Blaney loses to Griggs. He just seems to lose momentum.
Does he just slide wide?
Yeah, just lost it. he's fighting with less body mass, so he can't throw as much of himself around.
That is true.
So Blamey, you know, he's sitting there going, if only I was much fatter.
Or taller.
Yeah.
Taller,
Or older,
I
probably.
think.
Is what it
If
is.
you look how
It's
tall
probably
he is.
his older he needs
Look
to
how
be.
small he is in the cart in comparison to the number 33 there. Yeah, the difference in sizes in the junior class, of course, is becomes a factor
Well, it does,
on slicks in the
you
wet.
know, even if they all ended up 6 foot, they would get in very different years, wouldn't they? Very different spurts to get to that height. And absolutely breaking away now is Briggs. So it's up the inside, and that's going to be. Is that going to actually work? No,
the grip was on the outside. That was that. There's just no grip on that inside line. It's where all the rubber is, and the D plate holder. Sam Blamey had all the grip on the outside. He's going to come. He's coming back at Jack Griggs now. He's had a bit of a lease. Oh, look at this! Oh, and he'd had a nudge there.
Oh dear!
And again, it was all about on the brakes there, and he lost it. He braked, but he just could not stop the cart, and he made contact with the rear bumper of Griggs in front of him, and that's what tripped the cart over there. You can see, and they're getting wrapped up in that one.
And somebody else fell up.
Was
the person behind? I mean, more Leo Engels with it, or Morgan Potts?
I think that was Morgan Potts, maybe.
The cart's broken. So they shoot 57. Okay, here go our. We now penultimate lap about to start. Oh, there might be 2 more actually. Oh no, penultimate. Yeah, so this is penultimate lap. Yep. So Griggs and Potts go across in second and third. Langley 7.2 seconds ahead. Oh, look at the extra drive there from Potts. Potts takes second place. Up the inside through Shoemaker.
Wow.
Just suddenly found drive.
Yeah.
And off he went. So he's second.
Massive amount of grip found there by the number 69.
Morgan Potts taking the fastest lap at some point, not recently.
Angus Langley, by the way, has got 7 seconds lead here. The number 68 is a back marker, a lap down, so he's going to keep out of the way. Well done, young man. Who is the 68? Angus Langley will see the last lap board next time.
Quite a long last lap, though, isn't it?
It is a very long last lap as he goes across the line.
Looks like Engels is, but Blamey lost 2 positions with that problem he had. So Engels and Blamey, who's that off the track?
Crossing the line now is Langley. Last lap board for him. Gap was 7.2 seconds to second place last time by. It's now Riley Potts, and it's 6.8. So Potts closing the gap ever so slightly, but with only 1 lap to go, Nick, this young man here.
Absolute masterclass.
Masterclass in wet weather driving on slicks.
Working out where the grip is, what the risks I can take. Got to the front in the first 2 laps, eased it out, avoided the chaos around him, literally. And now he's just driving very, very comfortably. The point about this is just don't overdrive. You just drive. You found a limit under very little pressure, apart from the trickiness of the conditions.
Well, look at how much movement or little movement there is on his steering wheel in comparison. He's got the cart is handling very well on slicks in the wet here. They're just a massive application of lock to get the tyre to bite. Here he goes. Last corner then. And he will take 6th round of the Access Karting Championship here at Ellough Park for the GXUK Junior Championship. And a fine win and a masterclass, as you said, Nick.
And a proper celebration
and
as well.
And a proper celebration from Angus
2
Langley.
hands off and a big yay.
Who's going to hang it out there for second? It is indeed Riley Potts, who finishes 8 seconds behind. Jack Griggs is 3rd. Sam Blamey finally gets back up to 4th ahead of Morgan Potts in 5th. Leo Engels 6th. 7th is the champion, who has been crowned already in GXUK Juniors, Jack Langford, in that 7th spot. Thomas Platt 8th. 9th was Lucas Dolby, and rounding off the top 10 is Arlie Dobson. Rest of the finishers there coming through.
Need to ask our resident outside person, is it still raining or has it stopped raining, Ash? It's very light rain at the moment. Is the wavy hand decision on that front.
News in from Harry Power from the Fiesta Junior Championship. There was a horrible flip at turn 1 and it was red flagged. Where Harry, where is that took place today. Was that Silverstone? I'm not
Brands
sure.
has got the Formula Ford Festival. So it won't be
Yeah.
there.
Oh, it will be Formula Ford Festival. Ford Fiesta Juniors. Aren't they the support?
I don't know. I thought
Yes.
just had nothing but Ford.
Harry, was that at Brands? Was what we're
I thought
asking.
you'd had nothing but Ford.
Single seaters, you mean? No. For a lot of years, they've got all sorts of things. What's that about?
He's eating one of the mince pies.
All right, okay. Good. I'm a different person.
Are you?
Yes. I'm not going to have one. I might have one on the journey back.
Yeah, exactly.
I might have to have one.
That's the full team at the front, isn't
Yes.
it?
Brands Hatch, yes, Harry, it was. It was a support race to the Formula Ford Festival.
That's kind of lost.
One of
its-
my
that's
favourite
lost its
events.
kudos, isn't it?
It
used to be
has.
the biggest
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
I suppose because Formula Fords aren't really relevant anymore, are they? 'Cause they're all historics. There's not any current Formula Ford, is there?
No. Correct.
Can you still get a Kent engine tuned up?
Absolutely.
Are they like original, or have they been recast?
Absolutely. Get them from Brazil. Brazilian blocks.
Oh, okay.
There's still a production engine in Brazil. You go to the Walter Hayes Trophy next week.
Oh,
mate.
no, I
Go to
realise.
the Formula Ford Festival. It is a healthy category of single-seater racing. The Walter Hayes, one of the best
Is that next week, is
single-seater
it?
events. Yeah, it's either next week or the week
National
after.
track, isn't it?
It's usually the weekend after.
It's the national track, isn't it?
Yes, great event, fabulous event. If I wasn't so cold, I'd think about going there. It was a while
You'll
ago
be,
since I
you'll be
last
warmer
went.
by later in the week.
Yeah, I will be. Yeah. I went 3 years on the trot. Me and Naz went just to spectate. A few people I knew were racing there.
So we've got 3 races left, is that right?
We have indeed got 3 races
So it's
left.
100 UK Junior first, is it?
It is that was yes. Sorry. So coming next, 100 UK Juniors, the GXUK Seniors, and then the fireworks of the F300 UKs.
The firework. Here's the grid for the juniors. No, it's not. Here's the grid for the juniors.
So the 100 UK, the TKM Engine Juniors. Or is it Yelena Osbar Scott's Championship?
Who? Yelena.
Yelena Osbar
Yelena.
Scott. Let's not just linger on it, Nick. Let's just move on. She is on the pole position, is young Yelena, and she's got Seth Jones. Going to be a cracking battle list. Remember, these juniors, though, are on treaded wet tyres in the TKM class. Ollie Robson, Jack Scott share row 2. Lewis and Guy and Jaden Solo are on row 3. Cosmo Cameron and Joshua Watts are next. Kai Turner and Devon Giles. Mason Pennington alongside Lucas Kelly on 6. 7 is Logan Pedge and Daniel Clayton. Leo Stern and Jessica Williams are next. Dominic Leon and Zach Lowe are on row 9. Row 10, Austin Taylor and Leo Wones, with Seb Corking on the back of the grid for this one. I think there was a technicality or something from the second heat, which I'm not sure.
He didn't finish the first heat.
And he didn't finish the first heat, so that's why he's at the back. Right, let me have a look at something.
Oh,
that
looking
I
at
wanted to see. Just this championship situation with this lot.
man with championship nations.
Yes. Where are you?
So that's the camera from the first corner, which they'll be barrelling into at some sort of speed. These people do, of course, have wet tyres, so it's not quite so difficult as it is for the GXs.
Yeah, Jaden Solo, Kai Turner, Yelena Scott were split by 16 points coming into
If you
this.
fire up the grid, you'll see how many different points they scored.
Yes, I will.
I'm good at this, aren't I?
Yes, you're very good.
So go there.
So Yelena, hang on.
It's gone too much.
It's
too far there. What's wrong with you? Oh, a couple of marshals running around.
There was only 2 points in it between Jaden Solo and Kai Turner, to be honest.
But Oscar Scott's had a fantastic
Yelena's
round.
had a great round, though. I do not want to call this one. It's going to be very, very tight going into this final. The final round then of the Access Karting Championship for 2025. Round 6.
Whether they're going to try and get another lap round. There's quite a big gap. They are going quite slowly, though. They do love a lot of warm-up laps, in fairness.
The season isn't over, though, Nick. We've got the O-plate.
Well, the season's over,
That's
but
clear
the
pigeon for Access.
Access Karting is not finished, but the season is over
Yes.
because this is the championship season. But the O-plate for next year is up for grabs.
That's right, yeah. A great idea to end the season. Carrying the all plate forward.
Here we go. There we go. I'm putting up the track, sorry. So can Osbar Scott,
that's the number 3,
take a victory? Bright green helmet, that's the easiest way to see
Yeah.
her.
Yeah,
she's
she's
see her
been-
white helmets.
She's been on fire, hasn't she? Let's see what she's like in the
loving
wet,
it, but
though.
this
We've
is the
not,
fir-
we've
yeah,
not
good
seen her in the
point.
wet.
This is the first wet run for any of them, to be honest.
Completely different kettle of fish. The
It's quite a
the
different
wet.
kart race as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where's the kettle of fish? I wonder where that kettle of fish saying comes from.
I don't know. I'm really against GoPros in front of your racing number, though.
Yes, we'll have a
Makes
have a
our-
word. Let's
makes
have a
our
word
job
about
a lot
that one.
harder.
Absolutely. So Smokey Joe's getting going, powering on. 100 UK Junior final for Ellough Park, round 6. Yelena pacing the carts. Jones waiting to get going on the outside, and off she goes. And will Jones sweep round the outside for the first corner? No, he won't.
Oh, somebody has,
Did,
though.
no, he did. I think it was
Yeah,
Jones who got
somebody
round
has.
to start.
Yeah,
Yep,
it
he
is.
second. Jones did get it through.
It's the outside line, isn't it? Giving you that the extra grip off the rubbered line. And just look at that, fighting the wheel there, looking over his right shoulder, looking over his left shoulder. Yelena is there with him, though.
Big game from Jaden Solo. He's in third, Joe. So he's one of our championship protagonists. He said,
really
Jade,
is.
and look at that. She's not having any mucking about this weekend.
And neither is Jaden Solo. Look how racy he looks. Down the inside. And Barney's, slots back into behind Seth Jones. Seth Jones just watches Yelena just head off into the distance. Yelena has one job to do, Nick, and that's to win. Jaden Solo has a job to do, and that's to finish
points, yeah.
right on her tail if that's where he's going to be.
Will that be enough? I think it probably will be. I don't think it's a 16 spread. It's going to be close, though. But I think if he does finish second, he'll certainly have vanquished Kai Turner's attempt.
Yeah.
Turner's down in 10th, actually, so he's had a major issue at the start.
He is. Kai Turner's down in 10th.
Jack Scott getting a restart, but it's not playing ball. It's called the TKM engine. He hates doing that sort of thing.
Here comes the leader then out of the home corner down towards the sweeping left of Rossi. Oh, look at that. Great driving from Seth Jones. Jaden Solo trying to get on terms now, and Yelena Osbar Scott just eking out a bit of a gap even more. That's the battle for second there. Just look at the amount of lock that Seth Jones having to put on the kart there to get it to turn. But it's working for him. It's working.
Ooh,
and
hold on.
Look at that beautiful four-wheel drift in the wet here.
And he's braking Solo now. I thought Solo was going to take it, but no, Seth Jones has got it. The bad news is that's a 4-point gain if it stays this way. The bad news for Jake, not the bad news for Yelena, obviously.
Yeah,
4-point gain.
Yelena has closed the gap with the pole position coming into the final. Can Jaden Solo? Jaden is in the orange helmet. Seth Jones.
2 points. It's
he
a
got
massive
it.
2 points.
He got it all wrong, Nick. He got it all wrong coming out of the Hulme hairpin. That cost him dearly, but it cost him not enough. He's got away with that.
Good news for Yelena. Gave her an extra half second, 3/4 seconds. They come now down to the Wones hairpin. Going really, really wide. Solo thinking about doing something different. Didn't work. So they now switch back in again.
Coming out of there and into the final turn here, which is the T73 corner, and then sweeping round. And a comfortable second place, I've got to say. Yelena Osbar Scott, 57.1 her lap time by. She is the fastest kart on the track.
But all the battle really here is second place, because it is important. Kai Turner making no real moves in ninth, so he's just throwing all the points away. He's not going to win this championship. Now I'm sorry, we just don't know how close it is between Osbar Scott and Solo, but you kind of feel if Scott bungs it into second, that's going to be enough. I don't think he's lost 14 points during the course of the three heats.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has, because he's had a good day, hasn't he? And I think even if he sits there, I think he's probably clinched the championship. All provisional, of course, have to be ratified by the organisers before we can crown our champions. But right now, this championship battle is going all the way down to the flag. We are getting towards the duration of a heat of 8 minutes on the clock. So the last 8 minutes of the championship season coming up for these 100 UK juniors. And Seth Jones driving a great race here on that number 20. Looking very, very composed. Quick look over his shoulder there.
Picked up 600s back on Ellough that time round, and I think he looks closer than 2 seconds. He might be foreshortening the camera.
He's comfortable throwing that cart around, isn't he? Maximum attack on the steering.
There's warmth for the tyres, there's experience in the head, and you can start pushing hard. I don't think it's raining in a way that's going to change the way the track is during the course of the season. Either getting dry or getting wet.
What a great feel for it. Jaden Solo, isn't it? What a great name for a racing driver, isn't it? Jaden Solo.
He needs to make it. The thing is, though, the driver who had the best name ever was a bit awful and an unpleasant person to boot, and that's Scott Speed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a real... Yes, anyway.
He was difficult, was he?
He was difficult. But he had the best name.
He did. But I'm old enough to remember Skid Solo.
Oh, yes, that's a cartoon.
It was a comic strip in the Tiger, which was in the days when we had comics.
I mean, obviously you've got things like Stingray Rob. That's a fantastic name.
It is. And you know why he's called Stingray Rob?
His surname's Rob, his first name's Stingray?
No, why he's called Stingray.
No.
His parents were fans of the Corvette.
They weren't fans of the Joey Anderson puppet program.
No, nothing to do with that Stingray.
He's just a school marina.
He is, he is an American
That's
driver.
what for the kids.
American IndyCar driver is what Nick's talking about. Stingray Rob, not a cartoon character. There's the number 10 off, and that is Jessica Williams.
Long way back.
Yeah, the Williams family have had a great day of racing here in the Access Karting Championship.
Yeah, Yelena's lead's coming right down. Jones is gaining 4-5 tenths a lap. He's really got comfortable now. He's running, and Scott is. She's not dropping off her pace. What's happening is the pace of the others is increasing now. Does Solo? Therefore, if he can see this happening, he needs to stick with Seth as they pull their way towards his main championship, his only championship rival now. Given that Kai Turner's in 10th,
they have closed up, haven't they? You can visibly see the change in the gap between Yelena Osbar-Scott. The gap last time by, would you believe, was only 0.7 of a second, Nick.
The thing to remember is, if it does stop raining, it will begin to dry, even though it's cold, because it's very windy. So we will get a bit of a drying happening.
And we are dissipating the water from the track if it stops raining. I think it has stopped. Or has it? I don't know. I thought it had stopped, then I looked out the window and saw it running down the window, so maybe it hasn't. But that gap is definitely coming down. 6.65 now. I know it's only 0.05 of a second, but it has come down. Oh, and look at this, Jaden Solo coming back in as well. Now, if Jaden can offer some distraction to Seth Jones, that's going to cause Seth to just look at the way he's driving that number 20. Absolutely. Just a beautiful oversteer power slide. Didn't hesitate on the throttle. Had that rear axle spinning up, controlling the slide.
They got 2 tenths on the last lap as well, so Yelena under pressure. This is under half a second. Solo needs to do nothing. He just needs to stick on the tail.
Yeah, he does. Seth, I think the track's just coming back to Seth and Jaden, and hence Yelena Osbar-Scott is coming back with him. Was 0.6 of a second last time by. Well, it was 0.65. It's now 0.68, so that hasn't differed whatsoever.
It was
Sebastian Corking, fastest lap of the race. Look at that drive from Seb Corking. He's up to 4th from 20th on the grid. He is the next kart behind Jaden Solo.
He's the 52, and we're seeing the flow. Now, the interesting thing is that last lap round, Yelena managed just to creep it out by 300.
Unfortunately for Seb, he's got a massive gap, hasn't he?
He's got a map of it's 5-6 seconds, but Yelena there was having to deal with the back marker, as will the others. And he's come across the front of Seth Jones. That kart's going to be in his Christmas card list. Looks like it's no harm, no foul between the three of them. Scott now realises she's under good pressure. I think she's now released herself a little bit internally, just put a little bit extra pace down.
Right, I'm intrigued by this drive from Seb Corking from 20th to 4th. The gap was 4.7 seconds. Let's see what he's doing. 3.6 seconds. He is scything into it. 3 minutes remaining. Side-by-side action from second place. And there's Jaden Solo down the inside of Seth Jones and into second place. Now, Seth Jones is not. Oh, and he gets it all sideways on the exit curbing. Hangs onto it in fine style. You forget that these are only kids driving these karts with absolute finesse and skill. There's Seb Corking. He's catching.
In the old Fettel outfit. That 57 is going to get lapped. He needs a blue flag to get out of the way, but Corking is not going to have enough laps to catch up.
He's not. He maybe will get onto the rear bumper of what is now third place Seth Jones.
Behind. He's going a second lap faster. But
I know he is.
There aren't that many laps, unfortunately.
Well, there's 2.5 minutes, Nick. There's loads of time.
It's not that many laps. It's always a minute lap, though.
Here we go. Let's see what the gap is. Seth Jones across the line, down to 2.4.
Yeah, he gained 6/10. He got held up slightly. I don't think he'll be able to do it.
No, he's closed the gap to Seth Jones to 2.4 from 3.6. That's 1.2 seconds.
Gap towards the leader.
Well, the leader, I'm not concentrating on the leader. It's down to third. Seth Jones is dropped off the tail of Jaden Solo there.
There they all are, coming underneath right now.
They're about to become, Seb Corking is about to become into that shot in that battle for third.
Well, I think he's got at least 2 more.
Yeah.
I think he's got 3 more.
Yeah,
or 2.5.
that's what I mean.
There they all are. That's second. That's first,
second, third and fourth.
All the same thing. There's Corking at the back. One thing catching, of course. They go across the line any second now. We'll have a look and see what the difference in time was. Fastest laps last time for 3 of the top 4.
So Osbar Scott across the line. The gap is 6/10 to Jaden Solo. It's 6/10 to Seth Jones. It's 1.4 to Seb Corking.
Corking's a second faster.
Next time by, it's going to be equal distance between first, second, third and fourth. Look at this. Oh, there's a Jaden Solo I noticed. The orange helmet now up to the green helmet.
They're getting busy.
Yeah.
He's had the 1.5 minute bell that's dinged in his head. And Solo now looking to see if he can absolutely guarantee his championship by putting a couple of extra points ahead of Yelena, a 4-point swing if he gets past her. And he's looking aggressive. He's been very good around this Barney's corner before. They're all slipping and sliding as they come down to Wones. And looking behind him was Seth Jones, because there is Corking now in fourth. You're absolutely right. He has caught up with 2 laps to go.
He's right on his tail. There's going to be 2 more laps here. Plenty of time across the line. Last lap board is still a lap away.
Now the thing is, getting past people may take the time.
Well, the thing is, he's got momentum. He's got massive pace and massive momentum. And the thing that Seb will not want to do is be stifled in any way. He wants to continue that momentum alongside and ahead. No, that's just the different line.
Lines, but I don't know, it could all go wrong. Yellow flag, so be careful now around here.
There's Seb Corking challenging for third.
He can't, because it's a yellow flag, Joe.
He had to settle back in, didn't he? Here he goes. He's got grip where other people have not.
But he's going to get past Seth, and I think that's going to be letting it over and under him here.
Into Barney's down the inside.
Straight away.
Yeah.
As you do, I don't know what he's done to his tyres.
He's on the podium. That is a feat in itself.
Scott now comes up the inside. Solo takes the lead. Jaden Solo takes the lead from Osbar Scott. Can she get back up the inside? She can. So he was leading there for 50 minutes, but now Corking's right involved. The 3 of them about to take the last lap on literally nose to tail. Corking up the inside. They're going to go 3 wide to turn 1 as the last lap board shown.
Corking down the inside. Corking down the inside for second. It's an amazing feat to get on the podium. But now he's on the second step. He's challenging for the win. From 20th on the grid, Seb Corking on the tail of Yelena Osbar Scott. He's down the inside from 20th to the lead of this race. He's there. He's got a back marker in front of him. The back marker needs to keep out of the way. Yelena comes back at him, but she hasn't got the line. She hasn't got the line through the left-hander. Corking leads. Here comes Jaden Solo on the back of Yelena. It's first place for Corking. It's second place for Osbar Scott. It's third place for... It's not over yet, though. The back marker needs to get out of the way. He doesn't quite. And Solo's been overtaken by Jones. The back marker has tripped over Jaden Solo. And the 41 just getting on with his own race. But that is the drive of the day. Right there for Sebastian Corking. From 20th on the grid to the win is incredible.
That's your race of the month.
That is a very big contender for race of the month, and there's the move of the month down the inside at the Hulme hairpin to get the win, to get the lead. Yelena didn't take it lying down, though. She came back at him,
but she got a 4-point swing.
But
Because of that back marker, Jones coming in fourth.
I don't know whether that 4-point swing is going to be significant.
Don't know either.
But Seth Jones getting down the inside of Solo there into the penultimate corner. Incredible.
Well done, Seb. He certainly had an up and down weekend.
He certainly has.
He's damaged his foot.
He certainly has.
He got excluded from the race. He ended up 20th and he won.
Yes. Incredible.
Fantastic wet weather driving.
Yeah, incredible driving there. And incredible, you know what? Incredible kart underneath him. It's a family outfit, that. His dad Graham and his mum Mandy. Mandy will be needing some sort of tranquilizer now on the trackside to calm her down after watching that. That was quite impressive. That Darren Weaver says awesome drive by Angus. That is in the previous race for the GXUK Juniors. Yes, Angus Langley. We have to concur with that one. And Darren says can't wait to see us all at Landau in 2026. Landau's the last round, isn't it?
It's way away.
It's way away down.
Okay, so we need to sit down and have wipe ourselves down with the cold copy of the Daily Telegraph, but we haven't got a chance because now we've got more slip sliding away because it's a slick shot, as you can see from that shot. GXUK Senior Championship Final.
Yes, let's have a look and see where things are at, shall we?
Yes,
Do you want to have a look at that grid, Nick?
Yeah, so it's Matthew Glazebrook, who has been away and gone in the dry races, who takes the pole. Lewis Jones is second. Oscar Pieretti, who we've seen has had good results, he's in third. Philip Richardson with the end plate, he's in fourth. Third row, Matthew Roberts and Russell N. Dean. Fourth row, Paul Hanley, Alex Horn. Then it's Luke Thompson, Tom Angier. And the sixth row, Alex Van Gene and Ethan Hall. Harvey Still and Ash Candola, Adam Holloway and Harley Smith. Ronnie Townsend and Simon Dean. Kyle Walker and Andy Castells, that's your top 20. People of interest, perhaps 27th place starter, Brad Philpott, after some technical issues. After yesterday's 2 wins meant they didn't count, unfortunately. He's had a comeback heat and he won the B final. He's starting 27th. Can he do a Seb Corking?
Oh, interesting.
Probably not, to be honest, but let's find out.
Probably not, Brad. That's a big ask, isn't it? Thanks, Nick, for putting him on the spot like that.
Well, he doesn't know yet. Well, I'll tell him when you see him.
He'll be watching this when he gets home tonight before he goes to bed.
Can he do a Seb Corking?
I just realised something.
Yes?
Yeah.
What? What?
I wasn't recording last one. I'll have to download it later.
Okay. That's not a problem. That is a massive contender for the race of the month.
It doesn't matter. It's just an extra bit of work I have to do.
Is that the race of the month for October then?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You've only got that or an RMC race.
I know. That win from Attica Mayer in
well, yes.
Good one.
Good point. Attica Mayer might get it,
Yeah.
We're going to think about it, aren't you?
Massive contention.
Let's see who...
Yes. Brown envelopes are acceptable. Yes. So, still raining out there, Ash? Or has it lightened up a bit? Mm-hmm. He just keeps waving his hand. I don't even know what that means.
I've got to get all my kit packed up. It's all coming back wet. This pack-up is going to take so long.
It always does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't always take so long.
I'm going to have my sandwiches.
Someone's got to walk down and get the camera.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And then we'll try and rescue the car battery at a separate station.
I'll do that. Right, we are not quite finished yet, though, Nicholas.
No, we've got 2 heats, including...
We've got 2 finals.
2 finals,
my friend.
2 more final heats.
Yes, now this one is the one we've been looking forward to all season since we were down in Llandau in South Wales back in May in the springtime. Here we are in autumn.
In the spring
25, the autumn of 2025. The year has flown by. Stop singing me.
Oh, it's my channel.
And we've been
waiting. Other people can tell me to stop, but you can't.
We've been waiting for... Please, write in with your requests for Nick to not sing, please.
not sing.
We've been waiting for this one since then. As much as I love all the other classes, this is the one that I absolutely adore. GXUK Senior Championship.
Get started in one warm-up lap. That'd be a bit impressive.
I will be very impressed if they do. These might not be the quickest karts in the UK, but they are certainly the most entertaining. The racing is as pure as you want. And slick, dry tyres. 1 set of slicks for the whole season. And those set of slicks You cannot take off when it's even wet.
No.
I'm not sure how many wet races they've had this year. I think I saw one of Alex Van
I
Geen's
think they had
videos.
Clay was wet, wasn't it? I don't know. But
yeah,
so
I think so.
Sorry, so Glazebrook on pole, he has had a really, really good weekend.
He has.
And he's been disappearing in distance. That was in dry races.
Yes, let's see. It's a different kettle of fish, isn't it?
I've
said that term again.
Two kettles of fish.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is.
You are cooking a lot of fish this evening.
What difference is a kettle of fish? Here we go then. We're into the final turn, and then the grid will roll towards the red lights that are shining brightly, ever brightly in the gloom of this autumnal day here at Ellough Park. We get them out and we go green, and we are racing for the final time in the Access Karting Championship for 2025. Everybody turns their steering and nothing happens initially, and then it grips up.
Does.
Yes, here we go. We're all around the first turn.
Glazebrook already got a massive lead. Well, a small lead.
Yeah.
Oh,
There he is.
There he is. Too many carts going. With the 99 who's in third place. That's Handley's come through well.
Yeah.
30 does lead. Glazebrook leads there. Going round home.
Lewis Jones is the one who's in second place, by the way, and he's had a great weekend as well, proving to be the...
I love that. Just full lock and just see what happens.
Yeah. Full lock, let it grip, and then take it off once it grips. Thank you very much. Here we go. Oh, getting on the wet exit curbing there for the leader, Glazebrook. That almost cost him dearly. Had to hang on to that. And the number 28, Lewis Jones, almost taking the opportunity there of having that off him.
Yeah.
Rest of the field have gotten around. I can't see any incidents, Nick.
He managed to get a bit of a lead, in fairness, out of all that.
He has. He's lost it, though.
In fairness, the third place man
Within
come back
seconds.
Again. Yeah. So
No, that's Lewis Jones. Jones is leading.
Who's the 157?
The 157 is Luke Tomlinson.
Oh, he's got a wet weather specialist. Look at him go.
He has. He's come up from ninth, Nick, and he's lost it. He's lost the grip.
Second. He's jumped it into Glazebrook.
Yeah, I know, but Glazebrook's not happy. But come on, you can't do anything about it. It's the laws of physics.
The 3 car. Matthew Roberts now picks up third. So Roberts in third. No, he's back in fourth again.
Back in fourth. Here comes Handley. Handley in the 99. But Lewis Jones back to the front and ahead of Tomlinson.
I think Tomlinson's got a bit of a secret weapon, or certainly he's got a secret weapon his first lap, confidence. Perhaps that's just what it is.
It's crucial to get those tyre pressures right for the conditions, and then within a couple of minutes of racing, the conditions can go away from the tyre pressure you've chosen. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful, delicate brake application there from the number 157 of Luke Tomlinson.
Jones is getting away slightly, I think. That's our third. That's our pole man who's had a bit of a dodgy lap, but I'm sure he'll come back.
Yeah, he's now with Lewis Jones, Luke Tomlinson,
Matthew Glazebrook.
He's gone.
It's gone. Tomlinson just lost it in the middle of the straight.
That was on the brakes, Nick. That was it. He's balancing on the brake.
So close, yeah.
And it just snaps away.
So
here we go. Goes on the brakes, gets it into a slide,
he was turning back as he braked.
You brake and it snaps to the right.
He put on left-hand lock. Look at it again. He put on left-hand lock.
Yes, to induce the slide on the brakes, but then it just went.
No, it doesn't matter. That makes no sense if you've got a right-hand corner.
Well, it kind of does. It's a Scandinavian flick, isn't it? You're not into rallying, though, are you?
And it's just a ridiculous thing to say. Anyway, so now it's second and third. Back to Glazebrook and Roberts, isn't it?
Yeah, Roberts has got the grip out of Barney's. Turns in, grips up, and away we go. Glazebrook not quite able to get back on terms. There's enough grip to lift the rear axle, though, I noticed.
They can lean enough on it.
Yeah.
I think they're very slackened off, these carts. So Brad Philpott, by the way, is in 12th.
Wow.
From 26th or something off the grid.
That's a drive. Yeah, he's it wasn't 26th, mate. It was 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it was 27th. I'm being pedantic. That's all right.
That's what we live on.
Oh, look at that. The number 3 pulled out already on the EOS. Matthew Roberts has pulled away from Glazebrook. Back with the Matthews for second and third. Lewis Jones there's Lewis Jones on the orange cart. The orange and
now.
White. Phil Pot up to 9th. Up another 3.
I think it's a very spread out field though. He's 10 seconds off the lead. Here's the purple cart they're coming towards us.
Yes, there he is.
I'm not sure he's put up any. He's ahead of the 45, which he was ahead of Ash Candola, who's a pretty tidy racer himself. So Phil Pot, this will be available in a widescreen format on this YouTube channel quite soon.
Yes, in beautiful UHD.
So they come down now. Philpott, I think, is
He's
going to
just-
try and get up the inside.
he
Very
is.
calm.
He's just trying to pick his way through
But
this.
there's too much going on there.
Yeah.
Other people overtaking other people. This is the thing. He's actually, in a way, he's stuck in traffic.
Everybody, you can see the way Brad uses his body as well to kind of induce some weight transference as well. Settles into the seat, into the braking area for, oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful down the inside.
He's going to keep the drive, yep.
Yes, he is. Adam Holloway
Up to
there
eighth.
just did not turn in. And Brad Philpott said, thank you very much.
He's up against the Alex Horn, the red machine. Now, interesting, those two could easily trip each other up, the 66 and the 6. There's all the 6s there. Philpott now up the inside, and Harm will get one. He might
he's
even
gonna
get
two.
No, I don't think he's got the drive. I think he's going to lose momentum. He will have enough momentum to stay ahead of the 6, but the 66 of Alex Horn is going to be a little bit too far ahead of him.
You know what? There it is. That was a lack of grip from the 66.
That was a free beat.
Yeah, that was a lack of grip, lack of traction.
Who's following him through? Is that the 6 following through? Yeah, okay. Right,
That was
so now
because
there's a bit
Alex Horn lost all of his traction.
Now there's a bit of a gap, so I take it, therefore, he's in 6th now? I think.
He is in 6th place. Yeah.
So this is from nowhere, and
27th.
from a disastrous day yesterday.
He is up. I'll tell you how many he's up. He's up 19 spots.
I think he's tried to seal a good result.
Here he goes. Just coming through at the 6th. He's up 21 places.
Oh, and he's tripped up the 6 behind him, who overbraked, went off. So he's given himself in a bit of free air now of about a second and a half.
The next kart in front of him is the number 4 of Tom Angier. And ahead of him, ahead of Tom, is Paul Handley on the 99.
Just so you know, the rest of the field is spread out, so we're not really missing anything in the top 5.
No, we're not. Lewis Jones, Matthew Roberts, Matthew Glazebrook, Paul Handley, Tom Angier on the Tony kart there with Philpott. Now these two, if they start squabbling and swapping position there as Handley looks over his shoulder, Philpott is just going to close that gap, and he is indeed just closing that gap. He's right onto the rear bumper of the Tony kart now.
Yeah, I think in fairness, there's 2 karts there he can snaffle at some point in the next couple of laps. I think that's as far as he's going to go, just because there's a really big gap now between Glazebrook in 3rd and Handley, who's just ahead of this trio of karts in 4th. It's a gap of 4.5 seconds.
I'm not sure. You know what? If this was dry, Philpott wouldn't have made as much ground as he has.
No, not
Yeah,
at all.
not at all. Here we go, down the inside of the number 4.
One more.
And Philpott ahead of Tom Angier. He can hang on. Yep, he's got enough grip there in the middle of the corner. Off he goes after Paul
and
Handley.
Confidence. It's a real confidence. This is someone obviously who's driven these sort of karts, be they higher karts or rental karts, in big 24-hour races where he's had to just deal with really bad conditions. He's probably got don't get me wrong, he's doing a brilliant job, but he's got a huge amount of experience of slicks in the wet.
Yeah, probably. He's got quite a diverse
CV
experience. Yeah, CV being the word. Yeah, here he goes, right on the bumper of Handley, through the right-hander at Barney's, and I think he's actually been held up, Nick. Once he gets past Paul,
he's got 6 seconds to make, and that's just not going to happen because there's only 4 minutes to go.
Paul Handley defending.
Hello.
Defending there, and that's allowed the number 6 through. Russell Endine getting involved with
he got the
Angier.
inside, the beautiful overrun there. Brad got the inside. I've not seen that done. Go from the outside to the inside of the T73. As the front washes out of the 99 of Handley, and into 4th place goes Philpott, and then the 5, 6, 7 having a right old battle as well behind him. But there's a gap now of 7 seconds to 3rd place.
Yeah,
and not long enough to really make it up.
So 1 minute 7.8 in traffic. Matthew Roberts in 2nd place, 1 minute 6.7. As we get down towards the infield, 3.5 minutes remaining. That's, that in itself, 23 place change. 23 place again, I should say, from Brad Philpott, who had a bit of a torrid day. Wiped from the results on a technical matter yesterday.
Yeah, completely innocent thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of those regulations.
It's one of those that you go, oh, for goodness sake, but it is rules. Rules are rules.
Yeah.
No one actually cheated or tried to gain anything, but the rule was not quite right. So what can you do?
Yeah, I've been caught out by the black and white writing of a regulation many times. Well, it was my job to know the regulations inside out. I still got caught out.
So this is his first lap in clear air. Has he gained anything is the question. Fastest lap from Lewis Jones is 1:6.69.
Well, the gap was 7 seconds.
Crosses the line now on a 1:6.76. So he's only
He's took 4 tenths out. He's took 4 tenths out.
If you drop back Ash one kart, because I think Philpott's done is entertaining for us for today, but there is a battle behind him, so we just drop back one, and we'll see. I think a battle royal-ish.
Yeah, this is great, isn't it? Yeah, the rest of the field scrabbling their way through. The number 6, of course, Russell Endine. He started 6th, and he's back up to 6th. So Russell,
and he's been in most positions in between.
Yeah, he has, regaining ground as he went about his business. And Paul Hanley there on the 99. He's had pace all day, as Paul, on that bright yellow machine, yellow and orange.
I think, to be honest, I think it's Glazebrook who's the big loser by it getting wet. I think he was looking at the class of field and dry, but that's karting. You've got to be good in all conditions, and also there's karting in the UK. You never know what you're going to get 20 minutes after you've got the previous bad weather.
1 minute 6.69 for Lewis Jones, 1 minute 6.77 for Roberts, 1 minute 7.1. Here's Phil Potts, 1 minute 6.76. So he's not quite as quick as Lewis Jones, and he's narrowed the gap to he only took 2 tenths of a second that time. So I think even Brad realises that it's maybe a stretch too far to get onto that, to get onto the podium, Nick.
It looks like it's clearing up, actually.
I think he'd resigned himself, talking to Brad Philpott earlier on, he'd resigned himself after that technical infringement that he was just out for the drive today and he's going to enjoy the racing. But I've got to say, this is going to make a great video.
It will, yeah.
This will make a fantastic video. Video of the year.
You don't think that counting as he goes up positions.
Yes, video of the year.
So there's 45 of Candola now trying to get up the 4 of Angier and does it. So that's Candola.
There's Nick producing your video there.
There we are,
Brad.
Yeah. Well, I think he knows how to produce a video as well as more significantly better than I do. So the 99 from the 6th. This is 5th and 6th, and you're right old scrap still. Handley. So we've got this and one more. So they haven't quite started the last lap yet. They will. Lewis Jones will click on to last lap in about 55 seconds.
Endine looking down the inside of Hanley there, the number 6. He wants to just improve at least 1 position from his start position. Paul Hanley, he started 7th, he's up to 5th there in the bright yellow and orange. There's a pink, yellow and pink, isn't it? Easy to spot on the track. Look at over his shoulder there, just checking where he is. Remember, these personalities have been racing one another all season long.
Yeah.
And when you race this close with people, you get to know the characters. You get to know the characters completely. We are readying the last lap board. So there it is, ending through at Barney's, and I think that was a moment of resignation for Handley. He did his best to keep him back, but that is not enough, and there is Endine.
It's gone too wide.
Going far too wide. Yeah.
No. And that's the story.
Yeah, Handley coming across to protect the line, and unfortunately Endine was there, and he's back down the order. The number 45 has now come back into it, Ash Candola.
So we need to find our leader, number 28. He's probably going through home now, I would expect. It might be him, I don't know. He could be a back marker.
That's Lewis Jones.
So this is Jones.
Lewis Jones, Matthew Roberts on the yellow EOS. But GSR on the side of his kart there for Lewis Jones. He's had pace all weekend, Nick, in the dry. And Lewis Jones, a deserved winner of round 6 of the championship, with a great drive here. A very, obviously, very well prepped and very well set up kart, and you can just see the way he's driving it there.
You can see it's trying to squirm away from me even now. You know, it's not. Yeah. This is not a walk in the park or a drive around a kart track. It's not a real squiggly little thing. But he's driven brilliantly, got in the lead, got away, got a safe lead, taps his old engine. Well done, sir. Well done, car. And also Matthew Roberts chuffed with 2nd place. Glazebrook, I think, will be disappointed with 3rd. I think he probably came into this thinking he was going to win because, well, had a good chance of winning. Some back markers, and then we're going to see Brad Philpott come through in 4th, which I'm sure he's going to be chuffed about because, frankly, why wouldn't he be starting 26th or 27th, whatever it was? There are so many back markers in between. It's remarkable.
He finished 2.9 seconds behind 4th place, and he finished with fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 6.53.
Yeah,
you've got to be happy with that, Brad. Congratulations, though, to Lewis Jones, who takes a very fine win. The championship's already decided for this class. I'll just remind myself it's Jacob, isn't it, who has managed to take the championship. Jacob Sharrock, who
in Dubai, apparently.
only got back from Dubai, took the win at round 1, took the win at round 2, took a second place at round 3, took the win at round 4, and then a second place at round 5. That is a solid finish with heat wins in between. His drop round was the second place finish at round 3.
Such an underachiever.
So that was So that was a full quarter of racing. Wilton Mill, Landau, Fullbeck, Rowrah, Clay Pigeon and Ellough to round off the season.
So we've seen some good finals, last couple of finals. We are about to start our last final of today, our last final of the standard Access Karting Championship, and it will of course be the thumping F300s.
Yeah, now these karts were the karts out on track when the rain came, weren't they? So
but they've all got lovely treaded tyres on now.
Yeah, they weren't on treaded tyres, they were all on slicks, and these things were very, very tricky indeed. However, they're still going to be tricky indeed on these wet tyres, just a bit less tricky. It's still
puddle ahead. Still spitting slightly.
I think we're only moments away from the floodlights as well.
I think we need the floodlights.
Yes.
The cameras are doing a very good job making it look lighter than actually
They are. It's a lot lighter.
It's quite gloomy.
It's a lot gloomier than our cameras.
Are the lights in here, by the way? 'Cause otherwise, how am I going to see what to do when I'm packing up?
Well, I bet the switch is downstairs.
Who knows? We'll find it, won't we? Somewhere. There are lights. They must work because they run nighttime meetings here.
Yes, we'll ask Jared.
Let's see the grid.
So the grid for the F300 UKs, Ryan Martin and Guy Hefford. This is going to be a cracker with those two on the front. Jason Cooper shares row 2 with Oliver Warner, with Brett Knapp and Lily Brame on row 3. Jack Reeve and James Price are on row 4. We've then got Mike Kenworthy and Andy Martin sharing row 5. Nicholas Clear and Rob Hewlin are on row 6, and then rounding off 14 kart field is Frank Soto and Daniel Wyatt. They have been released.
Wow. You can see how dark it is by how much those lights are shining now.
Yes. Yeah, the red lights are really, really bright, aren't they? Especially with
earlier
our
on they were like
window.
Oh,
so that's us there in the
waving,
box. Yes, we're waving.
I can see Ash. Ash is in the red.
Yeah, Ash is in the red. That's.
Oh, yeah, you can see you're waving
that's
now. Well, nice waving. Oh, where's
yes.
my waving? Oh, there are. I'm waving as well.
There's Lara.
Lara's waving as well. We're all waving.
Little hand from on the floor.
Dear, oh dear.
No heating in that box, everybody.
No, we're actually quite. Obviously, our discomfort is 1/1,000,000th of the discomfort of Leicester and Ash, but it's still,
yes.
But we are discomfort, so we can moan about it.
Yes, we've got microphones.
That's true. We're old
so
as
we
well.
Can.
And we get at our age, we get cold in our bones.
And are they whinging to Lara about the conditions?
No, they're very good. Actually.
No, they're very nice.
They're very good. They're very professional.
Right, last race of the weekend then, coming up for the Access Karting Championship. It's been an absolute privilege here on Karting Live TV to bring you all the action from a couple of rounds this season. We look to continue that service
and expand
for Access and expand that service going into 2026. Here we go, the lights have gone green.
Very brightly.
And it's Ryan Martin who gets overtaken into turn 1 by Guy Hefford, who has the lead into turn 1 and indeed has the lead coming out of it.
Yeah, they sprint away. I think they decide that the wet is not of any importance to these karts. They've got the power. They've also got the weight, don't forget. So they're going to have some mechanical grip that some of the other karts wouldn't have. They just, I say that, and there wasn't quite enough there. And it's always nudged out the way, but holds on to the lead, the one of Guy Hefford. It was a certain attempt there by Martin to take advantage of a slight wobble on the brakes coming into the home corner.
Here we go then, up and over the brow at Clinton's, and then firing out of Barney's towards the Wounds hairpin for the first time. They are certainly struggling for grip, it looks like. Massive amount of power. They've got to be very delicate. Look at that.
Line it
power
up
slide.
Line it up and boot it, that's what I would do. It's riding up in the barriers.
And that right-hander onto the start-finish straight has become a corner. It was just a straightforward acceleration zone in the dry, but that is very much a corner in these conditions. Guy Hefford, Ryan Martin, Oliver Warner.
52-second lap, so they've got a bit of pace about them. Oh, got away with it.
That's how easy.
Away with it.
That's how easy it is. Not quite
the place, but because that could have been facing the wrong way and smacking your cart in the wall.
Absolutely. I don't know how he held on to that.
I think
cart was.
I think it's new underpants, Mr. Martin.
Yes, underwear on aisle 5, please.
He's under pressure now from the 2 car. Jack Reeve has come through a position already for this lap. So all the battling is going on a bit further down. And they cross the line again.
Jack Reeve down the... Oh, no. Jack Reeve, I thought. Gap down to what? 51.6?
No, I mean, that time 51.5, 51.6. They are just getting an idea of what sort of speed they're doing. They're about 5 or 6 seconds off what they were doing in the dry.
I would imagine it would be very easy with the amount of power that these F300s are putting out to spin up those rear tyres and start destroying them.
But the advantage they do have, Joe, of course, they've got some weight on them as well, so they are not sitting there with tines of Honda engine at the back. They've got two great
what I mean though, Nick, is overheating the rear tyres by spinning them and then getting the rubber chunking.
Nice
There's the move.
By the two, Reeve.
Yeah.
Taking the most of Martin, who seems to have got a little bit of confidence off that massive snap.
Here we go then, into and across the line into Degner for the fourth time. Guy Hefford, Ollie Warner, Jack Reeve, Ryan Martin, Mike Kenworthy, James Price, Jason Cooper just across the line there in 7th. Then we've got Brett Knapp, Nicholas Clear in 9th.
Oh, he's 10th, by the way. So the top 5, you can see them on the screen just about, and it's a slow backwards regression for Marty, who's now under pressure from Jason Cooper.
This is a great battle here, and I've got to say that Union flag livery of Ryan Martin now in 3rd place. Ryan Martin coming under massive pressure there from the number 5 of Mike Kenworthy, who has a look down the inside, doesn't quite have enough though, and that cart of Ryan Martin just looks a handful, doesn't it? He's been fighting it from the very outset. I mean, they all look a handful, don't get me wrong, but Ryan Martin is just trying his best to hang on to that car, just getting it to grip and spinning up those back wheels. But then again, so is that man there. Look at that. Look at the way he's driving that. Look at the smoke coming off that outside tyre. What was I talking about? Was that a cart off as well?
Yeah,
on the outside?
On the side, it's a yellow flag. I have no idea it's someone who's actually involved.
Not sure who that is.
5th.
I think that's Frank Soto.
We'll go round now. Going across the line. It's the number 8 of James Price, who's in 6th place.
Look at that absolute four-wheel drifting through the curved entry onto the start-finish straight. It's a short blast down to Degner as well. It's an equally short-ish blast to this one here, and this is a really, really fast corner. Got to get it tucked in, and through the kink into the hairpin at home. We are still 7 minutes away, and it's still Guy Hefford leading by 1.3 seconds. This is the number 5 of Mike Kenworthy, who's running in 5th place. Yellow flag still flying for that car just off the track there. That's Frank Soto's.
Not sure that's going to get de-yellow.
Yes, probably.
I don't know whether when you see it 3 or 4 laps, they'll take the yellow away. Whether it's sliding, they won't do it.
Once everybody had gone through, they usually take the yellow in.
Unless it's the position of the kart's in that you might, because the grip isn't there, you might slide into it.
Well, you've seen it, so you should be aware that you don't want to slide off there.
Yellow flag.
Yellow flags into Degner. Or is that yellow flags into the infield?
I mean, it's so dark. I mean, I'm impressed by what the cameras are doing, but it's so dark. I'm looking outside. I can't see what's going on.
Yeah, camera's making it a lot brighter than it actually is. It's
no one's put 50p in the meters of the floodlights yet.
No, into twilight. We might get away with this. Only 6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes.
It's the twilight zone of racing.
It's Rob Hewlin who we've lost from the back of the field. So Rob Hewlin on that orange cart that seems to be abandoned on the infield section is where we're at. Guy Hefford has a gap of 1.8 seconds now. There's another 1.9 seconds.
Yeah, the closest on the track is his Kenworthy battle with Martin just ahead of him. It's about half a second. Kenworthy is in 5th, don't worry, but it's at the top right. Just look at the first number, not the second number.
Yes.
Accelerating hard now.
getting closer to Martin. Martin had a great start, and then it just faded away, but he seems to have regained his confidence off that snap, which he put in a complete opposite part of the track. But there he goes now. They're staying on the track. They're not really abolishing track limits with it being so wet out there, Joe.
No, because the last thing you want to be is onto that wet concrete, and certainly the painted curbing. It's caught that man there, Ryan Martin, on the Union flag liveried kart. It's caught him out a few times coming out the Hulme hairpin. He gets it onto the painted curbing, and the car just snaps away. He's monitoring that though, isn't he? Modulating the throttle more. No modulation of the throttle on the number 5 as he came through there though.
Boot it.
Giving it a full welly of right foot. Very, very tricky conditions here. These gentlemen are making it look very, very easy to drive around this slippery track. Horribly damp. Probably worse than full wet conditions, actually.
Yeah, Greasy's not great.
Yeah.
This is a lapped kart, I believe, coming up.
That's number 44, Nicholas Clear, who will...
Should get out of the way. I think, I think he didn't. Oh! I don't think he really saw either of them initially. Just a bit late on both the visuals on that one.
Yeah, that's the Jack Reeve on Oliver Warner, actually, Nick. We might want to pick that one up.
That close?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, as close as these two. There they are.
They're second and third.
Yeah, second and third place. Jack Reeve on the number 2 there with the green helmet. He has been
up and down today.
Yeah, he's ebbed and flowed, hasn't he? He certainly struggled on slicks in the wet, and had a bit of a character building third heat.
He's got time last couple of corners. He just
it's come on, hasn't it?
Fist is coming.
Yeah, it really has.
To the 46 of Warner.
Well, Oliver Warner. I just looked. He had like nearly 2 seconds, and now it's down to 6/10. So with still 3.5 minutes remaining as well, there's
possibility of all sorts of things.
Yeah. If he can, stop those rear tyres going off, I think it'll be very easy to get them to chunk. You saw the smoke coming off Mike Kenworthy's. Brilliant.
The gains that Reeve made were all in this section coming up now. So round this corner, back up the straight, then back down towards Holm. And so the gap is between the two of them. Well, it was actually 0.6 still. But he just comes right onto it. That's less than 0.6. Gets even closer going into this braking area, and then it kind of stretches back out again. Look, they are as close as they can be. They were down to a third of a kart length between them. And then it just seems his second part, Oliver Warner is just a little bit more relaxed. He managed to ease back away again. Yeah,
you say relaxed. I actually prefer the term composed.
Oh, I like
because I'm pretty sure he's not relaxed. He'd be twitching in there. And Jack Reeve is equally twitching as much as he is. Just keeping that cart, just pointing it straight. Four-wheel drifting through that right-hander there. It's only been a right-hander for this one. The F300s really have created a corner in that one. And Jack Reeve keeps coming up to the back end of that number 46 and then dropping off it, I think, as the ebb and flow of the race comes. And as I say that, down the inside at the Hulme hairpin, they come together. Bit of wheel banging, bit of defensive driving. Very aggressive driving there from Oliver Warner. He wants that second spot. He wants that second step of the podium. And Jack Reeve says, but I want it even more. And he will continue to fight. Here we go, down the inside again.
Got it.
Oh, has he? That was inevitable. The laws of physics took over there, switches back. And again, they've been wheel banging.
No. Was that I'm sorry or carry on?
No, that was a bit of a sorry, I think. Yeah,
sorry, carry on.
He made a play for that one, and I think if you're going to get past Oliver Warner, Jack, you're going to have to be as aggressive as you are. And there it is, down the inside. Again, they clatter. Again, he spun off. Oh my goodness, Oliver Warner. They had a wheel banging session coming out of Shoemaker, and Jack Reeve was thinking, I just can't come alongside you. You're going to keep driving into me. And as he did that, Oliver Warner, momentum took him on the outside of that wet curbing that we've mentioned before, and I do not know how he kept that. Was that kart at 90 degrees there?
Again, they've been pulling these back from ridiculous angles the whole time.
Oh, we're going to see it again. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a nudge, and then...
Sorry.
And then
it
was at 90 degrees. It went to 90 degrees as he came off the curb in there. How he held on to that, I do not know.
We've got 2 laps to go. So Warner is he back ahead of Reeve?
No, that's Reeve in second. That's Reeve in
okay.
second. There's Warner in third.
Right.
Yeah. Reeve in the green helmet. 5.6 seconds. They got 4.8 seconds actually, according to my official timing.
Yeah, talk about your official time.
And then 0.8 of a second to Ollie Warner. Ryan Martin is a further almost 5 seconds back. But with Jack Reeve lapping in the 51.3s, 51.5s for Guy Hefford at the lead, we've kind of forgot about Guy Hefford in the number 1. He is the current champion carrying the number 1. There he is into the last lap. We'll give him a run around this track here at Ellough Park for the last lap of the race meeting. Guy Hefford on the F300s. And once again, the winning kart, the leading kart I should say, is perhaps being driven with the most kind of smoothest style of them all.
The less is more driving effect.
Yeah, I think so. You've got to really be at ease with your kart though, not to know exactly how fast, how much momentum you've got. Through Barney's then for the final time, and onto the Warnes hairpin. Turns it in. He's got one more real corner, 2 corners in the F300s. Here he goes through the left-hander at T73, and then the fast sweep to take the checkered flag, and he likes that, doesn't he?
Well done.
Guy Hefford, very,
Nice win.
very, very well-earned win here. And Jack Reeve takes second place, Oliver Warner in third. As the rest of the F300 field comes through, Nick, there's the result on the timing bar. That concludes our coverage from the 6th and final round of the Access Karting Championship. Nick, you mentioned that next year for 2026 we're going to be bringing you at least 3 events from Access Karting, potentially 4 or 5.
4, but we will be at Access at their first round official at Wilton Mill on the 17th of April, I believe. We'll be there. We'll be enjoying it. Thank you for being with us. Everyone has been with us all day. As you can see, it's quite dark. If you go onto the Karting Live YouTube page in about 5 minutes' time, you'll be able to watch the paddock show. We had absolutely no time whatsoever to get in because this ran perfectly to time. So congratulations to James and James for putting together a fantastic meeting. Thank you to Lester. Thank you to Ash. Thank you to Lara, who've been doing all the work. Thank you to Joe by my side. 3 weeks' time, we are going to Al Forsan in Abu Dhabi for a much, much different set of weather, but the same thing, cracking karting racing. We will see you all on Karting Live TV, hopefully in 3 weeks' time. Enjoy the rest of your day, and don't forget the Grand Prix starts at 8.